power at which the man slapped the child, he slapped him so hard, he fell to the ground, his head went slamming into the tile. And then he proceeded to pull him by his legs upside down and carry him back to the classroom. I'm surprised the child was still coherent when he got slapped and he slammed his head on the ground, because how the thrust of his head going into the ground, you would have thought that child, I was surprised there was no blood. I'm assuming there was no blood, but that's why I'm going to have a conversation, because when I saw that in the comments, people were talking about, this one guy said, well, if that child is that much of a disruption, they need to be put in a different classroom. I was like, y'all are missing the whole damn point. The issue is not the disruption, because you're talking about a special needs child, first off. But the fact that you are going past that, like disregard, just making the whole conversation about disruption when the child was just abused, and abused so badly that the dude's head was slapped so hard it slammed into the tile as he fell. Like, the fact that we disregard the fact of abuse, and then I heard in this comment section, like, Black Eagle, whatever.
Good morning. Oh, not good morning, good afternoon. Although I have my day and night mixed up, so. How is everybody doing? As you can see, I got my main account back. Thank you. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you for all the well wishes for those who support me. And thank you for all the views for those that hate me. Love to everybody. No, actually, I like to have conversation with people that don't agree with me too. I just don't like the name calling and bashing and treating people like they are less than human. And I don't like that across the board. I don't like people assuming what's in somebody else's head without asking them. I did. This account disappeared for about 18 hours until I sent TikTok a message with all the abusive messages and all the hateful things people were saying to me, and then they gave me my account back. I guess people don't realize when I say I have receipts for what I say and that other people are not telling the truth, I mean it. Thing is, no matter how upset I am at other people for completely lying about me, that doesn't mean I change who I am. I still believe in the same things. Well, this actually is a modern definition of woke. This is not the original definition from the Black community. I don't speak for the Black community. Therefore, I would not actually put out here their original definition of woke. Of course, then again, according to everybody else, I'm racist off the fucking charts, right? Hi, Rastat. How are you doing? Actually, that's not the case. Woke has a specific definition, and it has a specific historical definition. That's cool, Rasta. I'm glad to hear it. Be careful coming in and joining the conversation. They've decided to go after anybody that wants to be an ally or friend to me. They actually went after my mod severely in a live last night, broadcasting their name, hoping to harm them deliberately. Why are there no black people in Ukraine? Partially because that is a part of Europe that does not have many people of color. Maybe it's their proximity to Caucasia. Hello.
Is it showing? Because it's not showing on. Okay, there we go. Okay, for one, and I'm not throwing shade, but possibly one reason that people like to call you that one word, when you said you were not using the original black definition, the way that your tone changed. What's your tone like when you say stuff like that? Because when your tone changes, that little subtle shift, it does kind of make one go, okay, well then why is she differentiating to this level? Do you follow?
I understand what you mean, and I apologize if my change of tone sounds like that. I am a little neurodivergent, so I don't often mean to change my tone.
See,
However,
I am very neurodivergent, so I often I pick up on things like that.
mhm,
Um, because when you use a tone change, whether you're talking about any group of people, for example, where I could like I'm not even gonna hide it. If I talk about Christians, see the tone
mhm,
change
a
because
little
of
bit.
their
See, mine is a little bit more tone deaf, so I don't always pick up on the tones. But I tried to explain that to people so that they can help me with that. And instead of actually understanding that, they decided to call me a liar and say that,
well,
um,
see, and I don't know about that because I wasn't here and I don't spend that much
right.
time around. You know that.
I,
Another
I'll be
thing that
honest with you, dear. There is it's not to the community as a whole, but there are several people that have tried to make my life increasingly difficult over the last couple weeks because I tried to explain how, um, how when I am over spacing myself or when I seem like I'm, centering myself, right? Because I don't see it until somebody brings it to my attention. And
well, the
then
thing I
I
would say
try
with
to,
that
huh?
would be the thing I would say to that is when it is brought to your attention, try to pay a little more, like be a little more mindful. Um,
And I do that when I was trying to decolonize, I was trying to acknowledge it. And then instead of them saying, oh, what happens is if you're in a room full of many people, one or two people will try to be more educational with you. And then you have other people that start calling you names and telling you that you are not worth it. You're whatever you think doesn't matter and that you are basically garbage. And so when you're
ignore
in
that.
that, huh? Well,
Why
they don't
waste
make
your
it
time and
possible to ignore
energy?
them because then they mute you or they silence you. These are folks that have been manipulating to actually cause issues.
And you
So
and I
they,
have butted heads on more than one occasion before. I mean, and I've
hmm
never muted you or anything like that. But the other thing I wanted to ask on the other night, I couldn't sleep and you were live, and you
hmm
you said something that you had a good point. It was on immigration. However, the
hmm
way you said it, that was another one that. And keep in mind, I daily interact with multiple veterans more than I do civilians. You were
right.
talking the other day about the tent city idea, which is not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, except you threw out like you were talking about less populated areas, and you said like
hmm
North Dakota and South Dakota. The way that that came across, and I know you probably were not thinking, but the
hmm
last thing you want to do with winter coming is put somebody in a tent in South Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like there's that kind of weather thing, but our army guys could put a tent up in the middle of a frickin' blizzard and be cool, right? I mean, we actually have an Army Corps of Engineers that
Yeah,
could
but you were
build you
you
a
were talking
city.
about the immigrants. You were talking about them doing
Right,
that
but
for
I
the
mean, if we were actually sending our Corps of Engineers to build something for immigrants within like a week or two, you know what I mean? these guys are actually capable of doing just about anything.
They
And so,
are, but at the same time, they stay pretty busy. I mean, they do have things
well,
that they are
they do.
doing.
I'm not trying to deflect of what you brought up a good point about the weather, right? But at the same time, we're shipping these folks to New York and Boston. The weather's bad there too. I mean, we're not talking
But
about
there's a
solving
difference in
all the
being put.
problems.
From what I understand, the articles I saw, they were put in hotels. Hotels are a little bit better than tents, I would think. I mean,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
mean, I agree
I've been
with you
in some
there, but
sketchy
now they're
hotels.
down. Now they're actually. My point was they're taking immigrants and they're actually putting them in conflict with people that are already suffering. You've
Yeah, and
already got
that's
people
been
dealing
helping
with
them,
homelessness and hunger and trying to get housing, and we're already
including a lot
trying
of
to
our
help
veterans.
people, huh?
Including a lot of our veterans.
Right, including our veterans. And my point is, why are we deliberately putting people against each other when we could help people without doing that?
You know, and ultimately, you are not wrong with that. I don't have a clear answer other than it's for people in control to maintain power and control. Because the last thing that they actually want is for people to come together and be like, hey, you know, we're not that different. We're all human. We need to take care of each other. Keep in
And
mind, you can tell by my accent pretty close to where I live and the kind of people
right,
that I
and
am surrounded
you and
by.
I both agree on that. It's that though that I've realized over the last, over my educational journey learning about history is that even though we feel that we're all equal, people aren't treated equal and they're not treated as human beings equally. And this is the kind of thing that bothers me so much is that the communities that know that more than the privileged people, more than the people that look more like me, are the ones that are actually using that type of rhetoric to hurt others
Hayden
and know
Eric.
that that hurts.
Let me talk to this one for a second. Caden Eric, being woke is going to be the end of our society. So trying to actually advocate for people and want things like equality is going to be the end of our society. If being equal with other humans is going to be the end of society, okay.
Then society should end.
And your bio says faith, family, and friends. So that tells me everything that I need to know about you because you are clearly a conservative Christian and you don't think women have rights to their own body. You don't think that people who are LGBTQIA deserve equal rights. You don't think people of color deserve equal rights
Mm-hmm. And
because
see what
that's
I'm
what y'all are all
sorry, go
about.
ahead. Go ahead. What I'm trying to get folks to understand is there is a massive amount of strength in intersectionality. And I personally believe, and I've been studying on it, that if we do not use our intersectionality as a source of strength,
Thank
we
you
are
for
not going
that.
to make it after 2025. And the way I'm looking at the agendas of the people that have the power to make those changes, I am not seeing myself as being wrong. And when I talk to others that see that and explain it the same way that I see it, they concur with what I'm saying. My problem is I can't get people to hear me without bringing in their own pain and their own generational pain and outlook and not seeing it from that perspective. And when I try to get them to see it that way, and because of
Here's
my
the thing.
my own limitations,
You can talk
somehow,
until you're blue in the face, and some people are going to refuse to see it. You could say it's raining outside. Some people walk outside, get drenched, and come
right,
back in.
right, right. And so my thing is I'm trying to contact and be with a community that I personally thought were the ones that cared more about humanity than other folks because I've seen that type of outlook in their community. And so that is kind of where I've been with it. And every time I try to reach that or I try to blend that, I get this anti I get this nastiness, and it's contrary to everything I'm trying to talk about and everything I'm trying to work on, and it messes with my head so bad. I'm
Okay, that's
like,
where you need to learn. You need to learn how to detach because number one, this is the internet. Okay, no
well, I
one.
know that. You guys think that I don't know that the world's a cruel place and people deliberately try to hurt each other. I know that. I'm a
Do not
55-year-old woman
let.
that's been abused 90% of my life, probably. I know this. It
Do
is
not
that
let.
same abuse that I've been through, though, that makes it hard for me to conflagrate people that are actually good people with the animosity and evil actions that they exhibit in front of me. That is
For
my problem.
example, like just for example, this one, we're the ones who care. You care about looking a certain way, honey. No, I don't give a damn how I look. I also don't care what anybody thinks. Same person goes on to say you need to learn how to use common sense and logic. Sweetheart, follow your own words, okay? You were the one that said that we were equal in America when we're not. Because in my state, were there to be a young girl the age of one of my nieces who happened to be assaulted and become pregnant, on top of that trauma of the assault itself, she would be forced to carry. Because we have a horrific creature for a governor. That would be compounding the trauma more
We
and more every
right.
single day.
And
However, you are a male, and therefore you don't have to worry about that. Okay?
and what
I,
and what
and I'm
I'm
going to
trying
tell
to
you what
yeah,
I am
I'm
proud
sorry, go
of.
ahead. I'm just
I
a
am in
jack in
Arkansas.
the box today. Go ahead.
I am in Arkansas. So there is basically only one governor in the entire country that's worse than mine. Okay? So you tell me how that's equal if a woman is assaulted or a young girl and forced to carry, how that is equal. You tell me that's equality. You tell me that people literally moving from states because of who they love, because they cannot freaking live their life safely. Honey, I've been broke morally.
And
Um,
I'm gonna say this now that I that my kind guest is a little bit less crass with words. You talk about every time I hear conservatives speak, all they ever talk about is finances. If you choose to sell your soul, that is up to you. But that is how I see it when all you care about is money. You go ahead and do you. But don't come back to me when you come back and you have nothing left but a couple pieces of change in your pocket and nobody wants anything to do with you because you chose money over love and the caring about other people. And
like,
that's how I see the conservative movement today. Well, if you haven't heard
Have
anything
hope. You know,
conservative, you
try
can
to have
swipe
hope.
away.
Stevie Honey with your 39 followers, nobody cares. Just saying. Like, seriously, homie. Like,
And people that say that money isn't everything don't have it. That may be true, but I will tell you that the only way to know that if you have a successful life is to wait until you get to the end to judge the whole thing, in my opinion. And in that case, I would say that on your final breath and the last moments of your life, if you are laying beside your, if you're laying in bed with nobody there to hold your hand to say goodbye, you lived a shitty ass life. And I don't care how much money you made. You
well,
let it be like that.
you don't. I don't think you want to put that message out there. My grandpa lived to be 100 years old, but um, there
And
are
he was
people that
alone when he passed?
probably not. No, he wasn't.
That's what I'm talking about. If you lived your life caring about nobody but yourself, and you
but
end
there
up
are
on your
lots of people in
deathbed
that
with nobody
situation,
caring
you know.
about you, you lived an unfulfilled, selfish, sad life. That's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think you're right. When you die, it's like it, your whole life passes before your eyes, and you become like super high, high thinking. Like you're gonna be your worst critic, and I think you're gonna be, and whether you turn into something positive, it's either light or dark, positive or negative charge. But when you break down, I think there's a huge, and I also think that you know you got to having a like the placebo effect. If you believe something, it's 30 out of 100 times it's going to happen with the placebo effect. It's like 30% just by
Hold
giving
on a
somebody.
second, Ethan. Thank you. Joe, I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for coming in. Joe is
Well,
wonderful.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys. How y'all doing?
Hi, Joe.
Hi,
Hey, baby.
nice to meet you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you as
Uh,
well. I love what you guys are talking about. I just don't want to interrupt Ethan. That's it.
um, no, for those that might be watching, I have both very liberal and conservative folks up here in the box. So anybody that thinks that this is some type of sounding board for one side,
It's
No,
not.
I'm pretty hardcore conservative.
get out your head.
I'm not on either side because both sides are wings of the same deranged damn bird.
I know that's right. I agree with you.
And I do appreciate the constructive criticism.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
do
I'm
acknowledge,
ready for some
I
straightening.
will very much acknowledge when we are in a productive conversation that
Mm-hmm.
some of the ways that I've been speaking in my fields lately
Mm-hmm.
have been anti-productive to my anti-racism journey. What I was hoping for, that some people would acknowledge that calling people names and treating them like dirt is also an antithesis to working on people and helping them deconstruct. And
Absolutely.
and so I could not get that actual humanity from anybody. And that is what really bothered me.
A part of it
And so
too, and
go
this
ahead.
may just be the way that I look at things, but this may be something you can think about. You're working on your journey. You're working on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Don't worry about what everybody else is saying because there are always going to be a lot of people that want to hold you back. They want you to go back to thinking the way that they think and doing the things that they do and saying the things that they say. Because keep in mind, I live in Arkansas.
Oh, I
Okay.
know.
Oh,
And see,
girl,
I've
you
got
in
really good
Arkansas?
friends that are anti-racist and try to help others that live in Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, places where they are really constantly dealing with absolute racist ideology.
You know,
Right.
I ran into, and I am by no means a hugger. I am not a social person, but I was in a gas station the other day. I saw a buddy of mine I hadn't seen in a while. Gave him a hug, turned around, and there's a whole table of dudes looking at me like, oh my God, she just hugged a black man. And I literally looked at them and said, y'all got a problem? And you know, not a damn one spoke up after that.
Because you know they ain't gonna say shit.
Because you know what? If I was broke down on the side of the road, that buddy of mine that I hugged would stop a whole lot faster than they would.
Mm. Yeah, that's
And
true.
and see, the thing is when somebody tells you, as when you're trying to express to them that you're having a hard time mentally, and then
Right.
they decide when they see you spiraling or they see you having a hard time, they throw out things like, gee, you think, how long's it been since you've seen your doctor? Or you need to call your therapist. Or they say they say they say things that are deliberately needling and trying to push you in a negative direction.
That's why you got
That
to learn not to let that, like, not to let that
Well,
affect
see,
you. Like,
it doesn't bother me so much personally. It
Mm-hmm.
Joe
bothers
here
me,
with his, I don't think the wheels on your bus, I think the
right.
wheels on your bus don't go round and
See,
round.
that doesn't bother me personally. What bothers me is that there are many people. That doesn't bother me personally. What bothers me is that somebody might have to mute.
Like,
What
oh boy,
happened, Joe? Maybe
I
she
don't think
lost her connection. We'll give
I
it a
don't think
minute.
he's even got a bus. Okay, like I'm
Um,
just saying.
but see, and that what bothers me is that I'm a strong person. I've been through a lot in my life, and there's not too much you could say to me unless you know me personally to trigger those certain buttons to send me over the edge. But there are other people on this app that you could say things to them. Like, you know, the guy that used to write all those wonderful songs for Ellen DeGeneres, Nipsey, I think his name was. You know,
Oh
when
yeah,
he took his life,
Twitch.
Twitch, yes, thank you. I apologize for misnaming him. Um, when Twitch took his life, so many people were just shocked. And I kept thinking to myself, how can you be shocked? I mean, because this is when people take these steps, when we look at them from outside and see them as so successful and prominent and happy. And I remember somebody reading a words that he wrote, and he said that in his words, Twitch said, when somebody rejects my music, it's like they reached into my heart and pulled my soul out with their bare hands. And when you hear somebody say those kind of words, how can you not imagine somebody in that much pain not doing something like that? And to me, it says that this country is so ignorant of the mental health issues that we're going through. And that ignorance permeates every single word people said to me. To walk off a cliff, to bother and say rude, nasty things about when I'm going to see my therapist. I shouldn't be on the app. That all the things that they deliberately said that they thought would trigger me into a massive negative response.
Well, you have an entire app full of people who are brave behind a keyboard, but they would not say those things to a person to their face because they know they don't have to worry about it. That's what I was demonstrating with what I said a while ago about the gas station thing. When given the chance to say something in person, did the old dude say anything? Nah, they didn't.
Right.
Like, I totally get what you're saying. The mental health system in this country is completely broken. That's why we lose 22 veterans a day. That's why we have kids that are unaliving themselves due to bullying or due to transphobia or homophobia, due to feeling like they are living a life in a world where things are not going to get better because of all of the laws that are being passed that are only making people feel more alone.
And I
That is
agree with you so much. The thing is that the key to solving this, in my thinking, is intersectionality. Because we have to be able to come together where we have broken each other apart. If
but
we
there
can't do that,
Love is
we
almost the key to answer to anything.
but look,
But
guys,
what do you mean by
there is an
intersectionality?
agenda on the horizon. If they are able to, there's a plan that people are
I
not
think I
seeing.
have an agenda in mind too that I've been watching, and I'm curious if we are aware of each other's agendas that we see going on.
I see an agenda between religion extremism and politics and greed upon the
So
horizon, and they
so
are
what like
actually mind melding people or kind of doing some kind of trick on people to believe that this is a good thing. And if this goes through, we will no longer have any kind of democracy or or, if you want to call it,
So, but you know what's crazy is when you compare the Christian nationalists. I don't know anything about that movement, and I'm pretty hardcore. I try to inform myself. I did learn about the Seven Mountains. Have you heard about that?
that's one of the parts I'm talking about. They have already taken over media markets. They're taking over the education system. They're taking
But
over so many different areas, and people have chosen to throw this
but
off as a conspiracy theory.
who are they fight who are, who what's the other alternative? Because who else is taking over the media and that how I heard 80,000 influencers are
Mhm.
being hired, and when you're thinking 150 million, that's a drop in the bucket. And you know
Right.
who has endless amounts of
You
money?
don't understand. You don't understand the difference. You can have corporations making decisions. That's
Like what? Like,
capitalism.
Right.
Okay.
I
There's
know, but
there's capitalism. We can change laws to put capitalism in place.
oh, I don't
But
know about
when
that.
but if you choose dominionism,
What is?
there's
Yeah,
no
that's
going back.
what is dominionism?
The Seven Mountain Mandate, they have an ideology that if we go back to
That
the days
that
of
they
Jesus,
well, it also is about having the seven principles of pillars in media
those seven
and
principles
finance. Yeah,
all go to the final goal
but
of
the
going
seven
back to the
principles
days
are
of
all like
Jesus.
I know, but
Oh,
they're all based on the teachings of Jesus, and Jesus is a pretty phenomenal teacher.
But you're
Not if
not
you don't follow
listening.
that book club.
You're not following along and paying attention. I've been a
Well,
Christian for 50 years. If you think I
right,
don't know who Jesus is, you
right.
need to ease off.
right.
We need to. I don't remember what the seven like principles are, but I know they're close
Jesus
to the.
did not believe in taking over by force. He did not believe in the pillage and rape of women and children. He did not believe in forcing people to do something against their will.
So
And
is
he
that
did
have is
not
there? Can you
believe,
give is there examples? Do you have
holy
examples
cow, you
of
just keep
of?
interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Oh, never mind. You're just going to say what you want to say.
Well, I'm just
Jeez.
saying. I just it helped me to connect. I don't know like some of the things that they're doing or like some of the. I know there's some laws that are anti LGBTQ kind of. There's a lot
Hmm.
of those supposedly on the books. I don't know of. I can't.
There's
I heard of
anti-LGBTQ. There's anti-laws against the BIPOC community. There's anti-laws against women.
what's
There's
the BIPOC?
Anti everything at this
What's the
point.
BIPOC community?
Black and Indigenous and people of color.
Okay.
Okay, let
There
me ask
are
you this, Susan.
Mm.
go go ahead.
So you're
I would
talking
agree. Can
on
we
the
change the
seven.
color of the background so you can see it better? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. My bad.
You're fine, honey. Like I, I can already tell. I think I love you. Like you seem awesome. Um, so you're talking about seven principles based on Jesus. First of all, separation of church and state is supposed to be a thing. Then there's the fact that not everyone follows that book club. Okay, bear with me, because don't everybody follow that book club. But let me
Right.
read you
Not
seven
everybody follows
basic
that what?
that book club.
Oh no, and I mean I'm really into conspiracy theories, and I just learned about it from somebody else, and I'm surprised I never knew about it. So I don't think it is as
Oh.
big as like the World Economic Forum or New World Order, or I think those. I think you're right, Rosebud, when you say that we're on a crash course of what we need to zero in on. What there are some forces against humanity,
Right.
and yeah,
Let me
and
read you the seven fundamental principles of something that you probably, when you find out what it is, will not like. but I want you
Yeah,
to tell me
I
first
kind of, I
after.
I'm
didn't
bringing up the page. Give me a second.
Number one, one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason.
Now,
That's reasonable.
are you reading the Mountain Mandate?
No. Two, the
What are you
struggle for,
reading?
if I tell that now, it kills the point. Two,
Okay, I guess we're going off on a different
okay.
subject. Go
So,
ahead.
so
no, this
the
has
first
to do
one,
with what he
the
said
first one is
about the
let's
fundamental principles of Jesus.
hang on. Let's go back to the first one. So to be compassionate towards other people and creatures, is that right, or something like that?
Compassion and
Yeah,
empathy.
I don't know what they're talking about. Go ahead. I guess we're taking a spin on
So
another
is that
subject.
bad or good?
That's what I'm asking you.
I think to have compassion, I think that sounds like a pretty good rule.
The struggle for justice is ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over law and institutions.
Mm.
Yeah, that's yeah. Freedom is not free. Yeah,
I know
more
where
than
you're
that.
going. Wait,
Mm.
wait. I don't know if they're going to agree when you get to tell them what that is, but you can go ahead. See where you go.
3. One's
Mm-hmm.
body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone.
Once what?
One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone, meaning your body, your choice.
Okay.
The freedom of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own.
Okay.
Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Basically, you're responsible for your own mistakes. And it's your job to fix it, not someone else's. And the last one, every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over written or spoken words. Now, how bad and unreasonable are those?
You know they're
What was the
not.
last one? It should always the written should be always over speakable or whatever. Like, is that what you said?
No, it said the spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should
Mm-hmm.
always prevail over written or spoken word.
Okay.
Doing what's right is more important than doing what's on paper, basically.
Well, that's a lot to ask. That'd be nice if that was true.
So what is
Well,
it that you're reading? What are you
you're
reading?
talking. Ethan is a conservative. He may not agree with that. I agree with that, but those are principles I've heard before.
Now, going back to you talking about that one conspiracy theory being based on Jesus and his principles, do you know what I just read to you that were not irrational and made perfect sense?
No, I don't. I thought you were reading the Seven Pillars, but it's not.
I literally just read you the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple.
Yep,
Yeah.
some of us knew that.
Okay, so what is this picture about Cosby braiding Trump's hair? What's up with that? This
That's
Yeah,
two
that's
peas in a
just
pod
creepy.
right there, in my opinion. They should be cellmates.
I mean, I could think of a couple other people they could probably throw in there too.
Oh yeah, but I love the picture. Anyway,
It's still
so
creepy though. Like
yeah, that's
I
creepy.
don't like
It is
looking at
creepy.
them. I don't like looking at them anyway. And then the thought of like the one, how you gonna braid a toupee? Wouldn't it come undone?
I think that's why it's funny.
Like I think it'll come unglued. But no,
I'm
I wanted
glad
to make
y'all think
it.
that shit's funny. That
Trump
shit ain't
doesn't have a
funny.
toupee. Come on.
So anyway, I want to get back to this Seven Mountain Mandate because even though they try to say that they're going on Christian principles, they could give two shits less about Jesus. Okay, so let's actually be for real. This is why I
Well,
don't believe today's church actually believes in Jesus. And I'm a very, very devout believer in Jesus and what he believed in.
that's good.
So I just don't believe that everything written in the book by the hands of men are actually what Jesus believed in. Now see, I'm not your average Christian.
You don't. Yeah, I don't necessarily believe everything in the Bible either. I think it was man-made. I think it's pretty fucking amazing and significant, and it's an amazing, fucking. It's funny how Satanists know more about the Bible than Christians do.
Well, not only that, I mean when you think about
For
it,
the record,
the,
I'm not actually a Satanist. I fall more on the pagan umbrella.
right.
So if those are the seven principles of the Satanic Temple, then
See, the Christian
Not that
church
bad,
has
right?
made it their goal in life to make sure that everybody believes that the Satanic Church worships the devil.
The Satanic Temple is actually non-theistic.
Right. Now, don't get me
what do
wrong.
you
I
mean?
do believe there are a few branches or tenets of the Satanic Temple or Satan worshipers. There are a few out there. But like
Luciferians?
98% of them are not like that.
So my question is, why do y'all think this picture of this black man braiding a white man's hair funny to you?
Are you offended, Joe? I'll take it down.
I'm
I
just
didn't.
asking why you think it's
I didn't
funny.
think it was offensive, but if a person of color tells me it's offensive, I will take it down.
I just want to know why it's funny. Because I know there's some conservatives in here. That's fine. We ain't got to argue. But I mean, I
But
just
no,
think
I mean, I thought it
it's
was
funny.
funny, but
Well,
I'm a liberal,
of course,
so
it's offensive to anybody that likes Trump.
oh,
That's
I don't
what
give a
it,
shit about conservatives. If y'all think it's offensive, I don't give a fuck. I care
right.
about people of color. If Joe, I care very much about what Joe thinks. If Joe thinks it's offensive, I'll take it down and I'll never put it up again.
I think it would just be better to change it so that because people say shit. But I mean, I don't have to agree with a conservative person. That's their beliefs. I don't. That's them. I don't be offended by the shit they say because I realize they're a little bit ignorant, and everybody's a little ignorant. So
There you go. How's that?
Hey, Storm. Thank you.
Um,
But no, when you start talking on religion and you start talking on like, oh, Jesus was this, Jesus was that. Keep in mind there are multiple other religions out there that are not
right. And I
not
agree with you.
saying
I'm also not a Christian that believes other religions are wrong. I happen to believe that everybody has a personal right to their own religion, whether that's Islam, Judaism, or any other religion, whether it's pagan religion, whether it's a Buddhism, whatever that religion is. Um, the only thing I have a problem with is the same problem I have with Christianity. When you dog or hurt people and you say your religion is actually there to love and give grace, I got issues with that shit. And that's the
You're a
problem I
Christian.
got with my own church. Y'all be essaying children and then covering that shit up. I got issues with that.
right.
You give conversion therapy to people that are LGBTQ and you know that hurts them. I got issues with that shit. You sit here and you tell people that you want them to be abstinent when you know damn well these teenagers are in their full hormones and almost all of them have a hard time with complete abstinence, and then you're going to absolutely banish or mistreat them when they end up pregnant out of wedlock or they get an abortion. I got issues with that shit. The church is supposed to be a hospital for the soul, not a judgment zone.
Right. Absolutely. It's what it's supposed to be. Even though it's not, it's what it's supposed to be for real.
Right.
I
And
agree.
so I've come to the conclusion over my 55 years that the church is actually not what it's supposed to be. It's not a place that Jesus wanted us to come and pray and be close to each other. It's actually a corporation meant to make money and pillage off the pain and suffering of others. Now, do I think there are some small churches in small towns that actually help people? I do. I think there are Christians like myself or Joe that truly care about others. But
Mm-hmm.
does that mean that the conglomerate of the church in retrospect does? No.
Nope.
Rosebud,
So what?
can you put on the woke backdrop again?
The color makes it hard to see comments.
Oh,
Yeah. I did put up a TikTok with that on it. So you might want to look in my account and try to find it.
yeah, that's a
I
good
just
one.
got this account back. They completely banned it. And I wrote TikTok and sent them all the nasty messages and all my proof of what people were saying to me, and I got it back.
My question is, okay, so Cindy is saying Biden said he would put people of color back in chains. Okay, so do you
That's
agree with
bullshit.
that?
I ain't never seen any of that.
Do you agree with that is what I'm asking, because I'm a person of color. Do you agree with that? What
Do
was the
I
point of
agree
you bringing
people
that
should
up?
be in? Absolutely not. Nobody should be in chains. Oh my gosh.
I'm
I
just
don't
asking
even,
because it was brought up.
good grief.
And
What?
I
How could
love my
anybody?
black ass. I'm
That blows
telling you
my
right now,
mind
I
that
love
anybody would
being
even
black.
say
I
that.
love being black all day, all night, 24/7. So is it a problem? It seems like it's a problem,
It is a
Cindy.
problem for someone to say that, and they're going to have, you know what? I want to see the legislation where Biden says he wants to do that.
Seeing what gets me though is how people automatically assume if you don't like Trump, you love Biden. I don't like either damn one of them.
Oh, Kay Wavy wants to know if she can come up in the box.
Sure.
And
It's my
quite simply,
melanin
Joe,
sister.
What
I
was your
know I
comment?
just met you, but if you were
Mm-hmm.
Naturally, what
sitting
was your
beside
Hello.
me and
Mm-hmm.
someone tried to put chains on you, they'd have to take me down before they did.
That's what I'm talking about. Cause I don't think it's right on either side. So I don't. It is what it
So
is. I wouldn't
I'm
let that
I'm
happen to
definitely with the
nobody.
girl on the bottom
Mm-hmm.
because Trump and Joe Biden are both there is no lesser of two evils with either of them,
I
right?
agree. I
And this
agree.
is why. I don't say anything without, having a backup. So I'm
Hmm.
gonna let you know why I say this. Now, if we remember correctly, Trump and Biden are both chomos. Do we know why?
Do you have proof of that?
Yes, go on YouTube right now, and there are videos of his campaigning party where this man was literally holding children and sniffing them and also touching their
Oh,
backsides
okay, so hold on. Somebody sniffing a child's hair.
and
I've
touching
been
their
a parent
backside.
for 35 years. You're going to tell me my child's hair never smelled good after I washed it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
It
saying.
wasn't
Like I
his
said,
kid.
if you watch the video, he is not only sniffing them, but he's also touching their backsides. I'm not talking about their back. I'm talking about their bottoms, the bootay, the bum bum. That's what he's touching. Then on top of that, there is also a lot of proof that Trump had child I can't say it on here, prostitutes in his hotel rooms when he first started his campaign. There's multiple sources that say that both of them are chomos.
Well,
Well, he
okay.
also
So,
said that if Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he would bang
well,
her.
Yeah, he said
Which
that
she was
on.
like,
He
what?
Yeah,
said
he
that.
did say
Yeah, he
that.
did. He said that if she
first of
wasn't his
all,
daughter, that he would bang her, and that's
let's
absolutely who
understand
said that.
one thing. You're talking about an 82 and a 79-year-old man. Both of these fuckers are
Yeah,
racist
they're both
simply
disgusting.
because of their
Yeah,
age and the country they live in.
that's
There's
true.
no possible way, unless they went through years and years of decolonization and training, that they would not have racist ideology, simply
Hmm.
because of where they are. I have to admit, at 55 years old, I
Hmm.
have gone through major issues and I still have colonization issues and have to be constantly corrected, constantly reminded, and I still stand on what got my account removed last night in the
Hmm.
phrase I'm going to say now. YT people are absolutely dangerous to black people all the time.
Yep,
That's true.
absolutely.
I've
Ain't
said
nobody
it,
gonna argue with
and
that.
people argued with me last night, and somebody came out and reported me for saying it. It is a fact, even when you don't mean to be.
Right.
Because of the world we live in, because
Hmm.
of the society we live in, that is a fact.
It is because as a person of color, I can tell you that there have been multiple instances. Me as just me, my own personal experience, where a YT person's word was taken before mine just because I am a person of color. I have
Hmm.
myself been through racism. I have been put on the top of a cop car with my face down and planted because they thought that I was doing something that I wasn't. Because of a
Right.
YT friend that tried to say that I was stealing when in all reality she was the one that was stealing and put it in my book bag and I was the one that got arrested and she got sent home.
I have listened to so many stories, and
Hmm.
I believe victims. I don't care where you come from until it is proven to me otherwise. I believe victims.
Well,
So when
if
somebody
I
tells
can,
me,
I don't mean to
oh,
like interrupt you.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm
If
sorry,
we
go ahead.
cannot like call them victims and instead call them survivors, because calling
Okay,
somebody a
I
victim.
apologize. I believe
No,
No,
it's
you're
survivors.
good.
okay.
You're good, love. I only say that because calling somebody a victim would lead to them, feeling like, okay, well, woe is me, and we
Right,
don't want that. You
right.
know what I'm saying? You want to feel like you've overcome it,
Yeah,
and in order to
yeah.
overcome it, you're a survivor. You get what I'm saying?
Uh, Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
need to do that because I consider myself not a victim of racial issues,
Yeah,
but I've been a victimized of in other ways. So
yeah.
I need to
And if
think of
you've
it in
lived
that
from
way.
it, and
Thank you.
No, it's cool. And I want to
if
know
you've
why
gotten
now
through.
everybody's so quiet in the comments. All these conservative people. Why are you so
Yeah, I don't
quiet?
know. But
Because we
you
blackers
as a
not up here.
person, yeah, probably. You as a person, right? You haven't been victimized, and I'm going to tell you why. You're not victimized because you're still here. You're still fighting, you're still alive and getting through the things and healing from the things that you have been through. Therefore, you are a survivor, right? You're not a
Hmm.
victim anymore. A victim is somebody that has been through it and they're still victimizing themselves, but you're not doing that. You're persevering. So therefore, you are now a survivor.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem.
And see, this is kind of this helps so much. I mean, to help for somebody to help me to see it in a different way. I
Yeah,
appreciate
sure.
that. Thank
That's
you.
what I'm here for. No problem.
Um, and conservative, this is what I'm going to tell people, like I said before. Somebody cannot actually run for office until the actual season of the campaign takes off. So until 2023 is over, there is no 2024 campaign. You can't have a campaign season until you get done with the previous campaign season.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we still have an off-season campaign running until the mid-November of this year. So whether or not I choose to continue my campaign, I actually have until December to make that decision. But I still have my website up. I still have my actual Blue account, and I'm still being monitored by the FCC and the House of Republicans, if that gives you an answer sufficient. And I'm giving you a reply. The reason I don't really find it relevant is because of the demographics of my candidacy. And because most of the people in my district are going to find my overall agenda more important than something that's going to be focused strategically.
Do you have
And
the backdrop of the seven mountains?
yes, I do. Thank you for redirecting me, Ethan. I get it. I get misdirected.
We
So
need
the
something for the chat to interact on and for people coming in so they can
yeah,
respond.
so
I don't know about this
um
chick, but she's probably satanic because she's the bearer of light.
well, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm just kidding.
The church of the Satanic Church,
Hey,
and they're
is
fine.
Tony trying to call me satanic because I literally said I am not a Satanist. I am pagan.
Yeah, paganism is different from Satanism.
Yeah.
But
Also,
may I
just
say
No,
because
something
And
to
I'm
I
that?
have
I'm
a
sorry. I'm sorry, Wayward. I didn't mean to let anybody offend you.
no, I'm not offended. I am fixing to school him. Just because somebody is open-minded enough to think and they're capable of opening Google and knowing what website to go to read something to present to you, that does not mean that they necessarily follow that quote unquote faith, that religion, whatever. It simply
Hmm.
means that I got enough brain capacity that if you're sitting there talking on Jesus being all great and wonderful, well, guess what? Y'all are taught to hate this. But when you read those tenets that are all common sense, they make sense and they're not bad. It is that kind of thing that I like to share because so many things are twisted and spun in a way
And
to literally make anyone who thinks differently than you or believes differently than you to be horrible.
and to back that up,
I have
by
a
the
friend
way,
that's a Luciferian,
oh,
and
hold on, Ethan. I want to say something here. To back that up, I actually know in the New Testament Jesus actually told us, if those are not walking in the same faith as ye, tell them to give them blessings and greet them and tell them to have a nice day or walk their own way or whatever. You are not supposed to hate those that do not have the same ideology as you. You are not, Jesus never taught us that.
Yep.
Jesus never taught us to be hateful, nasty, rude, or ignorant to those who did not believe the same. He told us to allow them to go their own way and leave them be. That is what we were taught.
Mm-hmm.
The today's American church
Changed
teaches
it.
us to be hateful to
Mm-hmm.
others.
Yep.
That
And
is why I don't follow today's church.
I'm not
I,
sitting here trying to push what I believe on anyone else. I simply brought up something relevant to the teachings of Jesus that is completely opposite, but still makes just as much sense about being a good person. To kind of
Right.
open
Exactly.
a little
Yeah.
bit, the Kool-Aid you've been drinking, and this is specifically towards Ethan, the
Mm-hmm.
Kool-Aid that you've been drinking blindly without doing any research might need a little more sugar in it, okay?
Just
Mm-hmm.
like I had to do more research on liberals and realize that they weren't the candy coated Christmas that I thought they were. There,
Mm-hmm.
I was very far left until
Oh
I
my God.
realized that a lot of liberals say one thing and do another. There are, there are things we have to educate ourselves on to realize where we truly stand. And then you have to make sure that no matter what people try to tell you, you stand firm on what you believe. So when they tell you you're a cyborg, or when they tell you you're thinking a certain way, or they try to tell you or put you in a box, you make sure you stand up and you tell them they are wrong. You are your own individual effing person. You have your own thoughts, ideology, and mind. And you think how you think, not every other carbon copy motherfucker that came before you. And if they don't like that, then I guess they gotta dish out 150 fucking bucks. Because that's what it takes to kick my ass off of a box, evidently. So, I hope those that are listening, not in the room, heard that loud and clear, because I know they're listening. But anyway, that's the only reference I'm going to make as far as those folks go. Somebody I got in their feels so bad, they paid $150 to make sure I never show up in that box again. Kind of makes me feel like I was living rent free somewhere. But anyway, back to the Seven Mountain Mandate thing. I
So
want to read this off.
so Rosebud,
Yeah.
my account is on a warning. I don't. How did you lose your account?
Oh, I pissed people off so bad, they created a whole false narrative and sent it to somebody that had some clout. And
Really?
then that person with clout got a hold of somebody they know and talked to a bro, I guess. Somebody they know talked to a bro, kind of rhyming that together. Somebody they know and just went in and clicked and shut my account down. Because when I sent in all of the texts of people telling me how horrible I was and the actual video of what people were saying about me,
Where did you send it?
there's a web page that you can go to for TikTok. You put in your email or your phone number, your account name, and give them your story or whatever. And then you have the opportunity to send in, I think it's up to 10, it's like 6 or 10 screenshots and a video or something like that. And then I also went in on one of my backup accounts and put in all my information from my main account and went that way. And then I went to sleep early this morning and got up today and had my account back.
Really? No warning, no nothing.
Oh.
Well, no, I've had warnings before, but this was not a warning. This was, and I've had this done to me before. Back in last fall, somebody got in their feels about lies that were told about me, and they must have been somebody of some influence, and they went in and had my account banned. And back then, you could appeal it through email, and I went through those methods and had it brought back. And then I got it back. I did have one that I didn't get back and then was brought back on its own like several months later. I was like, oh, who are you, little shadow? I haven't seen you in so long.
Right.
But but yeah, this account I've had now since I've been on TikTok, and I've got a lot of followers on this one. I don't care about the money. I don't care about anything else. I
Right.
care about the amount of followers because if I have something to say, I want to say it. And I don't put out content that I don't think is important. Well,
How
there's a
how
few
how
things I've
often
had
do
to
you get
take down, but
violations on your videos?
I appeal every violation. If I get a violation on a comment or a video, I appeal it, and I am very choosy about the words I put in my appeal. And
Okay.
I've had probably over the last year and a half, I've had over a dozen violations, and I get about half of them. I win about half of my appeals.
Yeah, I haven't been winning very many appeals.
You got to
I
be
need to.
careful about why you appeal it because if it's not a bot, they actually look at why you're appealing. So if you just put in there you're appealing and you don't think it's fair or something like that, you got to like if somebody reports it and
And so
I was
when
actually
you
calling somebody out, when I appeal, I will actually attach something on it, or I will send another message afterwards and say the reason I said this about this person is because they said this, they said that, the paragraphs people complain about me sending in private messages,
Mm-hmm.
that's the kind of stuff I send to my appeals and stuff to TikTok. They get so I think sometimes that they see so much they got to read. They just approve my appeals, but they don't got to read it.
Oh Lord,
Well,
I
but
have
they only give you like 5 lines to write that appeal in.
And well, it depends on the kind of appeal, right? I mean, your appeal you do, but um, I'm very creative with language.
mm,
Like
Well, I
I
need your help
use,
getting.
huh?
I need your help with appealing a video I got taken down. It had like 50,000 views, but I don't want to lose it. It's really
What's it
important video.
about?
It's on woke, and it's the appeal. The reason why I violated the guy said it was hate speech.
Reply and tell them that there's historical context to the definition of woke, and that you were attempting to educate people on BIPOC history.
Okay.
oh
If you are sincere and if it was actually something positive for the BIPOC community, you will get it back probably.
Even though you just had to literally ask what that community meant, what that
Right.
abbreviation.
You have to be genuine. You can't lie, right?
yeah,
If you were actually showing something that was genuine about the word woke and somebody said, it sounds to me like you were saying something legit, and a conservative reported it as hate speech because a conservative would think something positive about woke is hate speech. Is that what I'm getting? Is that correct?
Well, you know what? I think it was a black guy that reported it, and for
Oh, well,
black
now see,
people,
that's different. Now, see, what was your post about?
it
mm,
was just a video on Marxism that that
Now, see,
Marxism is
I don't know. Now, see, if it's not what I see, that background I had up about woke, that's a fact. Okay. What I put out
right.
about what woke is, that's actually a modern definition of woke. Not the historical meaning, but that's the modern definition. Okay. Now, if you got that reported and you said what I just said, you'd get it back. But if you're actually
Well,
talking about something that's actually not true, even if you appeal it and no matter what you say, you're not going to get it
well,
back. Especially since a person of color reported it as hate speech. If a
yeah,
person of color reported it, you didn't tell me that. A person of color reported it, I wouldn't even try to get it back, to be
yeah.
honest with
You
you.
have to be careful about what you post. That's why I don't
And that's
I don't
kind of
post
different.
things
Like, so
about
if a
stuff like
black
that.
if a black individual said that you as a because you're a conservative guy, and I don't have
Mhm.
anything necessarily against you personally, but
Right.
because of some conservative ideology, if if a black individual reported your post, then they found that offensive, and
Hmm.
that I would say that it probably is offensive to the black community. I don't like it when they tell me something that I didn't mean it to be offensive, but they tell me something's offensive, but I will still remove it because impact over intent, even though I didn't mean it to be offensive. To
Right.
their community, it's offensive,
Right.
right? And because we are a majority and we live in the world we live in today, I need to defer to them. This is why it upsets me so much when people make up shit about me, because I have no defense against a community that we automatically give deference to because they are always being skewed or they're always being attacked by YT
Hmm.
people.
Yeah.
Okay? That's
Mhm.
why it bothers me so much. I apologize, Wayward. Joe, go ahead. I
No, it's
didn't mean
oh,
to
it's all
overspeak
good.
you.
I actually like what you said. Well, I'm just saying that it's crazy because people, it is what it is. They're like, in my lives, they're like, well, why do you say what you say? Because I treat someone with the respect that I would like myself. I don't talk about any Caucasian, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. Like any other skin tone, any derogatory matter. I don't say things, that are disrespectful. I don't do that. Why? Because literally the Bible tells you, and not because I'm a Christian, I'm just saying that we have power in our words. And if if you say something and it's offensive, it doesn't take much for you just to not say it. It's really that easy. Sometimes we make things harder than what they are. If I posted something before that was offensive to the trans community. I didn't find it offensive, but they took it down and I just did not repost it because I respect them. I don't have to literally, agree with everything that they're doing, but I didn't want to disrespect them. You know what I'm saying? Because everyone is different. That's just what makes America what it is. We're all different. No one's alike. That's why it's easy for me to talk to a conservative person. I might have a few, ideas in my head, like, I don't know, but it's also good to have that conversation so that I can know where their mentality is, right? I think that, and I did say this before to Rosebud, being a Black person, we grew up in a society where we grew up in fear of saying things to YT people, right? Because,
Mm-hmm.
it's been taken, but it taught us a lot of humility and how to treat people. And so, you could really learn a lot if you just take a little bit of time, literally just to have a conversation with someone with a different opinion, a different view. You could really learn a lot. And that's one thing that I've taken from different lives that I've seen Rosebud in and different ones. You know what I mean? There's always a middle ground. So I love talking about this stuff. Y'all go ahead and talk. I just wanted to share that.
Well, I didn't realize I was over talking and not allowing the actual Black person in the room to speak on racism. And that's kind of why I try to tell people I don't realize I'm taking over the room. And so um, sometimes when I do realize, I try to back off. But when people are so nasty, all it almost kind of brings flashbacks to when people were so nasty in your life before, and it just kind of makes me defensive and makes me like not want to give any kind of like deference or grace or
Right.
kindness that, and I'm like, it's almost like everybody in your past that
Mm-hmm.
mistreated you is sitting in front of you, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, in all seriousness, this is not a jab. This is literally me speaking from something that I deal with. Rosebud, have you ever been evaluated for PTSD?
No, I have BPD, OCD, depression, GAD,
You may
and I'm on the spectrum.
you're sitting here the way you were wording that as someone with CPTSD, you may want to bring that up because when you were talking about a flashback, like everybody that's ever harmed you was in front of you, that sounds a lot like PTSD. This is by no means, I trust me, I am not shaming nobody for that because I have
Right.
CPTSD myself. I'm saying you may want to bring it up that they may want to screen you because that literally could be, and often, quite
Mm-hmm.
often actually, PTSD and BPD go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I do
Well,
not
I don't know. They
shame
they
you.
reevaluated me on the spectrum back in June, and I still haven't even gotten that back yet. I'm like,
The one
guys, how
thing
long
you
does
will
it take?
not hear
Okay.
from me, I do not shame anyone on mental health. I speak out on mental health. That is
Right.
literally what I do all the time.
Right.
And what you were saying, the way you worded that, it really hit that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you may want to bring that up because they may just be like, well, she has all these other things going on. It may not have crossed their mind, but as somebody that has it, it hit
Hmm.
me as it may be a possibility. And I hope it ain't, because the last thing, like, I don't wish that on anybody, okay? Like, I truly do not. But as somebody that lives with it, deals with it, interacts with a lot of people with it, um, like, I ain't gonna wish that on anyone. However, if you do have it and can start getting the proper treatment for it, it can definitely help a lot. I don't have fight or flight. I just have fight. My flight apparently got broken. Um, but like, and that is me being 100% genuine. That is not me by any way taking a jab. That is literally anyone who says something the way you worded that. That's where my head goes.
Joe,
Okay. And
the
I'm so
comment.
sorry, you guys. I know Major. That's why I'm talking trash in the comments. Major, don't come here starting no crap, man. Don't start it, won't be nothing, okay? Don't start today because I'm not with the shit. Okay,
He
thank you.
said what he said. Like, I expected to hear a finger snap with that.
The girl, cause he always say some old crazy stuff and he gets blocks out of lives. Then he want
It's
me
the
to
hand
save
on the
him.
hip.
I'm not your savior. Stop that.
And see,
Shoot.
people think that they think I'm conservative because I talk to conservatives. I'm very much trying to get people to come together on common ground so that we can dispel the hate and understand clearly what we're seeing in front of us. And and the thing is, until we can clear out the propaganda and see truth for what it is, we can't fix anything.
Hallelujah.
It's we have to, and what I'm trying, when I try to tell people the connection in between the communities, the actual um the actual bonding between the BIPOC, LGBTQ, mental health, the religious communities, us coming together in the different parts where we don't get it, and being able to see the bigger picture and being able to fight the evil that is coming towards all of us, and women especially, because all of us have common and also have a common enemy and a common bond in all these areas.
Right.
And so this is where I'm coming from, and when I'm trying to tell people, we have such a monster conglomerate coming at us. If we don't figure out how we're going to fight this by the time it gets here, the words
I'll
I
also say,
said over a year ago that people got so upset over me for, that I didn't mean the way they came out, those things are going to come true. And when I said that they're going to actually target the communities in our country that are very, very, how can I put I have to be careful with my words. Some of our communities in our country have a much better understanding of themselves, their heritage. They're strong in who they are. They're strong and proud in their own heritage. Some of us are not. Those who are, would you say, Wayward?
Actually, I don't even know why my box is lighting up because I ain't saying nothing.
Oh, sorry. But the people that see fraud more clearly, see the bullshit more clearly, those that see the writing on the wall quicker than others.
I think,
Those are
there's something to be said about being able to look at conspiracy theories, and and it you're not just necessarily accepting the given narrative, because and that's why I think we
see,
get
you
along
think
with.
I'm talking political and I'm not. I'm talking socially. I'm talking in the country when you walk down the street, when people are not fake.
Right.
With the folks that know who you are and cannot be swayed about who you are in the world around you. These are the folks that sniff out the bullshit. And these are the folks that those in power and those that are trying to take over are going to come after first.
Oh, they probably
Yeah,
gonna burn me at a stake,
I've
but
painted
I've
a pretty
heard.
big target on myself. I will be, if shit hits the fan, I will be the first on the chopping block. I'll tell you that. And and when you're talking about racism and I know what it's like to be targeted severely. When I was gang stalked for many months, and let me tell you, it was no joke. Like psychological terrorism with 30 to age, like sometimes I won't say any more than 30 because that'll scare you,
I
but I
am
mean
just
easily up
trying to
to.
say that there are some of
Huh?
us who don't
What?
need anything else except who we are in existence to understand bullshit when it walks down the street.
Look, I grew up in this state in the 80s. Do you remember who was very prominent and in power in Arkansas in the 80s?
Mm-hmm.
Bush League. Do you think that I have ever trusted anybody in politics?
But I'm not just talking about politics.
No, in general. That's also why I keep to myself. I don't, like, I'm in a town full of fake
Do you
people.
get what I'm saying, Joe?
Got you. I was just on mute. You guys were talking. I hear you.
Those who know more are dangerous to those who want to do the most damage.
Those who are willing to speak up against what is wrong, those who are willing to speak out, those who are willing to actually try to
Those
make
who
things
have
better.
always known the danger of authority. Those who have always known authority is not always right. And those who have known that authority will come after you even when you are in the right.
Why did Major leave?
I don't know, man.
Oh well, that was
Maybe he's an
probably.
authority. I don't know. Maybe he thinks
I
he's an
don't. I know
authority.
him, so that was probably a best. Because if he'd have said something wrong, I would have been bad on him. So
I
that's
don't know
best.
though.
But
When he
these
first
are the
popped
folks
up,
that I'm trying to talk about being in the most danger
when he
because
first popped up, there was lines, like when the signal's bad.
It might be the
yeah,
signal,
yeah,
but
it might be the signal. But these are the folks in the most danger because when other people get real scared and they're going to follow authority because they think that's going to keep them safe, the
hmm
other people are going to be like, you are out of your fucking tree. I ain't listening to you for fuck all shit.
it
I
won't let
I
us.
approved you to come in, dude.
All I gotta say to you is you watch your words because if I hear you say the N word one more time, I'm gonna go off on you, Major. You need to watch your freaking words, and that's the nice way to say that. You
Wait,
always
he
saying some stupid shit, then you want to come apologize to me like I'm your savior. I can't save you. Watch what you say. Shit, telling me sorry ain't gonna change that.
he said,
You always say
I
shit
care
like that.
deeply about the communities I'm talking about, and I try very much to watch my words. But I also know that even then, my words get faulty and I need to be corrected.
Telling me sorry ain't gonna change that. I'm just saying because he do this shit all the time, and I'm not mad. I'm just like, bro, I see you. Just you need to quit. I'm not gonna say nothing else about it. That's it. Because I'm not gonna keep wasting my breath on someone who is not listening. I'm not. So
There are a few conservatives that can understand what I'm talking about. There are a few. That's why Ethan's here because he's listening.
Yep.
But there
good.
are most that will not listen.
I've
Yeah.
seen Ethan in other lives as well. I
That's
think
really
he's
the beauty when you get people with countering ideas. Is it's hard for it's really hard for us to see our own propaganda in our own parties and in our own in what we're doing. You know, it's kind of like a counselor's best best
And
job or what their
what people
purpose
don't
is
realize also is
to
one of
be a
the
mirror.
reasons I'm running for office is to find other people that are just as genuine as me. Because while YT people are always dangerous to BIPOC communities, there will be a need for us in the background to make sure that we can foobar plans of the powerful when they are trying to hurt communities.
Okay, but can I speak up and say that there is a need for us side by side right now, speaking out if
Of
you see
course,
something,
of
say
course.
something, that kind of thing? Because, like, and I get what you're saying, but it needs to also be understood that just sitting back and waiting for things to get worse and then doing something, that behind the scenes stuff ain't got nobody nowhere.
I agree that there's need for levels everywhere, right?
On almost everything I post, I just post something before I got on. I post about bringing Invite and Unite, and I'm starting a social action support group, and that we
But
need to rise
Ethan,
up and come
Ethan,
together.
you have to listen to other communities though. It's not something that you can start without working beside the BIPOC community or the LGBTQ
Right,
community. Because if you start it on your own, they're going to walk away from you.
right, and
Okay?
that's what I'm trying to work with is find people in those communities
What
that
you
are willing to.
do is you put out that you are trying to build something to help the community, and then you find somebody who's willing to partner with you from that community,
Right, I
and
got
you
a
work
couple people
together.
that are on my
Hold
path.
on, work together to show your actions,
Right,
and those actions will bring people from other communities. You can't push action. People will follow you when they see what you're doing. Okay?
right,
So in other words, if you really mean what you say, then you let people know, you put some feelers out, you talk about it, you maybe start a GoFundMe, talk to people about what you want to get into, ask the community their opinions, and then when people start to get interested or somebody wants to partner up with you, then you start organizing more specifically and you start working on it. Once you start working on it, for example, maybe Joe hears about what you're doing and she says, yeah, I want to work on Ethan with this. And so Ethan and Joe get going on, ABC charity. And you guys are working on a multi community ABC charity.
Right.
Once you get started working on it, other people are going to see your work. When they see your work, the work will bring people in and they will say, hey, what are you doing? I like what you're doing here. Can I be part of that? That's how it works. Okay. You can't force people to come out to help you. You have to show them what you're doing because people that look like us are some backstabbing bitches, man. We really are. Well, I mean, I never really seen it until I actually seen it. But Caucasian folks, I mean, we mean well often, but we are some backstabbing bitches. And we have turned on melanated and LGBTQ folks more times than I can ever say. And so
That's true.
we have to show them who we are. Okay? Because the words fall on deaf ears. There's nothing you can say that has not been tried in over 400 years to try to convince folks of something. All right.
Right.
So you have to show through your actions that you care. And then once you have shown that you care and somebody else from the community has worked with you, that other person in the community that's working with you, they are a trusted member of that community. They will actually, that because their trust will also, and the actions that will bring other people around. That's how it works if you want to be part of an intersectional community. That's what I was trying to do when I was in the other live with the person who was running that live. It was just that other folks were being so, I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
No, it's okay. I have a question though, Rosebud. Okay, so because I've never really done this on TikTok, so if I wanted to raise money, I usually don't post like my Cash App or like like my PayPal or anything. So what would be a good way to raise money for just for a good cause? I'm just asking because I'm not sure, so I'm asking for your help because you're good with that.
Yeah, a lot of folks on here will like schedule a live for a certain amount of time.
Okay.
Like you can go to your actual account and schedule a live
Mhm.
and actually set it up for a day and a time, and then you can share the invite with everybody and talk about it maybe for like a week. Hey, I'm having this live. It's a fundraiser. We're getting money together for this, or whatever it is.
Okay.
And just casually talk about it while you're on TikTok and stuff. And then after, whenever that day comes, share it with everybody, ask everybody else to share it, you
Mhm.
know, make a big deal about it or whatever when you're chit chatting, and you'll pick up maybe a few people that you keep remind. People get
Mhm.
tired of you hearing about it, but talk about it like 10 times a day or whatever, throughout the day whenever you're on. And then that day comes and you'll just be on there, and other people will come in, and hopefully you can have your cat. The best way to do it is through Cash App, because when they gift you um through TikTok, you only get like 40 or 50% of what you get.
That's true.
So
Mhm.
so if you put your Cash App up there, they can just send it to your Cash App, or if you want to do like a Cash App plus a Venmo or something in case they're not, or you can also do a PayPal in case they're out of the country, stuff like that. So you have different options.
Okay.
You can ask somebody if you don't know how to do a little artist creative background for you and
Okay.
kind of make it cool, or you can go to Canva. That's a program, Canva. You
Mhm.
can go there and set it up for yourself. Um, it just takes a little practice.
Okay.
But there's a free version. You can go there and do it.
Okay.
But yeah, and then you just hang out. I usually what I would do, because you might not get a lot of people the first time,
Mhm.
so you might want to set it up like maybe every couple days you do it for a couple hours,
Okay.
or
Okay.
or like do it for an hour or two in the morning and then an hour or two in the evening, and put the hours in the background so people know when you'll be on there and they can come by or whatever. That way, it's kind of a regular thing and people will see you on, and maybe you'll get like a little following for it, depending on what you're
Okay.
doing, whether it's a charity or if some people need help with housing, some people need help with family, you know, and
Right.
honestly, a lot of people, and then ask for small amounts.
Right. I
Uh,
was thinking that too. Yeah, not a lot. Right.
yeah, anything below $5 to start with, and then if people have more, they'll automatically give you more. So, like, if you're asking for 2 or 3 or $4, and if they have 20, they'll just send you 20. And
Another
Okay.
thing that
Mhm.
you
Go ahead.
might do
Mhm.
that I don't know that Rosebud mentioned, because honestly, my brain shut off for a minute. But when you go to do it, create a live event and share it out. Like, I don't know how you do it, but you go in and you actually create a live event and you share that out as an invitation, and people can respond, and then it'll like remind them they're supposed to be there.
Uh huh.
Because that also, from what
Yeah,
I
how
was
do you
experiencing from someone else, that also increases visibility and all of that for it when it goes live.
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. No, thank you,
yeah, how
ladies.
do
That's
you do that,
I'm
Rosebud?
proud of
How
both
how
of
do
y'all.
you
So we gonna figure it out. Okay.
how do you have post something and that shows you that you're going live? that you are
There's a
alive.
place when you go into your TikTok settings or whatever, or creator tools, whichever. I think you can do it in either one. Just go into your settings and then scroll down and you'll see where you can go into your live. And then you click on that and it'll have either settings or event and just set up an event.
So one of the things I'm trying to create is mods with a mission, and that's a network of mods that offers and I say off that provides, and when I kind of display it, I say you can either offer or receive free services in addiction, suicide prevention, abuse, uh, um, ne- uh, goal setting, accountability, shadow work,
So you
and
want folks to come to you and let you know they need a mod for a certain thing?
well, and then so what I would like to do is start networking with other mods. And the other part about it is if there's some critical, maybe it's homelessness, maybe it's suicide prevention, that mods start plugging in and start saying that can plug ongoing organizations, or
Mhm.
bring awareness to
Ethan, can you
whatever
be
issues that
a
are going on
little
in
What are
the
you
more
talking about?
careful?
You talking about 23 a day that veterans commit suicide?
Okay,
well
can y'all please stop saying that word because that word is not well liked on the app. So please use a different word
oh
so
yeah
that
thanks.
we don't get kicked.
End of life. How's
Do
that?
not growl. Do not growl at me because
Major, don't
every day
irritate
of my
everybody.
life I am working with veterans against that, but I am very careful how I word it when I talk about it. Do not growl at me, sir. I am an emotional
I
support
don't.
pocket demon. Do not growl.
I just always growl. Okay. Sorry.
Well, you want to go get your distemper shot.
Naturally, Joe knows that, and
So,
I don't know if
how are
it's
you
just
doing
the
today,
way he
Major, other
breathes
than
or
being
something.
grouchy?
I'm just breathing right now.
No, you come in talking about, the unaliving stuff, so you must be in a grouchy mood.
So I guess where I'm going with it is, so what I've been doing is I plugged into a weekly live, and I was moderating, but he got mad because I put on everything I post, I plug his live, and I've kind of added the element of the social action support group, or social support group, or so my free services of, and which eventually I would like to maybe get some life coaching kind of gigs from, or you'd be able to life coach people in. And but the biggest thing is just offering support to people.
So what should I say on live?
Unaliving, unalive yourself.
Well,
Unaliving.
there's just certain words,
Oh,
hon, that TikTok doesn't like, and then it gets everybody upset and in trouble.
okay. My bad. So sorry.
You all right? What? Don't be condescending. It's all right. How long you been
I'm
out of the
not being.
military, sir?
I'm not being condescending. I just don't know the words that is politically correct on TikTok Live.
You
Well,
gotta
that's all
say
right.
smart seeds,
We,
you gotta say grape, you gotta say unaliving. Those are the main ones, I think. Is
go,
there any
Ethan.
other of
He'll
them?
learn as he seems like the kind of guy that learns as he goes. So we'll do it that way. So, Major, thank you for your service. How long have you been out of the military?
20 years.
Okay. All right. You've been out for 20 years. Have you had a hard time acclimating to civilian life?
Yes.
It sounds like it. Um,
Thank you.
and
That takes a lot of
I'd
fucking.
go back in a heartbeat.
I hear that. I hear that. I appreciate your service, but I also understand how hard it can be to try to transition back from the service into a world that doesn't understand service life, right?
So now,
Right.
Rosebud, what about you? You see these people that spam your accounts on your messages, and they say if you need to get your account back, that you talk to so and so on Instagram, and they can get your account back. Is that real?
Yeah, I don't listen to that shit.
Have you heard of anybody that actually that works for?
No.
Ethan, those are just like the people who randomly be like, "Oh, I saw your video and picked up on your energy. Let me give you a random tarot reading or whatever." Just ignore those people. But the host is
I'm
actually
sorry.
I
I'm sorry, naturally, Joe, that I said the words I said, but I was drunk and it come out, and it being was not being demeaning. It was just
you. Okay, I am
something
not taking it for
something I
you because I
said.
don't know you. And if you said
okay.
what I
Hold
think,
on, Wayward. Hold on. He was talking to Joe, so I'm going to let Joe respond.
I mean, I just feel like at this point he's apologized like 15, 20 times. And the thing about it is that whether you're drunk or not, a drunk man tells exactly how he feels. And if you don't find it offensive, what's the point of me keep saying the same shit?
I
It's like
got
I'm
comfortable.
a
I got
record player or
comfortable.
something.
I got comfortable, and that's all it was. And I
Sounds like
don't
he's
even know
learning from.
why it come out of my mouth.
I mean, it's okay.
So
It's what it is. You drink all day and all night. That's what you like to do. Who am I to judge you? You have to pray to God and ask Him for forgiveness, because that's
I've
what I can do
I've
about
already
it.
done that. I've already done that, but I'm asking you for forgiveness because you were nice enough to defend me, and I let you down. So
This is my thing though, Major. This is where you're making a mistake, right? Your apology is not going to be understood because you're not apologizing correctly. And that might sound wild, but hear me out, right? When you're apologizing, you're acknowledging what you've done wrong and you're saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this again. Am I correct?
yes,
Okay. Now,
There's four or
the
five
thing
parts
is,
I'd like to share with you.
exactly. There are a couple parts that make an actual apology. Now, when you're taking accountability, you have to take accountability and not put that accountability on, say, a drink, right? Because, like Joe said, a drunk mind speaks sober words, which means that if you'll do that because you're comfortable, that means that you'll do that with other people. Now, when you're apologizing for
now
something, that's saying that you won't do it again. But you're saying, well, I was drunk. You drink, and we all know that you drink. So that means that you saying, oh, well, it was because I was drunk, that's saying that it'll happen again, which defeats the apology. You get where I'm going?
now, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard black people say that word?
Oh, my God. Again, Major.
No, I'm serious. Have you ever?
If you want to
I
sit here and
don't.
do that, cracker is not a
No.
slur. I'm sorry, love, but it's not. It's not a slur.
Why
It never
is
will
it?
be a slur. It's
So,
not.
Why not?
okay,
And I don't
Girl,
want
Why
you
get
Major,
not?
talking to me
Foxy
because I
on
can't hear
your
you.
ass.
Major, this is where I'm going to step in
No,
a little bit. Hold
Hello?
on.
I don't
It's all right.
understand the difference because I was
I'm going to
comfortable
help
with
you
those
understand.
people,
Okay? I'm going to help you understand.
and
Right? I'm going to help you understand. And I know that maybe I'm overstepping here a little bit, but you were given a little bit of grace, and I want to help because
I don't.
um, the ladies are a little bit offended, and I
I
understand
mean,
that. And I also
how many?
understand
I
the
mean,
world.
let
Look,
me ask you a question. How many
Major,
times
have
you
you
gotta
ever,
apologize? How many
but
times you gotta apologize
I
to
know, but
a specific woman
hear
and
me
the
out.
people?
You got to hear me out, Major. Okay?
But
When
what she
you're in the
did say,
military,
there are
have you ever
there,
been a drill sergeant?
No,
what branch were you, sir?
I was in the army.
Okay,
Okay, and
can I go at him with a comparison he may understand?
go ahead.
All right, with what you said a while ago about other people using that word. Okay, now amongst the military, there are a lot of jokes between the different branches, but y'all mostly use them within interactions with each other. For example, there are a lot of jokes made about the Army. There's all the chair force jokes. There's all the jokes about the Navy. There's all the jokes about
Yeah,
Marines and crayons, right? But if
yeah.
somebody that had nothing at all to do with the military, if you're sitting there having a drink with your buddy that was a Marine and somebody walks up to him and hands him a crayon, kind of being petty or whatever because they got comfortable cutting up, you gonna get riled up about it, correct?
No, because
Really?
we're all buddies.
Somebody that has nothing at all to do with the military that just got comfortable and had a few drinks and thought it would be funny to walk up and hand him a crayon and be like, I brought you a snack. You're not going to get a little riled up about that because pretty much every veteran I know would be. It's the same thing.
I
What you're
look, lady, look, lady. I said the hard R and I didn't say the A, and I
it
felt
That's
don't
even
matter how
worse.
comfortable,
you pronounce it.
That's
You
and
know what
that's
even
the
all
worse.
there
people have
was.
that
You
drinking
don't
or
have
That's
the
not.
right
all
to
that
say any
was.
of them. You don't have the right to
The
say any
simple
of them.
Can
fact
I?
that drinking or not, you got
Why? Why
comfortable enough
not?
to say
Wait,
it
hold on,
shows
guys.
you
I'm
use it
sorry.
in your daily damn language.
Can I just finish what I was saying before because I couldn't hear and there was my phone was being weird.
Yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
Well, you know
Thank
what?
you. Now, Major, I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to do anything, but as a woman of color, this is me telling you that it is not acceptable for you as a YT man to say that word, whether you're comfortable or not. You should never feel comfortable to say that
What
word
is
ever.
what is white tea? What is white tea?
I
It is
cannot say
TikTok's way of saying the word
yes,
white because people of color say it and they'll get
Uh,
removed.
exactly.
So
That
as a
shows you
okay.
politeness, those of us who are not people of
See,
color say YT.
So how
see,
exactly.
come you can say black?
I don't know this. I don't know
N-
this.
But this
Now
is
you
the
know.
thing, though.
That's why I
Exactly.
was telling you so that you
I
know.
was wondering
So
what white tea meant, but
you
you know.
got schmatzi, you got unalive, and you got grape, and you got YT now.
All
Oh,
right.
okay,
So,
okay. So we got code words now.
Yes.
We
yes.
have to because if not,
Oh,
we
okay.
get taken down.
Well,
So the fact
look,
that
I didn't.
hold on, let me finish, please, because I was letting
Go
everybody vent
ahead,
when he
go
was
ahead,
cutting me off.
lady. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Now,
I'm sorry.
let's not be condescending, please, because I'm being very
I'm not. I'm not
nice.
being condescending.
Okay, if you say so. Now, my thing is, right? The
I'm
fact that
not. I'm not being condescending.
okay, are you done? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, like I was saying, the fact that we can say black on here but cannot say YT should show you that YT people have a lot more privilege than us as people of color, right? Which, okay, I'm
Mhm.
just not, because I'm not gonna, if you're gonna keep with the
He's
sounds
just
and the weird
breathing.
shit, no, the thing is that I've been in boxes with Major. I know who he is and I know the
Okay.
type of shit he does. And he does this all the time, any that time that somebody tries to correct him because he feels like he's right. And because he's older, he believes that he can do things without any repercussions. And that's a problem for me. Because as a person of color, and I'm pretty sure Sean up here understands what I'm saying, that we don't have the luxury of just saying whatever the fuck we want. We are constantly disrespected and disregarded for the things that we say or the things that we cannot say, right? So, Rosebud, and you know exactly what I'm talking about because you
I
are
do.
also an advocate. This is why I get upset with people like Major, because he believes that because not only is he a Marine, but he is a YT man, that he has the privilege. And he's right, he does have the privilege. And that's what we're trying to help him to understand. You, in no shape, way, or form, are allowed to say that fucking word. We, as people of color, have taken that word back. Should we say it? Absolutely not, because it means ignorant. Because the YT people said that it meant ignorant because that's the label that they put on us. We had no choice in that label. So we took it back and we took it as a word that we could use for each other so that it's not insulting anymore. Just like women, when
It,
women say bitch to, hold on, because I am not done and you are not going to keep interrupting me. Just like with women, when we call each other bitches, right? Should we do it? No, because it's derogatory. But we do it because we're taking back the word so it no longer is derogatory. And it's something that we use in a case of friendship. It's the same fucking thing. Now, does it have the same meaning behind it? Absolutely not, because the N word has a lot more history and more hurt and more pain behind it that only people of color will understand because we are the ones who are descendants of the people who had to deal with that shit. But at the same time, a YT person will never understand unless they educate themselves and take that time to educate themselves and what it really means to be a person of color because it still affects us to this day. It's not something that just
I
stopped
meant
affecting us.
I
Thank
meant
you.
nothing by it. I meant nothing by it.
Intention does not stop intent. I'm sorry, but that's just a fact. It
Yes,
doesn't.
we have to.
No,
And to be
look, look,
clear,
look, look.
women know the
I meant
difference in that
nothing.
word.
I meant
Hold on, Major. Come
nothing
on.
by it. No,
Major,
no.
major,
Let me have my.
major,
Let me have me.
major,
Let
major,
me have my word.
major,
I meant
major,
nothing by
major,
it. It was out of
major,
love, and I
major,
don't care. And
major,
there you
major,
have it. I
major,
apologize for it.
major, major.
But it's all about you
Good
got to have the
grief.
4 or
We are
5
not going
parts.
to tone police this live. Major. So, now that you thankfully muted yourself, I will say this. Just like I would never, even though people say I did, use the N word. Women that use the word bitch, we also tone each other on that word. While we
Absolutely.
call each other that, we also know the difference between calling each other that as friends and
And
calling
being
each other out
disrespectful.
with that word.
Hmm.
Because if I call my friend out with that word or I call somebody out I don't know with that word, there are very two different things with that word. If
So
I'm at a
what if I
bar and
was
some woman
calling?
says that to
What
me,
if I
calling
was
me out on
calling
something,
my friends out that I
The
thought
thing
was my
is,
friends?
the thing you get the privilege to be able to say that word, the hurt, the lives that that word has caused, is taken away
Hmm.
from people all through history. There's no
Hmm.
reason for you to think that you have the right to say something that's done that to a
right?
certain race of
That's what we're
people that you
trying to
don't
say.
belong to.
The demographics mean something. Women
And
saying
That's
that
exactly
word,
that's
and
exactly what I apologize for because I got too comfortable because I thought they were my friends.
but
And
what
No,
we're
no,
you're
there's
not
saying,
not.
no,
You
understanding
can't be
me.
too
Major,
comfortable.
what we're trying to
That's
say is
oh,
privilege you
unless
felt.
you
That
see,
are
wasn't
a
comfort.
see,
That
black
was
see.
person,
privilege.
you should not say that
Oh,
even with your friends.
You as a
You
YT
should
man should
not be
never feel
saying it
comfortable to
with
say
an
that word, bro.
A or
It's
an
that simple.
R, even
you
with
know how
your
many black
friends.
people I've served with that called me that?
Oh, here we go. You
It's
I
cannot
for
mean,
them, not
tokenize.
for you.
Exactly.
Don't
You cannot
tokenize,
oh, okay.
Major. Please
tokenize
don't
black
tokenize.
people. Do not tokenize black people because you think that because you served with them or you were friends with them, that does not give you the allowance to, especially because what you're not understanding is saying nigga and then saying it with a hard ER. Saying it with a hard ER is way worse than just saying nigga. See, I can say that as a
So
black
I
person.
should
You
I have said it
cannot.
with a GA?
You
You
should
You
have
shouldn't
shouldn't
have
have
said
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 it
it
at
at
all.
all.
Major, hold up, Major.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
Shut the
God.
fuck
Hey,
See,
Major,
up.
Major.
Damn, I
Hey,
know
y'all,
you
hold
ain't
on a second.
talking.
Let me explain something to
Shut the
Major.
fuck up,
Major,
Major.
I'm a
Y'all
YT
ain't
man,
do this
but my
shit,
wife is
and I
African
always
American.
have
My
your back.
children are
Shut up and talk
biracial.
to me. Shut up, Major.
okay.
Quit
Good
doing
for
this
you.
stupid shit. I just told your ass. This is why.
I got
This
a
is what I'm
bee
talking about. I
flying
can't
around
stand
me.
you. Just shut the fuck up and let it go.
Joe, we
God
can't
damn,
hear
you
you,
pissing
baby.
me the fuck off with this stupid shit.
We can't hear you, baby. You sound like you underwater.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can hear you better now.
Shut the fuck up, Major. God damn, I be telling you this shit all the time. Why the fuck you don't listen? Then when I cuss your ass out, then all of a sudden you want to shut up. I've been telling you to shut up and to leave the shit alone. Why you can't
I'm
do
just
that? It's that
asking
simple.
questions, Joe.
It's simple.
I'm
I
just
don't give
asking
a fuck.
questions.
I
I
don't
mean,
care. Quit saying that shit. It's ignorant.
This is the problem, Major. You're asking the same questions. We're giving you the proper answers, and you're not actually listening to understand. You're listening to respond. And that's
No,
our
because
issue, right?
it's two
See, but this
sided.
is the thing.
It's
Hold on.
it's
Let me
No.
finish. This is
no.
the point. You're not letting me finish, and that means that you're listening to respond. If you were listening to understand, you wouldn't keep interrupting me every single time I try to help you.
Huh.
And I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not cussing at you. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm simply trying to help you understand that it is not okay. You, as a YT man, like the other person said, his wife is African American, but he still understands that even him as a YT man cannot say that word. He has a wife that is African American, but he still not does it because he understands the pain
Thank
behind
you,
that word
K
because
Wavy.
he took the time to educate himself on what
Right.
that word means. It's that simple, Major. You cannot say it with the A. You cannot say it with the ER. You cannot say it at all. Do I have to hit you with the Dr. Seuss one fish, blue fish, two fish, no fish? You cannot say it.
Okay,
That's it.
okay. So I can't say it with an A and I can't say it with an R,
You can't say it at
even
all.
though I
You are
feel
YT.
comfortable.
Do not say that shit. You should never feel
You
comfortable
shouldn't
enough
feel
to say
Okay,
comfortable
that.
though.
all
You
right.
shouldn't feel comfortable. You shouldn't
That's
feel
what
Why
we're
comfortable
not?
saying it.
saying.
You shouldn't
Why
feel
not?
comfortable saying it because here's the
Because you are
thing,
a
man.
We
white
all the
man
Because
same.
my
now.
no,
Okay.
no, you're not.
We're
That
all the
word
same.
never represented you, bro.
No.
That
We are
word
not all the,
never
hold on,
represented you.
hold
Period.
on. My thing is, if we were all the same, we wouldn't have this divide where people of color were afraid to walk the streets because we are afraid of being unalived by people like you. If we were the same, we would have the same rights as people like you, but we do not. If we were the same, we would be able to walk the streets with our fucking children and not worried about them being unalived simply for the fucking color of their skin. If we were the same, when I was 13, I wouldn't have got arrested while my YT friend went to go because she was stealing and put shit in my bag. If we were the same, we wouldn't have to deal with the shit that we still deal with in
Oh Lord.
2023. Oh Lord, yeah, because it's so easy for you as a
So
And
white
maybe
guess
man
if you
to
what?
have
so maybe if
privilege.
you're not
Everybody,
agreeing, why are you not
everybody in the
agreeing,
city,
Major?
everybody in the city's afraid of being unalive.
No, save that.
No
Save
matter,
that, bro.
I'm
no
Because
done
I
with
matter,
go to
this. I'm
certain
done
no,
with this
places.
no
shit.
matter
I'm
Listen
so
to
what,
me.
done. I'm so done.
You
no
crazy, bro.
matter,
Because I
no
go to
matter.
certain places and deal with
California,
certain
son.
things because it's not safe for my wife or my children to do it. So you can't tell me that. I can't let certain children of mine go outside and play with toy guns because I got to worry about shit like Tamar Rice. I never had to worry about that with certain one of my children because they looked a certain way.
So,
So you can't tell me we the
so
same.
can I ask
Major,
you a question?
we stand
Can I
up
ask
for
you a
other people
question?
that don't look like me because I don't want to see any more Ahmaud Arbery's. I don't want to see any more Tamir Rice's.
Can
I
I
don't want
ask
to
you a
see any
question?
more.
Okay, but you're not gonna interrupt the host though. You're not.
Go
She's
ahead,
talking to
go
you.
ahead,
I'm tired of
go ahead,
seeing
ma'am.
people that don't look like me get treated worse than me. I'm
I'm
tired of
tired of.
getting people mistreated. And
Yeah,
if you
me
are a
too,
true
me too,
patriot, if
me
You need
you
to
too.
are
stop
a true
I'm
interrupting her. You
patriot,
tired.
really need
I'm
to stop
tired of it.
interrupting her. And I'm tired of you interrupting people and not actually listening to what people are trying to tell you. Because at the end of the day, if we were the same, at one point, do you understand that black people and people of color were looked at as a third of a person? We weren't even a person. We could be sold and given away
not
like we were an
only that,
object.
dude, not only that, we used to eat and consume
Not just that, but our
other
hair was used for
human
furniture.
beings.
Our hair was used for furniture. We were bent over and raped until we couldn't even get up anymore. We were used as baby machines for YT people. How about you educate yourself and then try to understand that we were never equal
When I say
because
people
YT
have
people didn't let it happen.
generational trauma, there is a reason they have generational trauma. And if you were a true patriot, you would shut the fuck up long enough to educate yourself and hear when people are trying to tell you something.
Be nice. Be nice. Don't lose your
As the
cool.
other can,
Oh, it's okay. I mean,
I'm
I'm
trying
Muslim and
not
I
to lose
live
my
by this
cool,
custom
but
out.
as a person of color, this shit really pisses me off because I tried to
Yeah.
talk to this man multiple times and I tried to educate him. And as you guys seen, I started this conversation very nice, very calm, but the ignorance has got to fucking stop. It has to because there are people like me who I am a mixed black person. I'm Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, and black, and I get
Right.
so much shit. Do you know how many times I get called white? Do you know how many times people come up to me? Well, you're lighter than me, so you're obviously a white girl. No, I am a black Hispanic woman. I am a Afro Latina. Do you know how much shit I get for that?
Right.
People don't even understand as a
Yes,
person of
everybody,
color
please
how much
gift
shit we
my
go through.
guests.
Please.
Like, you really don't fucking get it. And the fact that you're sitting here being willfully ignorant, you're not even trying to understand and educate yourself, and we're giving it to you on a silver fucking platter, and you are still
Sit down
choosing
before you
to be
fall.
ignorant, and it annoys the fuck out of me.
Can I speak now?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, go look at the Barbary slave trades. Look at the first slaves in America.
Hey, Mom.
Yeah,
Do
but
you realize that
Hey,
50%?
hey,
No,
hey,
no,
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 no.
hold on to
Do
pump
No,
you,
no,
your
no,
do
no,
brakes.
no.
you
You're
We're
not,
not
no,
gonna
no,
do
no, no.
that.
you're not finna push
Hold
that
on, hold
lie.
on, hold on, hold
You're
on.
not
Now,
finna push that lie.
Stop.
do
I
You
got,
pushing
you
a lie,
no,
know?
bro.
I
No.
got the floor. I
You
got the
share
floor.
No, no,
I got the
hold
regurgitated.
floor.
on.
You said
Do
Hold
no
you,
on.
because
do,
nobody ain't
do
finna
you,
listen to
Hold
that
do
on.
you
racist
realize?
bullshit.
Hold
You
on.
cracker.
Everybody
Shut
chill.
up,
No,
cracker.
Everybody chill.
Shut up,
No,
cracker.
no, no.
no, no,
Do you
no.
Shut
know?
up,
No,
cracker.
we're
Why?
not gonna do that.
Why?
We're not gonna do that.
Come
Because you
on,
don't want to
just
hear
let
the
him
We're not
Hey,
talk.
gonna
truth.
do
no,
that.
Everybody has
hey,
an
no, I'm a
opinion.
white tea
Hey,
person.
hey,
You,
hey.
I'm a white tea
no,
person. I say
you
that.
don't want to hear the.
Can we chill
It's a
now,
lie, though,
please?
bro.
Y'all chill out.
Now,
This is
if
not
you want to
y'all's
be
Stop
live.
technical, exactly.
spreading
Everybody calm down, please. And
lies.
the whole C word, we're not doing that, okay? We're not going to sit here and fight
That's
fire with fire. We're going to be adults and we're going to talk properly. Now, the
Wait a
first
second.
people that were
I
to be
said it. I'm sorry.
enslaved, no, you're good, baby. I understand why you're upset and I get you, but we're not going to do that, okay? Now, my thing is, right? At the end of the day, if you want to go back towards time and you want to talk about the first slaves ever, those were
Sit down.
indigenous people. So regardless of what, it was not white people. Everybody likes to have that fucking argument, but not educate themselves. The first people to be enslaved were indigenous people by a white teen man named
No,
Columbus.
you can't.
So let's be for real here. Okay? Let's go back in
Yeah,
history
those
and really
words, I
fucking
don't know if I
educate
agree with
ourselves.
that.
No,
I think
no,
I've
no,
heard
no. That's
different.
totally incorrect.
And maybe
His
if
name.
I'm
The first
wrong,
one to
that's
bring it to
fine.
the Americas, the first ones to bring it to these Americas, was King James. King
Well, there
James
we go.
started the. He started the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas. That's
Okay,
why
I
he
want
wrote
us to
that
mute,
book so he
please.
could oppress and control people.
Mute, please. Everybody mute. I want to make one thing very clear. The transatlantic slave trade started in Spain and Portugal.
Portugal.
And it started through a corporation called the East India Inc. Corporation.
Started by who?
I'm not getting into monarchy arguments.
It's not
And if
monarchy. It's
we are
the
going to
facts.
argue about Christopher Columbus, let's be clear. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing either.
Absolutely. He was a
So
Hey,
fucking
the
and let's be
nobody.
reason
clear.
that
He brought the horrible, the most.
even the reason we have that holiday was to placate the king in Italy, not to give this man any homage for the unaliving tragedies he caused.
You
So
mean
if we
the?
want to really get down to it, I will allow melanated people to educate me and correct me on history and no other.
We we've all been slaves,
There
There you
is
go
and we're
no
again.
still
other
slaves.
than the black community that
We're
has
still
actually been
slaves.
chattel. Slavery is different than slavery. Chattel slavery, bred to be slaves in this
Oh,
country,
Was
chattel,
chained
chattel.
from
slavery?
newborns, chained as
Is there a different
newborn
word for
babes
slavery?
in this country.
It's
I will
chattel.
drop your
Chattel
ass quicker
slavery.
than shit if you continue to interrupt me. And if you want disrespect, you can guarantee some of my friends here know I can toss that like pancakes.
That's why I told you, shut the fuck up. You don't want to listen.
Can I
And
ask a
plus, you got to be
question? What is
clear.
the difference between chattel and slavery?
Well,
Slavery was,
servitude is different than slavery, also.
I will answer that question. Everybody needs to mute.
Little babies in the background. Chattel slavery is different than slavery because slavery is actually taking somebody and forcing them into labor against their will. Chattel slavery is the actual born, bred, and distribution of individuals for the purpose of using them as property, taking them at life and liberty from birth. These individuals were born and shackled after they were born to make sure that their parents were not given the proper association and freedom to care for their children. These families were stripped. They had their children removed from them. Parents were denied the ability to stay together. They were deliberately harmed, purposely, for profit, from birth all the way until their last days. Babes, white children, were born from the time they were toddlers and given black babes like baby dolls to raise with them and beat them as they wished. This is chattel slavery. They had no sense of body autonomy. They were treated like baby dolls. They were treated inhuman. And that is different than just slavery. And we owe the Black community their own voice, their own autonomy, and their own dignity. And in my room, we will not remove that. Hello, Roxanne. Yes.
I'm all for history. I know none of the history, so I'm all for history. I'm all for learning.
And of course, anything I say that is off or wrong, I'm always interested in melanated individuals educating me when I'm wrong.
I don't know any of the history, so I'm here to learn.
Hey, that gentleman y'all see as my picture right there? That's our great uncle. He was a civil rights leader, John Lewis. So I had that privilege at one time, and I thought because I had a hood pass that I had the privilege enough to say that word with an N-A because I believe loyalty makes you family. Blood only makes you related. So most of my family that I consider family don't look like me. So I had the privilege enough to think it was okay to say that word because it had the A on the end of it. Until I got to looking and thinking what that word represented and meant to the people that I so-called claimed to love. And it was wrong. Because a white T person has never said that word out of love. All through history.
Just to let folks know, I am on a tablet, and for some reason, this configuration, I can't really see the comments. So if somebody's asking me something, you'll either need to pop up here or somebody will have to read it to me. Thank you.
Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Okay. One, I am not disputing anything that you said. Two, I'm gonna call it. Several of y'all said y'all seen that dude in Little Eyes. He ain't really that ignorant, okay? He playing that. And anybody that will sit there and say they were drunk and comfortable with friends, if you get drunk and comfortable enough to use that word with friends, it is a part of your daily vocabulary, and that's not acceptable.
That's why, because I know him. That's why I told him to shut the fuck up. I mean, because it's crazy. Like, that's why I don't have no, I'm not trying to be, I'm not an ugly person. When I say something, I speak for real. I've been telling him to chill. He gets blocked and all this other crap from other lives. I see why. You don't want to listen to nobody. I'm not going to argue with you. You want to be willfully ignorant, be willfully ignorant. But I'm not going to keep going back and forth. That's why I cussed him out.
I told him to shut the fuck up. People don't listen. Oh well, it is what it is. He
And
does
I
Well,
it for
really
he
feel
himself.
like that ain't you. Like looking at your profile picture and your smile, I feel like you're like one of the sweetest people. Till
is.
somebody
Joe
pushes
gives
you
so
hard.
much grace. I
I
mean,
really
Joe
do.
is the most sweet person.
And she is.
Like, because I was ready to rip into him, okay? Like, because I literally live around people that look, think, talk, and act like him, and don't think they like me because they don't, and I don't care.
Mm.
She has such
I
a
do
high,
not care.
she has a
I will
huge
talk it.
diversity of friends. So
Huh?
she has such a high diversity of friends, but she will not put up with ignorance. So
Well, and I will say that Joe is very compassionate and she cares about people all the way around. And
You can tell because she even like at first was like trying to like, trying to tell him, hey, it's okay, but he kept going. But this is the thing, and I'm saying this with my southern accent turned all the way up. Anybody that uses the words "I was drunk and comfortable because I thought I was with friends" and thinks that that's an excuse to be able to use that word, what the hell do you think they say sober to people they don't like?
I don't even know what word he used. I just know she was coming over here, so I was like, "Oh God, hits
he
him again."
he said
And
the N word with the ER on the end.
he said it
And
again, but didn't I say that when he first came up? I was like, look, you keep saying this. Don't come tell me you sorry. You need to ask God to forgive you.
and
I'm
there are
not gonna
many
say
things that
it.
I've said and
Yeah.
many things that I'm sorry I said. That is one thing, and I'm 55.
I
That
know.
is one word that I learned when I was a child not
Stop.
to say. And
Well,
even
you're
when in the
50.
80s, when it started
Mhm.
regurgitating and it became a word that the black community reclaimed and put an A on the end, I still never said it. And even when Snoop Dogg and NWA and everybody else got in on it and reclaimed it and had it all out there, I still never said it.
We just got into it with him not even 5 days ago, not even
I
4 days.
know.
We just
What you got over there?
who?
You Blossom.
Stop
And now
calling
I
me
will say this because
Blossom.
this was in the comments earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Someone, and he's not in here anymore, but someone was in here from another country, and they asked, "Are sundown
Oh.
towns really a thing?" I will be the first one to say, keep in mind where I live. Yes, they are. When my son,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
who is beyond grown now, played football in junior high for a school that was primarily a minority school,
Mm-hmm.
there were certain towns in this state that when they went to play them, they were greeted at the county line by
Right.
state police. They were led to the
And
football field, walked to the locker room, escorted back to county line, and told how far they had to go before they could stop and even get anything to eat because it was not safe for them to eat in those towns.
I
We
actually live in a state that is, number one of the most corrupt states in the Union. But number two, was colonized so long ago that people here don't even remember that most of our cities and towns, lakes and rivers were colonized so long ago that they are named after indigenous people, and people don't even remember the indigenous heritage around here. You have to dig.
You guys don't live in California, right?
No, I border Mouth
And there
Barbie or
are many,
MTG or whatever,
many
and we got
there.
sundown towns. Her
Sorry.
whole district is.
And there are many, many sundown towns here in Pennsylvania.
Well, actually, I know other like not actually sundown towns, but I know a few things about other things in Pennsylvania. There are a lot of towns that are really rough on, which also is the entire state of Arkansas.
But
I'm not
yeah,
you know,
I'm in
we have to
Georgia,
realize
so
that when we have, now don't get me wrong, Pennsylvania is not Georgia, nor is it Arkansas.
you're Georgia.
But we there's not any part of this country that has not been massively colonized and caused massive unaliving to some part of the BIPOC community.
We're in California, and I want to move so badly to Washington. My husband did 20 years in the Marines. Now he's a manager of Ace Distributing, and we're here in California. But he can move to Washington or Idaho, and I so bad want to move to Idaho. It's just like this little town that we found, and I love it. But I would love to go to Washington also. But I would love to move back to Georgia because there's an opening right now in Georgia. But I don't know how I would like settle in Georgia. I don't know if I could do it. I'm YT, and I'm also Hispanic. He's full Hispanic. Um, I don't know if I could. I'm sure I could fit in anywhere because I can get along with everybody. So can he. But I'm sure, no matter saying that, that the lifestyle is totally different. But
How much reality do you want to see?
and that's the thing. And the town we live in right now is like 54,000. But that's the thing. There's vacation and there's reality. And so I don't know. And not
I
that
will
I'm,
tell you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
oh no, I was just saying, not that I'm bragging or not that I can say like I can get along. 90% of my friends are, are black
Dropping
people,
my phone.
but that's my friends here. That's my friends on TikTok. That's what I gravitate to. But is it the same kind of people where I would move to? Do you know what I mean? And
I
is it
have found out the hard way, no matter how good a person you are. Some people don't care about that.
and that's what I'm saying.
Um, uh, it, I will say I was homeless down south for 2 years.
Hmm.
And,
When you say down
I,
south,
all over. I
okay.
lived in my vehicle, so I went wherever I felt like going.
Uh-huh.
Um, but I lived for 2 winters in Florida.
Okay.
Um, and I will say that it was very much an awakening in reality.
Hmm.
And not saying that I haven't had not that I didn't know what reality was before. I just didn't realize that when you have no money and nobody to know whether you're missing and nobody to be held accountable for you, how much authority in this country couldn't give two shits about you.
I'm sure.
The only reason anybody cares is because somebody could be accountable. If you're homeless and you own nothing and nobody will know what happened to you or how you disappear, the cops won't care. The hospital don't care. The city doesn't care. Nobody cares. The only ones that care are people like you and me that will give you food or shelter or help. And that is the God honest truth. And I was pregnant
Oh
when I was homeless and I lived out of my car with who is now my husband, which was then my boyfriend.
my. Hmm.
And that was in 2004, 2003 to 2005. And I will tell you, I was turned away from hospitals. I was turned away from churches. I was turned away from authority and I was turned away from shelters. People will not help you if they think nobody is looking. And that is this country. And it's worse if you are BIPOC or LGBTQ.
Hmm.
And it's worse if you're disabled. And that is the fact of this country. And it doesn't matter if you're Christian. It doesn't matter if you're a good person. It doesn't matter. I have seen some absolutely horrible things authority has done to people that they think or know nobody will know, because they know that another homeless person seeing it, nobody will believe them, nobody will hold them accountable, and nobody will say anything. And so when I see
Because nobody's
people,
looking.
because nobody's looking. And so when I see people I know could be good people or are good people mistreat others, I feel that if you know better, you should do better. And I'm sorry people don't like that ideology, but I stand by it because I've seen too many people look away. And I'll take that ideology to my last days. And I don't care what anybody thinks about me. That's just a fact. And whatever I can do to help this country be better and keep more people from suffering, I'm going to continue to do that.
Absolutely.
And everybody else is looking upon me as bad or evil or thinking that I'm trying to do it for some nefarious reason because they're trying to read my colonized mind or whatever they think that is. They can think whatever they want to think.
Right.
I know who I am. I've known who I am since the first time somebody hurt me at 5 years old. I don't need anybody to think about who I am. I can look in the mirror and acknowledge, even though I have body dysmorphic disorder and I don't like looking in the mirror, I can still acknowledge who I am.
Why don't you like looking in the mirror?
It's a disorder.
Well, just remember you're beautiful.
I'm wearing a mask. But body dysmorphic disorder is not about who you really are. It's about who you see when you look at yourself. Just like when the trans community has gender dysphoria, it's who they are themselves. It doesn't matter what anybody else sees. Body dysmorphic disorder is the same. It's who I see in my reflection. It doesn't matter what anyone else sees. It takes me years and years of understanding that what I see in the mirror is not what everybody else sees in the mirror
I feel that.
to be able to put up with it.
I can understand that.
But it helps me to wear a cartoon or to put a mask on so that I don't have to see what I see that everybody else doesn't see. But
I
yeah,
understand that.
I don't give two shits about money or power or influence or followers or people that think I'm a racist. Not really. You can think dog shit about me. I care about the message, and I care about people who I know are better and act like they're not. That's what bothers me. I see you for who you are and you're a better person, but then you act like other people are dog shit and that you can step on them and stick your heel inside their heart and think that somehow there's an excuse for that. And there's not.
And some of those people are unfortunately related to us.
Some of those people have undergone generations of trauma. Generations. And I understand that's why they feel the way they do. But I'm trying to get them to understand not everybody that doesn't look like you is your enemy.
Right.
That's all I'm trying to do. Intersectionality, on a positive note, can beat all the evil that is coming at us in other ways. And I said this before, and people asked me to explain it. The math doesn't add up. There's no possible way 15% of the country can outweigh and outbeat 85% of the country. It doesn't work. And if you doubt that, you can go back in history and see what colonizers did to the indigenous when we first came here. They were a very proud and honorable people.
That's just
And
one area
they
though.
were beautiful people. And they had everything. We should never have bothered them. We should never have colonized that land and hurt those people. And they decided they were going to fight all the horrible colonizers. And how many of them are left today?
I think you should do history classes on here. Educate people.
All of my education came from BIPOC people that taught me what I know.
And that's what
This
we,
is I owe them my education.
those
But
old, those
people are so angry that
old thoughts is what we
because I
need.
don't look like them, I'm an
Yes.
enemy. That is what I'm upset about. That is why I'm so upset. That somehow, because I am not from the same place as you, I am not welcome to stand with you.
I feel you. I absolutely feel you. I
It
was
is
just told,
counterproductive to a country that needs everybody that wants to stand up for what's right.
I just was told, you know those DNA tests that you can do, the ancestry?
Mm-hmm.
So, because I did mine and my kids came back like 6% African American, and because mine came back 3%, and I made a joke and I said to Joe, I said, "Oh, mine African American came back 3%." Well, other people didn't like that I said that on here, and I said, "I don't give a shit." I said my
Well, I mean, we could throw out the one drop rule, um,
right.
and make a joke of it, but if they're upset, they have a reason to be.
That's all I was doing was making a joke about it, and so it came back, and I was
Uh,
like, "Oh, you know what? I'm sorry," but the room.
I think sometimes context matters. Oh, somebody's in the box.
Somebody made a joke, or the room was tensed, and I was just trying to break it, the room. Because there's so much drama and everybody getting upset about everything and everybody bickering that just trying to.
And like I said, sometimes something said at the wrong time can come off as cruel or mean when it was really meant to be lighthearted.
Yeah, I'm
Hello,
sorry.
Karen.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I was
So,
listening to the two of you, and I felt compelled to request to come on.
Oh, you're
Not to,
welcome.
thank you, not to chide or anything, but just to point out a few things that may help you to um, enhance your understanding about the responses that you've gotten because of the things that you did. I'm going to address the last thing first.
Mm-hmm.
Was the joking. I don't know what was said, but for you to feel like you could get upset and joke about something that is another person's everyday lived experience and you take offense is telling. I just need you to hang with that, think about it, That's all.
Mhm.
I'm not looking for a
Okay.
response. I need
Are
you.
you talking
You
about
need to
like
do
3%?
that. You're talking to a people who have been oppressed and discriminated in ways that you cannot even comprehend
Are you talking about the 3%?
or feel. Yeah. And for you to get
No,
offended
absolutely.
because they got upset
No.
and try to justify that, I'm saying it's a problem. I'm not expecting for you to answer me. Let me say that. I'm saying if you consider yourself to be an ally in the fight for equity and inclusion,
Roxana,
I
let her
need for
speak.
you
Let her
to
speak,
sit
Roxana.
with
It's
that
okay.
and not, not really respond because I need for you to sit with that and empathize. See, that's one of the things that I believe that white people lost from slavery. Everybody lost with their institution, the ability to empathize with people who don't look like you. So I'm done with that piece. And on the other piece, Rosebud, would you say to any other marginalized people, especially Black people, because our journey here has been extremely horrendous and savage and
You are
barbaric.
correct.
Okay, and everybody likes to hop on that train. Their civil rights. And so that ends up superseding the efforts that need to be taken to stop the oppression that happens to Black people. Now, I'm a lot older, I think, than you all. Next month, I will be 75. And I'm so tired of having to deal with the implications and long term implications of white supremacist thinking when the answer has always been there. And people are pussyfooting around it, acting like allies, but not really. Because the only thing that needs to happen and the only way that YT people can help us, and they have in the past, but all of this, you have to attack the system. All of those get-togethers and talking and discussions to measure how much you've enlightened yourself or become an anti-racist is counterproductive. It's good. I'm not saying that, but you're focusing on putting too much focus on the wrong thing. And that's what's happened over and over and over again. It's the system. The system needs to change. The school system first, in my opinion, and then everything else, because racism is infused in every system. And I guess you wouldn't know it because you don't experience it. And I understand that, but I'm telling you what needs to be done to help you talking to a people who have learned not to trust.
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
This is important. Yeah, it's very important to me, having been one of those who fought in civil rights and, the women's movement and all of that stuff. We got screwed in that and continue to get screwed. So I just have a problem with people playing like you don't understand that the conditions that Black people live in were intentionally made. And then the system tries to turn around and blame those people for the very conditions that they create. So I'm sorry to lecture, but I can go on and on in every system, mental health, medical health, and on and see if you could live with that and
Yes,
still
ma'am.
be able to survive. So please don't joke about it. I know you don't mean anything, but it comes across like that. It comes cold and callous and like an expectation of white supremacy that we have to agree with whatever it is that you say or assess our issues to be and how we should deal with our issues, when it's really y'all that need to deal with the system that continues to uphold the BS. So
Yes, ma'am.
please, I really appreciate all the efforts and compassion that people have, but please help in the right way. The other is not. It's just bullshit and it's tiring. So I'm going to shut up.
Well,
but
no,
I felt
ma'am.
compelled
I
to say that.
appreciate you speaking up, ma'am. And I apologize if I offended you. I did
There,
not mean to.
to me, you did not offend me. There is
So
nothing,
Well, no,
nothing.
no.
I
We,
wasn't trying to
I
offend you.
tend
I
as
just
a white
wanted you to
person.
think about it.
I tend as a white person to let my words go by lightly.
Okay,
And
there.
I sometimes forget that we have said some horrendous things and blamed the black community for things that are not their fault. Racism is a white person problem because it is our cause of doing
Right,
it.
your sister. Exactly. And so when you don't do it, I can take you back. I'm working on a doctorate. And anyway, I had not looked at my master's thesis that I had done in 1972, which also dealt with race. White people always want to know, why do we always talk about race? I mean, I think the answer is obvious since this impacts everything. So at that particular time, the they were discussing the black-white achievement gap in school, and the focus at that time was on your measures of intelligence. Like the IQ test. I don't know if they still use those, but when I was young, they did. I think we took them in the fifth grade or something like that, and then they placed people according to where your, IQ was. At any rate, so the primary argument was that the tests were biased. They were biased against anybody other than, white tea people. And in response to this, so you can imagine the back and forth and all of that. So in response to that, there was some black psychologists and some other BIPAC people who put together other tests to be given to YT people to illustrate what they were talking about, how they could feel the difference. And it
Hmm.
was there. So they were able to learn way back then. You're talking 52 years ago, that it's been studied and documented over and over again that that's part of the problem. But there's been no intervention for that. And then teacher bias was the next thing that they knew way back then how impactful a teacher's racism was on the children that she was teaching. And 42% of the teachers in public schools are white women. That was almost the same percentage when I was doing this research 52 years ago. So what I'm saying, and now they're trying to call implicit bias. Implicit bias is nothing but racism. Let's be clear. That's just they put implicit on there so that YT people would feel more comfortable about facing the racism that they have learned.
Well,
So
yes,
if I can
ma'am.
say it's unintentional, I'm not conscious about this bullshit. It's just like when you are mean to somebody, you're being mean. I don't care. You're being mean. When you're being unfair. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
To a point. I think I I lived so much of my life not really realizing so many things, and I try to explain to people it's almost like society deliberately wants you to not see it. But
well,
if
you
you're
would
aware
not
of
see
it,
it
and
because you benefit, you know what I mean, from that system. That's the only thing that you have known. So I would not. I don't feel like anybody needs to feel guilty about that. I mean, that's a piece of something that you can't control. But
but
now you
once somebody
can. You
shows
can
you
control.
and
Yes,
opens your eyes and
right.
you see it, you go, I can't believe I didn't see that before. I
Oh, you
can't
didn't know it,
believe,
but
you
now you
know.
do. So that's where it is because people who have suffered the way that black people suffer don't want to hear about your struggles, about trying to figure out about the racism, that you're sorry, that it don't help, tackle the system. Get
Well,
together, like-minded YT people who are considered themselves allies need to now move up to the co-conspirator category. And that person is a person that that we need, that we've had in the past and what we need. And those people are ride and die with us.
well,
They
I
ride
And
and die
that
with
is
us.
part of,
And
and
they
ma'am, that is,
use their
oh, sorry.
privilege.
no, I
They
understand
use
what
their
you both are
privilege
saying.
to
I
dismantle the system.
I understand what you both are saying, and I cannot put myself in your shoes or your grandparents or your parents. I can't. Okay? But what is the first thing when you look at me? What is the first heritage that just off the back? What do you think? What heritage do you think I am?
You're
Heritage.
YT.
You,
And that
you're, you're YT to me. First sight, just like I'm
that's
BLK to you.
okay.
Now
Well,
It doesn't matter.
now,
Let me say this.
Roxana,
It
though, I
doesn't
want
matter if you, I don't care what you look like. I have people in my family who can pass for white. You know, and the black families, we have all that. That doesn't mean anything. And it's getting off and minimizing what I'm trying to get you to see so that we can move forward. What you're talking about now has nothing to do with nothing. The conversation that should be being had now is how are you going to handle the system? How are you going to tackle that system? That's going to benefit more than just black people to have an honest, equitable system
see,
that
I
doesn't do that. The other stuff, how I'm feeling, how you feeling, that's many things. And my whole purpose in coming up really was to get you to think about how you phrase things and consider the audience that you're talking to when you're saying things, and then trying to get offended, you know, from the very people that you say you're aligning with because they're not accepting something. So I'm just saying, just look at that. That was my whole reason for coming up. I'm not
and
trying to
ma'am,
offend
you're
anybody,
very,
but I just
your
really
opinion
want
is
this
very
to
valid,
happen.
and you are right. You're correct in
I'm
everything you said.
understanding the 3%, and I'm understanding how someone can take it, but okay, I'm only going to speak for myself. My whole life, I've had to fight with the white people, and I've had to fight with the Mexicans.
Did you see? You see, you're doing exactly what I was talking about before.
So,
So
Roxana,
you're trying to tell me, and I understand it. You centered the thing back to you when we're talking about, you know, trying to better understand, or I am, black people's actions response to some of the things that you say that you may think you're being helpful with, and
I
why that isn't happening. That was my motivation to come up, to try to clear that up so that you would be more successful in conveying what you really feel because you're really thinking about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to think about it. You got to think about the audience that you're talking to. You just can't joke about 3% if you thought about the audience and what that impact really was, and that you'd have known that that would not have been considered a joke coming from you.
I would
That's
say
all I'm saying. And
if
you
you were
didn't.
very close to those people that you were talking with, if they were very close family, if they were somebody you grew up with,
I
and
said
you
it.
had gotten that test and you came back and y'all were joking around about DNA and goofing around like that, and you said, "Girl, my thing came back 3%." I'm like, so, like, I feel like y'all's like gonna, if you made a joke like that and you had very close ties with folks, it may have came off different. Okay. But what it is that I can't say that I would have been offended because I'm not black. But she's giving you a very blow by blow description of how a black person feels when a part of their heritage that white people have bludgeoned them with is used as a joke. Does that help?
Absolutely. But let me answer, please. Who
Go
I said
ahead.
it in front of on this TikTok was Joe. And the reason I said it in front of her was because at that moment, the room, I don't know if you guys are aware of how much drama has been going and getting split everywhere. And I had already said it once to her, and it was like a ha ha moment. And then when these rooms were getting full and everybody was cutting at each other, I said it just to be like, it was one of those moments where let's just change the subject. So I threw something out just to change the subject. Now, was I brought back and said, okay, a couple people had a problem with it, and then 20 people didn't have a problem with it. Those couple people I apologize to. I don't feel like me being put on the chopping block forever is what
And
needs to happen.
and so that's the feeling that we have to deal with. You feeling like you're on the chopping block. Okay?
Carolyn, I
The
didn't mean
feeling
to offend
that you're on the chopping block, that
you.
feeling is called white fragility. Okay? And that is something that we feel when we are being corrected by several people from another community, when we are being told that something we've done is something that we shouldn't have done. Am I correct in that, Miss Karen?
That's
And
right.
that's why I say I
Is it
apologize.
okay to call you Miss Karen? I've also
Yes, that's
realized that
fine.
that's also something that's not okay sometimes.
That's fine. Long as the miss is on the beginning, you're good.
Okay. So, yes, we have white rage, we have white fragility, we have these different things because we live in a world that told us these feelings are valid,
Let me tell my
right?
dog.
And so, go ahead. You can still hear me. And so we have to realize, and I know even I falter with this, especially when I get into the my own mental health things and shit like that. But I mean, we get into where, how dare somebody tell me my joke isn't okay? And we don't actually think that up here in this part of our brain. We think of it back here in the subconscious part of our brain, and it moves up into an anger, or it hurts up into, now I feel hurt because people are telling me I did something wrong that I didn't intend to hurt people with.
I'm already acknowledging if I said something wrong to her, I'm apologizing. I'm not one
But
to
you
be.
didn't see, that's what I'm saying. That's what she was just trying to explain to you why you feel like that, because there was nothing in what I said that you should have felt that that was directed specifically for you as a criticism. I think when I came on, I said that. Please don't take anything that I said as a criticism. And then I went on to say why I was doing it, so that there would be better um, response or an understanding and response to whoever you were talking about, you were trying to support. That was it. But you you've taken it personal instead
No,
of
I'm
And
not.
it's
accepting
not
it
just
as an
you.
education for you as you continue to, you know, do the good things that you're intending to do and not be misunderstood. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. But what happens is, and still don't get mad. I mean, what's happening is we're showing exactly what happens and why things get off track in communications about race,
And
and
I'm wrong
racial issues.
too. Okay, Roxana, I get in the wrong too. I take things personally, especially with my different mental issues, because I'll tell people half the time, don't fuck with the crazy lady, right? I say that all the time, joking around about myself because
Mhm.
I have all kinds of issues. So, I mean, I do get in my feels. I do get upset when people call me an insect or they say that I should shut up and that my voice doesn't matter and, you know, things like that. I get very upset,
Mhm.
very personal. And,
Mhm.
you
Your
know,
voice doesn't matter. Your voice matters.
so, but my point is we in the realm of trying to heighten the voices of others who have been silenced, if we believe in equality, as their voices rise, ours have to come down. And we don't like that. Nobody likes being told we have to come down.
Oh, no.
But in what I always try to tell people, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. If we are enlightening others to what we've done to people to try to lift them up and make sure others stop stomping their equality out, then we have to acknowledge that we have to lower us down so that they can have the equality we all believe that they should be given.
I think there's enough room for everybody's voice to be heard. I don't think you have to lower yours.
Maybe I'm saying it
So,
wrong.
like I said before, just think about what I'm saying because this was a real good. I don't know, you got 7 other people in the room, but it's a very good example how white supremacist thinking really works in that you can't accept what I'm trying to get you to receive for thinking that it's a personal attack, and you want to talk about that feeling that you have because you feel like you've been, misjudged in
Did
some
I
way.
come across
And
the
that
correct
takes
way,
that
Miss Karen?
focus.
I want to
It
make
didn't
sure I'm
it
saying it the right
it
way.
didn't come across as anything, but it's been coming across that like that for a few minutes now because you continue to try to move it back to how you're feeling and you want to justify that you're not that way or anything, and really the focus should really be and stay on what I was talking about in terms of co-conspirators and the need to
I
dismantle
disagree.
the system because you can feel some kind of way as you're feeling, and I think that that's justified, but I don't think it's justified. What I need for you to see is not justified to bring it up in a discussion like this because then you're bringing the center back to yourself and away from the issue. You need to deal with your feelings about it at another time or in another forum or
I
Okay,
a
so
person with a otherwise centering. That's what you're doing. And so that's what I'm saying. That's where it gets off. And why I say that it supports white supremacy is that just basic white supremacy means that that race feels like they're superior to all others and therefore has the right to control, constrict, and do away with if they want to.
so the leveling thing I
So
was
you
doing is
can't,
off.
huh?
what
So
if
the
I
leveling thing I was doing is off, then I shouldn't do that anymore.
what
You,
if I
I remember you
see
saying
something
something
so
about
confusing
balancing, but
now?
to be truthful, Rose, but I can't comment on that until you re-clarify that for me because
Oh,
I really didn't
okay.
focus on that, to really say. But let me say this: this is not a thing of, if you can't respond to things that you're unaware of. So I guess I'm really the whole right or wrong thing kind of gets me. You know what I'm saying? Because you did
Well,
things for a reason, but now you're finding out that perhaps because everybody's not going to talk to you like I'm talking to you, you know.
right. Well,
But
I'm
you
sorry, I
will
didn't mean to
know
interrupt you.
how to. You know what I mean? To just think about, I think about how, after I listened, how I would come up and try to approach this because I surely didn't want an argument. This issue was so very important for me
Hmm.
in my lifetime, to see some progress made in that area. And it's really based on my lived experience and observations that people keep going round and round in circles. So I've basically devoted a lot of my career in watching why it does that happen. And this is why it happens. You know what I'm saying? And then because the power dynamic in the oppression comes in and communication breaks down, you know. Um,
Well, that was
and
what I
people
was
keep
trying. I'm
going round
sorry.
and round and nothing really happens. And I really want something to happen. And I believe I'm only taking this time because of listening to your conversation, and knowing, feeling
Can I
like, that's where your heart is too, and how you can really be more effective and not be feeling hurt, when things don't go your way, or, the people that you're trying to help don't feel exactly the way that you do. And know that that's essential. Why is your way better than what it is that they're thinking and trying to do? It's their fight. So just trying to get you to do that. Just if we can I'm a systemic thinker. So I believe you just change one little piece of the system, it kind of forces, change in other areas too. And it'll keep changing. That's my belief. So if we can get the communication right and listen more instead of, trying to defend. Because you know,
Right. And well, I just want to make sure that I, so I make sure I don't do the same mistake again because I don't want to keep screwing up. So,
but what
because
mistake was that, Rosebud? Explain to me what you were talking about when you were talking about balance. I do remember you saying something on that. I don't know if I had just come in at that particular point, and that's
well,
why I
just
don't remember the
right.
detail.
What I was saying just now was that to allow or to make sure that the black community or the BIPOC community that we make sure they're given the voice that we've always saw white people try to snuff out all the time. We
Mhm.
have to give you the opportunity to speak when you want to speak and let that rise and allow our voices to lower so that your
Well,
voice can rise and have that equality.
so are you speaking specifically in terms of, your lives? Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm talking about YT people in general. We have to learn how to stop over speaking everybody and allow other communities to speak because we're always trying to speak for other communities and trying to
Yes.
tell them
That's the
what
power
they're
dynamic
saying.
coming into play. And the real problem is the fact that it's discomfort. It's the inability to sit in discomfort. It's the inability to take an honest look, you know, um, at themselves and say, why am I feeling like this? Why am I responding this way? Because at that particular point, there's no listening going on. Listening has stopped at that point. Why is that going on? It's an uncomfortable feeling. And the inability to sit with it and deal with it is one of the things that helps that cycle continue. And like you said, over talking, because in that, it's like a game of I'm going to put you in your place. I'm not going to accept what you say. I'm going to keep on saying what I'm saying till you agree, that what I'm saying is the right thing, and just be quiet, because that's what it's going to end up being, you know. If the other person becomes quiet, in the
You
effort
ain't
to stop
speaking
that, then
really. This
that's
is
just how that cycle goes. And I'm saying that's just my lived experience from that. But that's something to me that can easily be taken care of. People just listen to like what I'm saying, you know, and listen to the audience, consider the audience to whom you are speaking, and then how best to speak it, because you could be misunderstood.
Okay, so I have a question.
I agree.
Are you are you guys thinking that I'm not listening to you guys or I'm being mean to you
Um,
guys?
No, Roxana, I think that, let me be honest, I
Yeah.
think that
I
you
think we're
have not been as far in this learning journey with the BIPOC community as I have. So, what I said before is everything that I have said that's correct, I attribute to people in the Black and BIPOC community that have educated me. Okay? So, they have taught me that people that look like me are always a danger to their community.
what
They have
exactly
taught
do you
me.
look like? Educate
It,
me. What
it
do you
so
I mean, that
let me go
isn't
back
that
to
just
it.
kind of
Okay?
that is reinforcing it's, and being that whites are going
No,
to be the
hold on.
minority
Let
of
me go
the.
back to it. Okay? When they explained it to me, and I can explain it to you. But if you get so uptight about what I say
well, I'm not
without letting
by
me
what
explain it, and I'm not saying you specifically, I'm saying anybody.
I thought we were on the 3% thing of what I said. I'm sorry. I don't know how we got here off of that.
Well,
I'm so
no,
sorry.
we're talking about systemic racism,
Okay.
racism in general. There are like five different kinds of racism, four or five different types. If we're talking about it on an academic level, it takes a decolonization, anti-racism study, reading books, understanding everything that the community has for us to learn about. Because
First, I want to make sure my apology is accepted by Karen. The 3% thing, whatever
now
she
No,
said.
that's
you
one
don't
thing we
have.
have to talk about.
Listen, Roxanne, you didn't have to apologize to me. I was not. That wasn't even what I was talking about. What I was trying to get you to understand was how the other party received that comment based on their history, and why your response of brushing and discounting what they felt could be construed as white supremacist ideology in play.
Right. And
That's
Karen
all.
was coming up here to be so graceful as to give us some education and show us some things where we were going wrong so that we could learn better, which is something that she did not have to do. She does not owe us any education. That is up to us to educate ourselves. And in fact, the Black community, the BIPOC community, has tried to educate people that look like us for a very long time. And so that when they do give us the grace of an education, I must say that I am greatly appreciative of their time and efforts. And that is the one thing I will say. We have to understand that when we screw up, nobody is ever bound to accept an apology.
Because when you
And
say
I am bound by this,
yes,
okay?
why do you,
Now she did say in this aspect, she did not come up for you to apologize because she was giving us an education, okay? So she wasn't offended to the point where she wanted you to apologize. That's what Karen had already said. But I wanted to make this point because it's important when when the um when the Black and the BIPOC community um, gets upset about something that we say and we need to make amends or we need to apologize. Sometimes, because people that look like us have been blowing sunshine up everybody's ass for so long, they
why
are
do you
not
say that? What
obligated
do we
to
look
accept.
like? What are you
Huh?
saying? What are you saying we look like?
YT people.
Why can't we just be humans? Why can't we just be?
Because we don't live in that world. We don't live in that country. Okay?
See, in
Yes, we are
California,
all
That's not
human. Yes,
reality.
we
That's
all do live in the same world. And yes, we should treat everybody equal.
see, in
But that
California,
is not the
why-
country we live in. We have to acknowledge reality. And if you care
I
about
do care.
every
I totally
community,
care. I do care. But in
then
California,
you have to
I'm just saying,
understand how they are treated in this country.
in California, please hear me out. And I'm not being and I know if I grab the United States of America, I know it's different everywhere. But in California, if I walk across the street in my neighborhood, if I walk across the street to that park, there's going to be Indian, there's going to be white, there's going to be black, there's going to be Hispanic, and no one's going to say, like, those black people, those Indian people, those Mexicans, they're all just going to sit together in the park because it's
But
a
at the same time, in that same place, in that same neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning, a black woman could be driving down the street, get pulled over by a police officer for a broken taillight, and end up having 6 police cars surrounding her and terrorizing her within an inch of her life to the point where she is so petrified she is scared that she may not make it home.
I get that happens other places, but I'll walk outside right
It
now.
I,
happens
I
everywhere
would,
at
I
any
would,
time, possible time in this country. Please
I
do
would,
not shuck that off like I was making it up out of thin air.
I'm not, but I'm not kidding you.
I,
If you
I was
saw
beat
where
up.
I,
I was beat up by a bunch of cops, and just before that, I was ambushed by like 3 women that were trying to
I'm
set me
beginning
up.
to think the people in my box are not capable of understanding this conversation.
no, I'm telling you where those live. I
But
live out where there's freaking, I could ride a cow. I'm not kidding you. I live in a cow country, a cow town. Look it, I'm not kidding you
And
guys.
there's
And I'm
more
and I'm
cows
telling
than
you this,
people where I live, too. That doesn't mean it's not true.
but I'm telling you it doesn't happen in Hanford, California.
It can
Look
happen
it up.
anywhere depending on the
I'm
person
not
that
saying
pulls them
it won't
over
happen.
and the intentions of the authority at large.
And what
Stop.
mood he's in.
I'm telling you, black people are more safe here than white people. There's
Yeah.
more white. I'm not kidding.
There does not exist a place in the United States for us that
Look,
has that where we're going to be
there's,
safer than you.
yes,
Believe
I
that. That
promise
just
you
shows
that.
just how out of
You are
touch you
supporting
are
white
with
supremacy
what
in your
No,
happens
I'm
comment.
to
not.
us.
No, I'm
You
Those
not.
you
comments
you have
support
no
white supremacy.
idea. Yes, you wouldn't even say anything like that you just said. You have no idea. So I
My
don't know.
my
And
I
I
don't
will
know what
ask
to
Karen to
tell you.
confirm that your comments support white supremacy.
Yes.
no, I'm s- I am not kidding you.
Because you said no, I'm telling you yes, because that's not, how are you going to, okay,
Hi,
never mind.
thank you. I am not kidding.
Karen, I am sorry you had to hear that. And I
No,
apologize
I
that you have
no,
to hear
I
people
Well,
gaslight
no,
your
no, listen,
people.
I've been
listen.
trying to do this, Roosevelt, for years. I'm used to it.
But
And
No,
this is
believe
my
me,
room and you should not have to
I've
listen to
gotten
it.
worse. So, but if a lot of times, like I said, I'm a
it's a fact here.
systems therapist.
I
So
am not
if
racist.
even though Roxanne is doing this right now, if she thinks about this live later on, you know,
I would
and
never
makes
tell
a
you.
little change, that's worth it. I'm good.
You want me to be honest with you? There is an Indian
Well, I
reservation.
would hope that you would have been
Yeah,
honest the whole
there's an
time.
Indian. Look it up. It's called Lemoore, the Tachi Palace. There's an
What do I
Indian
need to look that up
reservation
for?
because this is what I'm getting at. They are more. They are the trouble that's around here. They are the ones that are harassed because they are the ones that are troubled. They cause the problems around here.
Okay,
They
but
are the
how
ones
did that creep into what we were talking about?
because
Don't
How did
forget
you
about
see
the
that
gravy.
fitting?
when you
Thank
said
you, honey.
Yeah. You
when
want
you
it? Here.
I'm
Grab it.
when you said at night the pull over by police and this and that,
You put
they're
scoop
the
this up
ones
there,
that
right?
cause
Yeah.
problems. So they're the
Yeah,
ones
that
that
was
the
good.
police are looking at or watching.
That was just one example. I could give you a dozen others.
Okay, well, I can kid you not here. There's no racism against
I
black.
have heard of people doing their laundry in a hotel lobby and other YT people walking up to the walking up to the front lobby and saying, I don't feel safe with that person doing their laundry in that laundry room while I'm there. Could you ask them to leave? And that person did nothing wrong but be a black person in a laundry room.
Well, I
I
can give you something even better than that that happened to me recently with my grandson. Took him to a popular pizza place here, carry out, but a little small place after we had been to the amusement park. And I ordered the pizza, got two because he likes just cheese. I like a little bit more on mine. And the guy who waited on us obviously had a cold. And he was wiping his nose, he had dirty Kleenex and stuff in his hands and everything. Um, So, okay, he's taking the order. So the order was taken a little long, so I went to check. You know how 5-year-olds can be a little antsy. And he was doing the pizza, you guys, with the same dirty um, Kleenex and stuff in his hands. So when he brought the pizza to me, I asked him if he had washed his hands, just like that. Not nasty or anything. He said, "What?" I said, I noticed, you're not well and you've had this Kleenex and been wiping your nose, and I'm not trying to get sick on my grandson. Do you know he called the police? He called the police. Two police on my grandson and I were eating. The two cops came over and my grandson was, why are they talking to you, Grandma? One of them talked to him just because. So we had to
That's
go through this
shameful.
ordeal and explain it. Now we're in a place, and they're holstered and everything in this place. There's only blacks there. Obviously, I'm educated, so don't they can't go there. At the end of it, of course, my grandson is traumatized. Um,
I'm sorry your
and
grandson
he's
went through
and
that.
he's mixed.
Is
Okay,
that
so he's already got this. But anyway. They tried to offer me a $20 gift card as recompense for that. I just,
no?
I just
Because
looked
that's
at
gonna
them and
stay with
just
him
left, and
forever.
never came back. See, a lot of people would sue or do whatever, but I'm just saying, with you, this is what I'm saying about um, knowing the audience to whom you are talking to, so that you don't say anything to offend when you didn't mean to, because you didn't think about what was coming out of your mouth and to whom. That's all I'm saying. Because
I
if you can say to black people, there's a place in the United States of America where they can go and live and not be discriminated against no more than a white person would. That is so far out of reality, it's
Do you
not
know how
even funny.
popular that place would be in this country? It would be the oasis for BIPOC folks.
You know,
It
you
would
know
it
what
would be in the green book of history.
I think whites and Christians are the most openly, publicly discriminated against groups. I've been in lives where I've just been just annihilated
Really?
and just judged.
How many white
Oh
folks
yeah,
in history
by
ended up being Christmas tree ornaments?
well, so I say it publicly, and and without just kind of like when Biden called all Trump supporters white supremacists. You know, I think,
That's as
and I
bad as
think
being a Christmas tree ornament?
I can't speak on a Christmas tree ornament. I don't know anything about that, but I do know what it's like. I was beat up by several cops, tased 3 times. And I wasn't even pulled over. I was parked on the side of the road with my car that was broken down, and the cop T-boned me and made a little wedge
Nathan,
so they could beat me up. And
Ethan.
then they gave me a
Oops, said
felony
Nathan instead of Ethan. Oops,
so they
Ethan.
gave me a hang on, they gave me a felony
Excuse
because
me?
they said, yeah.
You just
For,
did not tell the host, hold on.
what? What can I finish?
No,
Why?
your ignorance is showing.
That's
Cover it.
kind of rude. Everybody has a story to say to share
No,
that.
when
You know what it's
you
like.
actually say ignorant shit on my live that
What's so
supports
ignorant?
white supremacy, that
Being beat
you
up by
think
cops
that
and being a white
actual people being
that's
used as Christmas ornaments,
I don't know anything about that. I said I don't know anything about
then
Christmas
you
ornaments.
need to do a whole lot of educating yourself on American history.
Well, but I can tell you what I know what it's like to be targeted, and you don't have to be black to be targeted.
Obviously, you
You
don't
don't.
That
know enough about
and
American
still that
history to
itself is
be
true, but that does still not normalize nor equate to that being the fact because of the color of your skin.
Right, and
Trying
I
to,
would
y'all
never
need
take
to
away
quit
from one of
trying to
your
make
guys'
that
story.
as
I
an
mean,
excuse or an
that's really
example. That's
insensitive,
not an
Rosebud,
example.
to say I'm ignorant and just be so insensitive when somebody's sharing a personal story. Who cares on the color of them? I'm just talking about how I've been beat up by cops and tased and given a felony after they lied about saying they lied and said they fractured their wrist punching me. I didn't have any bruises on me. I had a felony.
really? You had a felony? Did you do any time over that?
Yeah, I was in jail for like 3 months.
You were in jail for 3 months.
Yeah,
I have an actual son diagnosed with autism and schizophrenia, and he can't even tell you the difference between being raped and somebody raping him, and they put him in prison for 10 years.
that's horrible.
It sure is. You want to tell me how unfair the system is?
But and I think y- the prescribed and what I was going to say on woke is one of the problems with woke is that it 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 has the tendency to cause hatred and resentment
No.
towards white
Well,
Woke.
Christians.
well,
Hold on a second. I'm about to. You
What?
say one more inaccurate thing, I am about to
Well,
drop you like a hot
now I
potato.
don't now let me clarify. I don't want to take away with woke being a beautiful word meaning awareness of social injustice. But to be really woke now, you
But
have to
woke
understand
has never
how
been anything towards hate. The perversion of the conservative movement of the word woke means hate. Y'all fuckers took something beautiful that the black community used to help defend themselves against white
and that's the
colonizing
problem.
slave
It wasn't
people
us.
and
It
others
was
that used to use them and hurt them
you know
and
what?
turned
But
it ugly.
it wasn't
So
the
if
white
you really want to
conservatives
get down to the
necessarily.
root and
You,
chew,
you know who's
let's
pushing it
actually
more.
get down to the root. Because the word woke was a warning in history. It was a
Right, and
word
it's
shared
been perverted
across
with
the aisle.
gender ideology and critical race theory
Oh
elements
my
of
God.
critical
Lord,
race.
you
I
don't even know
fucking,
what critical race theory is. What is
no,
it?
And
What
that's
is
why I
it?
want to say that's
What
why I
is
want to
it?
say elements of critical race theory.
What element in critical race theory did
I
that
really
come
try
from?
to tell people not to share some bullshit, lying bullshit
Oh,
on
I
my
like
damn
it
live.
because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right.
This is fun to me. What particular aspect about critical race theory does that apply to?
Him not knowing a damn thing. That's what they applied to.
Oh, is he gone? I didn't even notice he was gone.
Oh,
I
I
put the
dropped
phone to
him.
my ears so I can
Ma'am, I warned him one more lie out of his mouth about history or the black
You
community,
shouldn't
and
have
he was
done
going to
that,
get
Dad.
dropped.
You should have. No, those are fun, Rosebud.
I understand, ma'am,
No, I'm
but
just kidding.
I
But
already have to
anyway,
deal with
I've
people
stayed a little
calling me
bit
a
longer,
racist.
a little bit, oh well, a little bit longer. You know, people call you anything is what you answer to. And that was another reason I was saying, you know, you can be misunderstood. I've seen it happen to many people, you know, and their intentions were good and they
I
didn't know
know.
why. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden they feel victimized. It was because of something they said that they didn't know how they were saying it or didn't consider who they were saying it to. And so that's painful too, you know, on the other end. But if it happens, you just have to take the knocks and learn from it. I'm trying to prevent that, you know, um, from happening
I'm
because we need
trying,
to move
ma'am.
forward.
I'm really
Oh, I know
trying.
you
Some
are.
people don't think I am, but
I wouldn't have stayed this long. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you guys and thank you so much for letting me come up.
It
I
was nice
appreciate
for
all
you
the
to
grace
share.
you have shown and the education you've given, and
I
I thank you so much for being here.
and honestly,
Thank
Karen,
I
you.
really consider it a privilege to listen to you speak today.
I was gonna say
Thank
honestly,
you.
I would like to learn more from you. And I
Okay,
know
thank you.
it was an intro, but you know what? Second time will be better.
Well, all you do, Roxanne, I just see that's what I'm talking about. If she just thinks about what we talked about and everything will be fine. You know,
Absolutely.
it'll change. She'll
There,
make a change. I
there
believe that.
is some really good literature out there about white fragility, white rage,
Well,
and
and
how to.
let me recommend two other books that I think that would be even more helpful. One is called The Color of Mind. Don't ask me. I think that's let me get the author mixed up. And the other is The Color of Law. And I recommend those two books because let me see if I got that one close by. Yeah. The Color of Law, I've got that close by. It's by Richard Rothstein.
Okay.
And it says A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America. It's a real good book. I got tons of books, but for short, those two books would
And
be good because they'll give you a quick history about the system, how it functions, how it was put together. The other book, and I'm walking to it because I know I have it where I was working last.
always, if you don't have time to read, Audible is a beautiful thing. Um,
I
Yes,
love
and these are
Audible.
on Audible. These two are on Audible. I think both of them, or one of them. Anyway, The Color of
if
Mind is by Derek Darby and John Rury, Rury. And that's why the origins of the achievement gap matter for justice. And so that's a real good book. Focuses on the educational system.
And on my TikTok, I often download and share a lot of creators and the things that they put out. And so you might want to breeze through some of those things. There's some things, especially there's a couple guys, I forget his name off the top of my head, a couple of black folks that share some things in history that are very educational.
I
That
catch some guys all the time, and I try not to spend too much time on TikTok right now, at least until I finish getting this degree, because TikTok is consuming.
Right.
You know, so I try not to get on it. I've turned around, I've spent 5 hours on here.
Karen, are you okay if I
Just
follow you?
scrolling.
Are you okay if I follow you? I
Oh,
followed you back.
sure. You can
Okay.
follow me.
Okay.
yeah. I actually had this one video on there. So educational. Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
what I do right now is that I basically scroll, and I post videos of other people, you know, that
This one video
Either
completely blew
agree or
my
don't
mind.
agree. It just depends on if I think their message. I don't care which side it is. You know, depends on what the message is.
I saw
And
this one
I do it.
historical video about white women during slavery
Mhm.
because I had this idea that white women were just tagging along for the ride. I saw this video that actually showed me about our evil asses back then. I was like, damn,
Did you not
learned
know
some
of the
serious shit.
casual? Yeah. Well, white women used to be allowed to beat and kill their husband's offspring
Or if you guys
with
I,
come across a
slave
good
I
women.
note,
mean, we
Did
used
you
to
know
give
that?
birth to
And they
little
had to,
white children
they
and
did it
let
so
them raise
much.
black children the same age and then treat them like dolls and treat
Well,
them
I
like their
I know
own
all about
personal.
that.
Oh,
So, you know, what I'm trying to tell you now is why there's a history of lack of trust between white women and black women. You know, things you have generational trauma and those things travel down. So, and that continues to happen back and forth. So, you know, you have to understand that too. You can have to
and
think it's
even
hard.
after the 1800s,
One of
this
my
is something.
therapist
Oh,
friends
I'm
had
sorry. Go
a
ahead.
one of my therapist friends had an epiphany about black people, what really happened to them, and she told me, I just want to just the next one I see, just run up to him and just hug him. And I said, girl, you cannot do that. You know, there are good black people and bad black people, good white people and bad white people. And you have to learn how to tell the difference. And you can't always do that. You can't go running up to crazy people.
Mm-mm.
That, but that's
I know a
because
lot
she
of.
felt like,
I know
you
a
know,
lot.
she had an awakening. And she didn't have an awakening and, you know, an awareness. You don't do stupid stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. You have to, it's more than just uh, emotionalism. Nobody needs, you know, emotionalism because that'll be the person, a mob will come and get you, drag you, and hang you. And that person will say, oh, that's terrible.
Ethan is mad as
I'm
hell. I
so
dropped his
sad
ass.
that that happened. That's terrible. That shouldn't happen. Your buddy's dead, swinging on the tree. So
well, I
anyway,
actually
ladies,
need
I
to
have
go
got to
go make
go.
dinner.
I
But it
have
was
got to
nice
go.
to meet you,
But
and
thank
I'm
you
glad
so
we
much.
ended on a good note.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna be looking forward to many more talks.
All right. Bye bye.
All right. I'm glad we ended on a good note. You guys take care. All right, bye bye.
You
Have a good
too.
night.
You too. Well, how about that? I always love ending things on a good note. Ethan, you can't come into my room and get in my box and say things that aren't true. I'm not going to let that stand, and I'm sorry that you take it personal. I warned you the next time you said something that wasn't true, I was going to drop you. And the other conservative friends that I have in here will tell you that's how I roll. If you say something that I believe to be completely untrue, especially about a melanated community, I will drop you. That's the way it is. That is not ripe. Not ripe. That's what I get for buying fruit from a gas station. Need help?
Charged up for you.
Okay, thank you.
You can take your time, do it at your leisure. Don't be
Okay.
stressing over it. Time you can eat.
Whenever you want me to put it on.
I don't know, what is it, 8 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, half hour or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will work on this for you. Okay. I didn't even let you finish your sentence, Ethan, because you were telling a false story. Or you were previously telling an untruth. And I'm sorry that you took offense, but you weren't listening to me. And if you're going to say something false when I have melanated guests, I'm not going to give you the respect of finishing your story. And that's funny because Ethan was up here for how long? But then I didn't let him talk, right? You cannot say things that aren't true. You go back and tell me what you were talking about with woke. Woke has been a thing for a very long time. She a real one, yo, she more than a best friend. She ain't never let me down, she always been around. She kept my head up when I was messing with these clowns. Yeah, free speech, but when this is my room on my panel, I get to decide what the speech is going here. It's not free speech when you're on an app with terms of service. I really wish you guys would get over that. That's kind of like your pet peeve there, you know? You guys really have a hard time with that. I don't know why. You just do. You know? So policy doesn't trump the Bill of Rights. So what exactly does the First Amendment say, since you think you know so much? Because I happen to know exactly what it says. And it says nothing about TikTok. And it says nothing about social media. It specifically says the government shall not infringe. Is there a government here? Oh, well, if you don't know why, maybe you should start educating yourself. I'm not going to do it any longer. You can think whatever that thing is, right? You do you, boo. You guys always do, right? What I say is what? What I say is false, right? Always what I say is false. Everything I say is false, right? What year did they bring the Statue of Liberty over from? Where was that? What country was that? Oh. Oh, dear, please tell me what I've gotten wrong. Please tell me what part of history that we never lie about. Please share all of your information. Can I say one negative thing about woke? Nope. I refuse to. That is not part of my goal set. Sad that you think my goals and your goals are the same thing. I am not a conservative. I don't know what part of that you guys are having a hard time with. But definitely something you might consider before you keep asking me to change my goals. I mean, for real. Really? So what Christians and whites actually should I give consideration to? For what reason? By the way, I am a Christian. I have all kinds of respect for true Christians that don't spread church ideology and hatred among those who aren't Christian. When you don't speak against what Jesus taught us, I got nothing against you. Well, if everybody was treated equally in this country, I wouldn't have to sit here in this live showing those statues and talking about the things I got to talk about, huh? Oh, funny how you guys go only one direction on that shit. You guys just want to sit there and act like, yeah, all that's going to happen. You haven't been treated equally. Well, tell me how you haven't been treated equally. Well, I thought so, but you're not talking about that. You're trying to say that one set of people is better than the other, or that woke is some kind of hate ideology. I can't deal with that kind of crap. You want to spread that kind of crap, you need to go somewhere else and do that shit. I'm not up for that, man. I'm just not. You guys want to pervert things that have no perversion in them and then wonder why people get salty. The other side does that too, but that's not who I'm talking about. And they don't do it in the same way that you think they do. No, it has a resentment. It has a tendency to resent people that have abused others for so long. And those people happen to often be whites and Christians. Y'all are so goofy. For real. Probably gonna end this live soon. Y'all are boring me. How do you force behavior? Y'all with the damn mind melds and shit. Y'all are too much. Well, they can say they want to force behavior, but we're not in another country. We're in America. Nobody forces anything. You just want to be a shit, then just be a shit. I've said that before. An asshole is an asshole. It has nothing to do with blaming it on somebody else. Just like y'all want to blame everything on the trans community. Right. You're the evil one trying to hurt people. See, Ethan, I really thought that you had gotten past all this anti-human behavior. This little mustache man ideology shit. Now you're almost quoting him. You like that guy that ran Germany in the 1940s, huh? Just too much. You're the kind of people we gotta watch out for. That want a dominionism over the country. Oh, yes, it's the Christian nationalists, also known as Christofascists. The Christofascists, the Christian nationalists, are the one pushing the dominionism, duh. The same one that took women's rights, take transgender rights, take away LGBTQ rights, take away black folks' rights. You just keep riding on that bandwagon. I'm about to block your ass. Y'all really think I'm stupid. That's funny. Y'all think I'm more stupid than they did over in the other room, man. That's a trip. Hawaii girl. Aloha, baby. I miss you, honey. Hello, how you doing?
Oh, well, I do home health and I've been doing private home health. So I used to work
Mm-hmm.
with agencies. I used to work with private agencies and then well, not private, but just healthcare agencies. And then I switched over to DOORS, which is the state run program for home health workers that been keeping people in their homes and out of nursing homes. And I like it. I really like Doors. I like the Doors program. I like the way it works, and then you get benefits like not healthcare benefits, but you get benefits. It's union backed,
Mm-hmm.
so you get better pay. Anyway, while I was doing that, I ran across a woman who same program. She was in the same program that I'm enrolled in for work. She does private pay. There's a few people that do private pay. There, I'm not. It's a little complicated, but anyway. So she wanted to interview me. She hired me, and then I was working with her, and through her, I met another woman who is not in the program at all, and she private pays me. So anyway, long story short, the one other woman that helps me with the one woman fell
Mm-hmm.
last week and broke her shoulder. So
Oh gosh.
I'm doing all the hours, all the work. She's having cataract surgery tomorrow, and it's not a big deal to have cataract surgery. But this woman is the nervous wreck.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hi there. How you doing?
So
Hi.
hi. So
Mm.
the reason why I came up to and I wanted to, first of all, I just obviously wanted to say hi, and I've been really scarce because I've been really busy with work. But what I saw somebody posted a video, someone I follow here on TikTok, saying it looks like our government's heading for a shutdown. Please elaborate. What the heck is going on?
And our government, I'm
Oh,
gonna let Rose do that.
the
Hmm.
people don't listen to me about anything anymore. I've just about threw my hands up on the people on this app. Insane. Do you know that people had this account shut down yesterday?
No. You know, you
What?
should call
Completely
me.
shut
For real?
down.
They shut your live down?
They didn't just shut my live down. This account was completely off.
Oh my
You
They
god.
mean it was
sicked some influential dude into coming at me. They told him a bunch of lies that I was after people in the black community unprovoked. And then he contacted somebody and had this account completely removed.
how did you get it back?
I had to write TikTok and send them all the actual screenshots of all the horrible, outlandish things people said about me and all the things that they were telling me to do to myself to prove that they were coming at me and all the things that they were saying about me were lies so that I could get my account back.
Jeez.
Thank God. I did not know that girl was on another live for about 5 hours. I did not know they did this to you. That's screwed up, man.
I mean, this is, first of all, let's check it out. Somebody paid Bold. Oh, I know who it was. I'm not even going to dignify their name because I guess they
Yeah,
want some candy coated Christmas cookie for paying $150 to kick me permanently out of Bold's room.
What the? What?
This is how strong the hate is.
This shit's getting, this shit getting fucking ridiculous.
Now, Bold could have
Ridiculous.
blocked my main account because me and him had a deal. You block my main account, you won't see me in your room. And that's true. I have not been in that room since they took me out of that room. Now, I'm not blocked, but I gave him my word. You took me down, banned me permanently off of a hunt for. They wanted to make money off of someone's pain. You got it. That
Yeah.
how much you want to eat you want to eat away at your soul by making money off of somebody else's pain? That's on you. So they got their greenbacks, their money. So I won't be in there anymore. However, they actually targeted one of my mods. They went into this other influential person's live and repeatedly named my mod from my other account over and over and over and over. And that person is a member of the LGBTQ community. And they repeatedly targeted that person. I bet you their name was listed in that room 100 times
wow.
to make sure that and all they did was mod the room, the live I was having. But they said because they were modding that room and they had me targeted, that they needed to be targeted.
That's effed
So,
up.
y'all want to play this targeting people? So if you go to my YouTube, which is linked to this account, you will find all the lives that I've been recording of people and their trash talk and their talk shit. And see, I don't like doing that because it doesn't make their community look in a good light. But
Right.
if this
It needs
is
to be
where
known.
you want to go and you want to hurt people that actually were just simply modding my live, I am all for that personal shit. And not only that, in this guy's live, they actually tokenized and hurt my community. Went and said that I go around this app saying that my indigenous family is Indian.
Hmm.
No,
and then repeated it,
because of the
and
other
then
guy.
refused to let me up on the live to defend my family's honor.
I got upset because they're cutting down your family members, and they wouldn't let me in. I don't even know what live I was on, Rose. I can't keep up no more. But I was so upset because they wanted to character assassinate your son, your husband, and they were debating about your husband,
Right.
and when I was trying to say, look, this and that, he's indigenous, and then they started to come at me and said, who are you? Who are you to Rose? Why are you on
Mm-hmm.
the ass? Are you what,
And
they
an
were saying
insulator, an insulator was in there, and he was defending them, and I blocked him because of it. And then he tried to say that I'm the crazy one, and then he's
oh,
sitting here saying,
Insulator
"Oh
is
well,
two-faced. He's two-faced. Yeah,
no
Insulator's in here,
problem,
by the way.
no problem,
He's in
Aloha.
here.
Thank you so much for being here, honey. I love you." Mwah.
I wish he would have stood up for you better, though. I wish he would have said, hey, guys, how are you diagnosing her with bipolar disorder? Where's your facts?
They don't know anything about anything that I haven't told them.
Well, they're picking at it, though. They're picking at, like,
But
oh,
I
you're
don't
trying to.
have bipolar.
I never
I
said you
have
did. They're
borderline
saying,
personality disorder.
well, what I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying
Right.
to eat at the same time.
They don't even have the ability to understand the difference.
hmm TikTok is really dark right now, Rose. I've been on so many lives, and people are so divided. It's so, man.
This
People,
is the beginning of the end of our democracy that I
I
have been
know that.
trying to fight against for how long? And that was part of what me and Bold were talking about, that they are now saying that I said we were under a contract. I never said any of that shit. They
What?
make up so much shit about me, they can't even keep up with their own shit.
I don't know
And
what's going on, but something is wrong. There was a lady. I was in another. This is off topic, but They were debating indigenous against the African American community. They have this lady almost had a heart attack on live. Like she was
mhm.
hyperventilating. We had to calm her down. She was literally hyperventilating from anger. And I was like, these people are, something is wrong. Something's not right with people, man.
And then blaming people that have no clue what the hell you're talking about, and then trying to say that they're this is what was killing me in that other room. They are claiming I'm scheming, or I'm angry, or I'm hateful, or I'm this and that because they're beautiful, or they're nice, or they're pretty, or how are you going to tell other people I'm hateful? How are you going to spread lies about me on purpose and deceit about me? You don't know me. You're not some kind of a guru that reads minds to tell people what I'm thinking. Who do you think you are telling people lies about what I'm thinking? I'm not putting up with that kind of baloney. And then to call me an insect, a tick, or and then say I'm a cyborg and all this other shit. You know what? I'm gonna just take all these recordings, put them all on YouTube, and talk about them every time I go live, so people deliberately go and look at them
Well,
and
hold
see
on.
you for who you are, man.
Wait a minute, Rose. How how did this all come to be? I'm confused now. Like, are they
They
going after
chose
you because
this.
you're running
I
for office
see.
or what?
This has nothing to do with me running for office. It has to do with the host invited me and let's be clear. To this day, until they were paid $150 to permanently kick me, they never uninvited me. The host never told me I wasn't welcome. The host never stopped inviting me, and they actually would send me an invite in a text and everything. So I was never in a space that I
I was
wasn't
told
invited
by
to.
Rose not to. Oh, okay, Insulator. Oh, okay. So you told Rose not to. You told Insulator not to. Okay,
I
I didn't
told
know that.
him not to fight with them, but that doesn't mean to go over there and tell them agree with lies and shit.
Well,
But I did tell him not to fight with them. I don't need somebody else white savioring for me. If I wanted to go over there and talk shit, I could go over there and talk shit despite $150 thing paid. I know who paid it. If I was really in my craw about it, I could say something or whatever. If I wanted to do something about it, I could take all the things they said about me and report it to TikTok. That's not who I am. The only reason I said anything to TikTok at all is because somebody took my main account down and I had to go fight for myself. So, I mean, they talk a lot of shit, but see, they don't want to own up to their shit. Their shit that obviously got this account back that they don't want to own up to. Right? Obviously, I kept my receipts. I hope they kept theirs.
Here's what I don't
Because
do. Here's what
now
I
that they've made it personal, now
mm,
that they actually sent somebody after me and lied to that person about the whole situation,
well,
now we can get down to the nitty gritty and tell everybody the truth, right?
why the hate though? Why the hate? Why the hate so much though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's my point.
Why such hate? It's almost like they thrive off of hating people. Like, but see, here's the
Mm,
downfall. Here's the downfall. If you don't take heed, not you, Rose. If certain people don't take heed of what is going on, their community is going to be in shambles.
I
Look,
don't even say anything like that anymore because when I say something like that, they go up. Is that a threat? Is that a threat? I
no,
can't
it's
even
not a
use words
threat.
in the
It's
common
not a
English
threat.
language without somebody accusing me of threatening somebody else.
See, while all this chaos is going on, I'm preparing for what the government's about to do to us.
I
I'm
know that
preparing
was the
mentally.
whole thing I'm trying to warn people about, and they don't care. They don't want to
I
see it
have,
past their
yeah.
own actual windshield.
Okay, and so later. What I'm saying is,
So if that's how they want to do things,
where do we go from here? This is what I'm trying to say. Where do we go from here? Are we going together? Are we going divided? Because, like I said, together we rise, separated, we're going to fall. And I know that's not the right words, but we are going to fall as a people because
I
we are
mean,
so
I
divided.
had that verified chick mix my name with some dweeb dude that said a whole bunch of garbage, and then she sat there and pretended like that thing wasn't riding. Fine. You want to go
I have
that
to go
way?
get something to eat.
Yeah.
I'm
I
hungry.
mean, the lies keep flying, they keep riding, no problem. That's what you want your community to look like? That I prove that you just keep lying and lying and lying? Then so be it.
Who's Kenyon
But
Bunny? You know her? Is that your friend? Kenyon Bunny? Bunny?
then they're mutual, I guess. But I mean, that no, I don't got any friends on this app anymore. I mean, people that say they had my best interests at heart, wanted to bring me into their fold, invited me in, were mutuals with me, and then allow what happened. I don't trust fuck all anybody in this app.
Damn, how
Especially
you gonna call me out like that?
not you. You know what I'm
Damn,
talking about.
Rose. Damn.
I'm not talking about you and Joe and Faith and some other really
Look,
good people on here.
here's the deal. Here's
Anybody
the
that has
thing.
ever said anything on here
Yeah.
that I have obviously seen them turn around and Viper attack me afterwards, I don't trust those people as far as I could throw them. I really don't. These folks have said that they care about humanity, they care about their community, they care about other communities. They don't care about anything because they have shown who they really are here, now. And so, my grace that I was trying to give others, and when I was trying to decolonize, and that
Mm.
me being quiet and allowing others to show me when I'm wrong, that is not a place I'm at right now. Because I was trying to be that way, And then they used that opportunity to stick their heel in my chest. They will not get that opportunity again.
I mean, what you
That is
gotta
where
say?
they wanted it to go. I tried for weeks in that room to work things out. Every single time I tried to come up and talk about it, every time I tried to have a conversation about it, I was muted. I didn't matter. Shut up. Go away. We don't want you here. So now you can't mute me in my own room. You can't hurt me in my own space. So now you didn't want to actually have a conversation. So now you don't get to control any narrative and you don't get to actually tell anybody anything. And now when the shit hits the fan, you can cry. I don't want to hear
What's your background? What's up with your background? Like, what? Can you explain it?
it. Those are the same statue.
How so?
How so?
Yeah.
That's the same
No,
statue.
no.
How
It
so?
is.
I'm wondering. I'm curious.
Isn't that Rosa Parks? Isn't that Rosa
No.
Parks in the
That,
last
the first
scene?
statue on the left,
It's Harriet Tubman.
no.
Harriet
That
Tubman.
was the
I'm sorry.
gift
Yep.
from Africa to us, which was the Statue of Liberty, given to us by Africa in congratulations for ending slavery. And we used the replica in France to say that the statue given to us from Africa was actually from France, and we covered it up and decided to make it something else because we did not want to acknowledge or be proud of anything black.
Where is this
Right, but
statue at? I've never even seen
this,
that
this
statue.
it's in the South.
That
It's in the South.
statue is
Ah,
the
it's in the South.
Statue of Liberty.
And this is the thing that I don't understand. This is a conspiracy
Look
theory.
at the
Yeah, it's
hands.
conspiracy.
I understand what you're saying,
Look
Rose.
at the head.
I get
Wait,
what
they
you're
look
saying.
different though. They look
Those are the same statue.
what?
This is a conspiracy theory
Hold
that
on.
has been brought about. I mean, the
You go ahead
Smithsonian.
and believe what you want, and I will believe what I've been told.
Well, right, but the statues were also erected at two different time periods.
I don't find the name Urethra Franklin very comical.
Wait a minute. So hold on. Let me just think about this. I was on a live yesterday for 6 hours. It was a, it was an eye opener. But let's not go there. Not related to y'all. This has got nothing to do with y'all. What I'm trying to understand. So you say we got this statue from Africa or from France, some France, right? So slavery was happening in Britain, right? Great Britain, right? 17th, 16th century in Europe, or right before they arrived to the Americas. So you're saying that was a gift from the French, and then the Statue of Liberty.
The story and history says that we got the Statue of Liberty from the French. There is an actual replica in France today.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what I was told. And somebody else told me something different.
Well, unfortunately,
And,
it's not the
Well,
truth.
well, I would rather believe somebody from the melanated community than people from the colonizer community.
See, and that's what's crazy to me. Just because they're a person of color, you
And
believe they're
why would I do that? Because the people from the BIPOC community have not lied for 400 years?
Yeah, I don't. I get rephrase that statement. I guess I don't understand.
So the community that has covered up the fact that they annihilated so many Black Wall Streets over the years, that they have butchered and abused people of color for centuries, and then covered it up and pretended that it didn't happen. You think I should take their word for it over somebody else who told me this is true?
Yeah, but right. So I understand what you're saying, but both of these statues have meanings and values in different times. The one on the left is not the original Statue of Liberty that came from France. That's not what it was about. France. What's the original story on why we got the Statue of Liberty from France?
Funny thing is, when you actually dig in American history, it's not very clear, is it? At least it isn't in my digging of American history. And perhaps that is why, more than anything, I'm convinced of the story. And so, why is it then that they look so similar? That if you took the actual garb of one statue and put it over the other, repainted it, and replaced it with a sconce and a book, they would look almost identical.
Rose. They're two different historical monuments, though.
But see, the way the picture looks, you know what?
Like the
I'm
mannerisms are
not
the
going
same.
to entertain people that are in whatever they want to be in.
Okay. Wait. Come on, guys, stop. I'm all about for truth, and I really want to learn something here. And I'm not denying anything. Look, I'm learning. Okay, I'm learning. Now, what I'm reading is that the Statue of Liberty, the one to the right, to you, Rose, is to the left because we're looking at the opposite side. She is Arab. I mean, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Wait. I'm
The
sorry.
one on the left is an Arab
Of Arab
woman.
descent.
She is a
Of Arab
Muslim
descent.
woman. Yes.
Okay. That's what I was reading, and she.
The one on the left is a statue of a Muslim woman from Africa as a gift to America as in appreciation of freeing the slaves.
But Arab is not African. Are you saying you're not saying that though, right? You're just saying she
I'm
happened to be.
saying that not Arab, she's Muslim. She's a Muslim woman.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's a statue of a Muslim woman given to America in appreciation for freeing slaves. And this YT country of ours could not put a monument of a person of color as an actual symbolism of freedom, so they made it look like the one on the right.
No, even so, it's running with the Statue of Liberty itself is following Arab traditions, being like fully clothed and in a robe, uh, fully dressed and stuff. The Harriet Tubman in Arab or Muslim, you can't. They're not. Women aren't even allowed to show their shoulders.
Right. Here's what. Hold on. y'all, I'm really reading history here. I'm trying to read the figure that Rose is speaking of. The lady to the lady with the little lantern. Okay, the false narrative is that she was a slave peasant. That's a false narrative from Africa. I'm reading it right now.
She was a Muslim woman.
No, it's not even saying that, Rose. It's
No.
saying she is depicted from Arab. This is not an African. This is not a black lady. She may look black to you, but it's not a black person. That figure is not a black person.
Right, we're talking about the
Look it
Statue
up.
of Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the Statue of Liberty was based. The sculptor used a Muslim woman as the background for the statue. But the
That's the
Tubman
thing.
statue has right.
Right. Go ahead.
The,
Go ahead.
the Tubman statue has nothing to do with the Statue of Liberty. Like it's a whole nother monument. Cause where's that one out of, Rose? Isn't that in Georgia?
What one? What are you
The Harry
talking about?
Tubman one. The Harry Tubman
That's not Harriet Tubman.
I thought that's who it was. But anyways, isn't that in Georgia?
You hear how some people are just never mind.
Well, what I'm saying is the statue on your left is it's my left, is a real statue. It's just not in New York City. I believe it's in Georgia.
I'm gonna kill the cat. Crying. Shut up, cat. Goofy ass cat. My friend Joe's coming up.
Hey y'all.
Hi, Joe.
I just thought that was funny that he said, "What the fuck are you talking about, dude?"
The Harriet Tubman. I'm like,
Ain't
where'd you get
never
Harriet Tubman,
Tubman.
bro?
Stop playing with me.
Yeah, right. I reball. That's a true statue, though. That's a real statue.
Right, but that
That's
ain't no
still not
Harriet Tubman,
Harriet
man.
Tubman, though. Come on, bruh.
Hey,
I
don't say
understand
Besides,
that.
young Harriet Tubman. A
It's
I
teenager.
clearly
got
not
news for you.
Harriet
Harriet
Tubman.
Tubman would probably kick your butt up and down
She'd be
the
like, "What the hell
railroad,
was you
Oh
man.
yeah,
thinking? Stop that. Just stop
She
probably.
didn't take nobody's shit, man.
it."
At least from what I know in history.
And I ain't take your shit either. Shit. It was funny though. You was funny, dude. I just want, don't be
You
all in
know
your
what? I
feelings.
gotta say, Insulator is one of my favorite independent / conservatives.
That's what's up. I'm glad we got a chance
Because
to meet.
he really does try, but he just ends up walking in that dog pile of dog shit every time he tries to not be conservative and tries to fit into the equality standard that we all try to be part of. But he tries so hard. It's like a 4-year-old
Well,
trying
as
to
long as
ride
he
a 10
tries,
speed.
I could deal with you if you're trying, but when you're just not trying, I'm just like, okay, you're lost.
Yeah, no, I definitely believe in equality.
That's
I
what's
just, I had to drop Ethan though earlier, man. He just wouldn't stop with the, no, dude,
Yeah, because
you're,
my friend called me and she said he really pissed her off, and I was like, okay, so you should just left out the box. I'll be arguing with them folks.
I did. He was in the middle of his story, and I'm like, and he was like, "You're so rude." I was like, "Dude, I don't care what story you're telling. If you're not going to admit that you're not telling the truth, I'm dropping your ass."
I
Mm-hmm.
got you. Yeah. So it is. So it's in the Caribbean.
Oh, okay.
Labor, black. It's yeah, Lady Liberty of the Caribbean. Black Statue of Liberty is what it's called.
Oh, well, thank you for. Okay, that's what's up. Thank you guys for the comments. Hey, Mel.
But like I was saying, TikTok is dark. Like this bringing out the worst in people. This TikTok bring out
Girl, yes.
the balls or the guts to say in people's face. I promise you. Now I promise you, majority of these people on here sitting back behind a screen, they ain't gonna say shit to certain people in their face. I promise you.
Mm-mm.
There are so many
They
people who
not.
talk bold, talk about, well, this and that, but I guarantee you ain't gonna say nothing to your employer. You ain't gonna buck up to no authority. I promise you.
Not at
I
all.
promise
They
you,
know
you're
better.
not gonna do it. You're gonna fucking bow your head down and go to work
And
like a little
and this is
coward.
what I tried to tell people.
Go ahead.
Those who know when authority is wrong and stand up to it are the most at risk when authority comes knocking.
That part right there.
Cause
Because
I'm telling
because
you.
everybody else that bows down to authority and fears it are the ones they know they can control.
In the comments, so there's a comment said, just like the Democrats want to defund the police. Could you please expound on why you're saying that? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, come on up here, Born to Play.
Come
Tell
on,
me
let's
what
talk
defunding
about
the
it. Cause
police
that's a,
really means. If you know so much about Democrats, you Democrat demagogue, you. Come on
let's
up here and
talk
tell me
about it,
what that means.
please. Cause that don't even make no sense.
Because I know where that actual saying came from, and I actually know what they meant when they started it. So bring your butt on up here.
Come on, Born to Play. Bring up. Come up. Come up.
Nobody's being mean. We just saying, come up here and talk about it.
Come
Why
up
you
here
so
and put your
offended?
money where your mouth is and show me you actually know what you're talking about.
That is it. Like, we here for it. Don't think everybody being mean. You just don't be sensitive. It'll be
No,
all right.
when I tell you people are mean, people actually had me in tears. They were so mean. When people want to be mean, they can really be fucking mean. It ain't mean in here.
No, for real. Because I
Dang,
promise you,
look,
it
I
take me
tell
a
people,
lot
this
to
is what I
cuss
tell
people
people.
out.
TikTok is not a safe place. Don't believe that it's safe place. Motherfuckers, they will turn on you. I don't care if you've known someone for months on TikTok. That bitch gonna turn on you in a
Because that's
second.
what they do. This is
That's what
TikTok.
they do. And I guarantee you, people be talking on the side chat. I've
And
heard people,
they
look,
get salty at me as hell because
I know.
I don't put up with that shit.
No,
If
that ain't
you
even
go
it, Rue.
behind my back and talk shit to me,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you try to hurt somebody that I know or I think is a good person, I don't put up with that shit. I
I'm the
will come
same way.
correct to you to your face because that's just who I am. My
Hey,
mod from the other night, y'all attacked that person and put them in that other person's live last night like they were dog puke. And as far as I'm concerned, every single person that supported doing that, I will call you out every time I see you now.
Oh, I don't know.
That's why Verified blocked me
I just
because
gave
she
a view
knows
of your political
she
view.
better hope I don't see her.
there's a
Because I'll
lot of
call
people
her
that
out
do that.
Okay,
for
well,
how much she doesn't care about the LGBTQ community.
born to play. It's okay to
I do
disagree.
know a
Why
lot
do you
more
feel like
information.
it's a problem? Not everybody's that upset. We
That
just
don't have
messing
to
with
be
you. Get up here,
teaching
let's talk
I'm
exactly.
not
about it.
upset about people disagreeing.
Not at
I'm
all.
upset when you make it personal and come after people.
That's it. I promise you. I may joke and all that. I'm actually a pretty cool, calm person. I just be joking, man. Don't be all in your feelings.
Miss Karen was up here earlier. We had a long conversation.
I
I
heard about
appreciated
that.
so much her wisdom.
Mm. I I don't know. My friend was kind of mad about that. And like I told her, well, why you didn't leave when we left? I can't. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I left alive. So,
Oh, your other friend that was up there getting schooled?
yep.
Well, I tried to tell her. Miss Karen is an older woman from the black community. There is nothing me or your friend could tell her that she does not know.
Oh, I thought you was talking about Carmen. You said Karen. Never mind. Okay.
Miss
Man,
Karen?
I don't know who Miss Karen is, but I don't know. I
Oh.
really don't.
Carmen's
No,
bad news.
I was talking about Miss Karen up here
No,
in
my
my
bad.
box earlier.
I just want to say because I don't like Carmen, but
Oh,
that's what.
Carmen's the one that sits there and thinks she can read my mind and tell me how I hate black people because they're beautiful or something like that. You
No,
need to
what
come
made me
correct with
mad
that
was
shit.
I was in Bowles Live and she was calling people the C word, well, saltines. I'll say it like that, right? And I
Hmm.
was like, what the hell? Where do you get this from? That she gonna tell me I'm lying? She always over talks people. She's like, I don't do that in my lives. I was like, lady, I saw you a couple of months ago in your life. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You just automatically tell me I'm lying. I wasn't lying, lady. I've seen you on TikTok. I just don't follow you. If I'm telling you something, it's because I'm for real. I have seen it, but if you mad, be
Well,
mad.
she be
Whatever.
getting mad and salty, and then when people bring up the fact that she ain't married to someone of the same background, she get real upset about that.
No,
I didn't even know that. Go
she was
ahead.
talking earlier about teaching. So she said she was brought up to do things. I'm gonna go word for word for what she said. She was brought up to do things on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. And she said, like burning things down. Like she didn't divulge much more than that, but she said like burning things down. And then she said that she taught her kids that as well.
That's crazy,
Hmm.
man. Crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about, but okay, it sounds thrown off.
Well, Carmen was saying that basically that, you know, she left it open so she couldn't get kicked from
Right.
TikTok. But
Well,
basically, you know,
well,
she,
sometimes you just gotta pray for people because they really need some guidance. And she feel like she's this woman of God and all that. She really needs some guidance. So that's all I can say for real. Some people don't want
I'm gonna
guidance.
tell you what, she's about 60 to 80% of the problem in that room.
Huh, I know it. That's why I'm like, you know what? She don't think she the problem. Leave that lady. She just anyway. That's how she is. Most of the time, I don't argue with folks. So, there's too much going on. We could be doing other
Expect
things
people
than
to know
arguing.
context about your personal life and then attack somebody else on theirs, and neither one of you really know each other, but you're gonna come at me and oh, what? Oh my goodness.
What? We don't know each other exactly. This is an app. Like, it's some app. We don't know each other like that. And if we get to know each other, but you know what? Digital, you was right about that. You can get to know somebody. But
Oh yeah.
it's like they will turn. I'm talking about. You be
Baby,
like,
they
what the
will
hell
turn on
happened?
you. And here's the thing. Here's a tricky thing. When I go to these lives, right? Because I start seeing these people and studying them, and they talk about, well, I'm gonna call you after the live. Like these people talking to each other off out of the live, and they doing things on the side. Like this is a real live opera, not opera. What's that say? A real live comedy show.
Mm-mm-mm.
Real live. Teaming up with each other. Let me call you on the phone and we can talk about what she just said. Like they just weird, man. They just
No, you're right. Cause I have now my
I'm like, why
moderator. I
y'all
talk to
giving each
them.
other's numbers out to strangers? Cause see, they fighting with each other. When I talk to these people on here, they fight with each other.
Yeah.
So they swap phone numbers, and I'm like, you're fighting with people and still giving your phone number out to these people you fighting with. It's so like weird.
It
This is
don't make
kids.
no. It don't
It
even
make
make no
no
sense.
sense, right? It make no fucking sense.
Cause I know
and
me. I'm like this. If I give you my number, it's a text now number.
And I'll tell you to get it.
It's from the flip
Yeah,
phone.
yeah, that part. And I'll tell you, you might want to download text now. What? I'll be like, look, that way we don't have anybody's information. Because as soon as somebody information come out or you put it out, nah, baby, I don't roll like that. Who else you get your number to? Because it ain't
Yeah,
got to
that,
be me.
Y'all ain't gonna believe this. We got about 50 people
Mm-hmm.
watching this live hiding.
Oh, I
Well, since
believe
y'all
it.
sitting
That
in the
is
damn
some
live, you need
froggy
to tap
ass
it and get
chicken
these
shit
likes up.
bullshit.
You need to tap the live and get these likes up because we're only at
Is
2.3K.
that not some crazy ass shit that
And
you
y'all need to
can't
get
just
the
sit here
channel
and
since you're sitting
watch?
there
You are
watching.
so scared of me that you have to hide. Like I am the biggest boogeyman motherfucker on TikTok.
Oh,
Like
Lord.
what?
And you know what get me naturally and
Mm-hmm.
Rose and Insulator when you on the live with people, right? And they're like, define what racism is. Define what you know. They want to go all out. They want you to define stuff, but yet they don't know what it is themselves. I
Yes.
be
Girl,
tripping
we
out.
got it.
Do you
Well,
know
I
what
know
you are
some people. There's
reading?
the 16 people in here, but I just looked and there are like 50 people watching that they're hiding. They're like
How
they
do they
you can't
hide?
see them.
How do they hide? Like,
Okay,
You
this is
can
my
turn
friend
off your
Donda.
thing to where people can't see you in the room unless you're the one running the room.
No, this is my friend right here. I know people follow me, but she is sweetheart, but she gonna speak. But other people I can't speak for. Oh.
I don't care if you're on a public live, you got to know people are going to be watching you.
Talk about what do you mean
someone
hiding?
said she
Just
with
like
eight
Chrissy
eight
said.
motherfucking people talking about what you mean. You need to get 1,800. Oh, 8 people, motherfucker. You better go back someone. Go to sleep. People, I love people trying to try. What you hiding?
I
Well,
love
the
them asking
thing,
me how much I had to drink when if they actually knew who I was, they would know I don't drink at all.
baby, the people just saying the most.
I know.
But since
People,
you're
man,
talking
my
trash,
friends
go
were on
ahead
the live the
and
other
give
day,
the host
yesterday,
tap the screen.
and
It
they
don't take
calling
much
my
to do
friend
that.
out. You know, they saying, "Why you come out here drinking? And why are you drunk? And you should just a bunch of." She wasn't
I say
drunk.
the
She
most
just talked
crazy
funny because
stuff.
she talked funny like that, right? And they
Hmm.
accusing her of being drunk and incoherent on the
they
live, and it's
always
dangerous
do.
to the.
Well,
They
Child.
I could actually share that I've had like 3 or 4 throat surgeries that make me talk like this, but they don't deserve that personal information.
Nah, this was another friend of mine, Rose. They were calling her out, man. They just pissed me the hell off, though, man.
No, like Born to Play. I
Oh,
like her,
Dill,
but
it's
she
too
was
bad
like,
you don't care,
mm,
'cause I don't neither. Bye.
If you guys got a
mm.
great live, I love listening to you, especially to Naturally. I'm not hiding.
Well, get your
Oh,
butt in the
Naturally,
box, baby.
you got yourself a little something down there. He like watching you.
You
He's
know what's crazy, baby? I be having little booze. That's why
you
Major was
got
acting like that
a
crazy. I
little
got
boo. He
booze all
do.
over this app. What's up, baby? How you doing? If you really fuck with me, go on and gift me. Thank you. I appreciate it. But
Oh,
I
but for
know, and they be
real.
all hiding like, oh, you just want to play games, right?
But
oh,
you
I
see
was
how
in a
Well
Major
live
then,
was
the other
acting
day.
earlier? I'm so sorry, Joe. No, I can't help you with that, brother. I
Y'all
can't
know
help
someone
you.
no.
named Marquita? Anybody know Marquita? She's a trans woman, but
Oh,
she
thank
eat
you, Mel. I'm just
she eat
joking.
a lot of food on the live, and she I love watching her. She a entertainer, but she was yelling at people talking about, baby, keep your rose, cause I can't do nothing with no pennies. Keep all them roses. I'm gonna give them all right back to you. I said, man, she was hating on people. She goes, don't give me no pennies. Can't do nothing with it. Just don't even send nothing.
Mm-mm.
I
I
said, damn,
know it.
I take it. Shit, give me them motherfucking
Well, I
pennies.
They
appreciate the
add
likes.
up. That's the thing.
I appreciate the likes.
Thank you for but
Who
that's
said
only
that?
insulator. I'm talking about the people in the chat. We not
Insulator,
gonna
you
sit
ain't
up here
supposed to like the live while you're in the box.
I
because
know
I
that. I accidentally
because
hit it.
well see I do that too. But the thing about it is everybody watching. It don't take long to tap the screen. It's free. It don't cost nothing.
I know.
Cause when they do that in my lives, I end up getting mad and kicking them out. Like I'm just saying, cause that don't
Hey,
make no
Dondi.
sense.
How you doing,
I
Dondi?
know.
Anyway,
Speaking of
check it out.
Rosamund,
I
oh
was on
shit,
I
Gandhi is
was on
funny.
pineapple twisted tea earlier, and these
I
folks was on there talking about sexually the definition of a rosebud, like they're like them talking trash sex talk about something that happens to have the same name as me is some kind of win, and I'm like, really? Well, I guess there's a sexual connotation to a rosebud.
Damn.
Something to do with anal sex or something like that. Anyway, um, they think it's cute that it has the same name, and I don't know why they think it's cute. I guess they think it's fun to demean people or try to do that. It's like telling a guy named Richard that he's a dick, right? What, you know?
Never.
And to why you so quiet? You letting all the ladies talk? Come on now, you up here for a reason. Talk to us.
I've never heard that terminology before. I, I don't
Okay.
know.
Where are you from, sugar?
The Northeast.
Oh, I'm from the South. Okay, that explains it. Never mind. Never mind. I ain't trying to be funny. I just be asking. People, sometimes you'll hear my accent, and if I'm being really proper, you won't. But I am from the South, so I got that Southern hospitality. Especially me and my
Mhm.
girl Dondi. It's my homie right
As
there.
long as she doesn't say "bless your heart."
Oh no, I ain't. No, I don't say that. I
Yeah.
just don't. That
Well,
ain't something I say
that was just me joking around because a lot
no,
of
you
people in the
ain't
South say that and they don't really mean it.
at all. I had somebody earlier
Did
tell me
you?
I was fake, and I was like, I'm not.
What?
I'm just not an asshole. But if you want me to be one, I can.
Hmm.
Hmm.
What's up?
Well, I have a question. What is the definition of racism?
Why don't you
Def,
answer
def,
since you asked the question? What is your definition of racism?
Well, she brought it up, so I was
you
just
what? You
curious.
you like it, huh? You like that topic, huh? It brings people in. I know. Whenever anybody
Let's
talk
talk
about that,
about it. Let's talk about it. Let's
let's
get
talk about it. We about to
controversial.
go way up in numbers, Rose. we talk
Everybody
about
tap the screen like the live. It's finna go there. Let's get it.
y'all crazy.
Come on, get them likes up, guys.
Let's get them likes up, baby. It's finna get
Y'all
real.
stupid. I swear to God.
Shoot.
You know what?
If
I'm
you
gonna
want to
be
talk
honest with
about that,
you.
you got to get the likes up to protect the live.
I'm telling you, can't wait. There
I'm gonna
go
be
my
honest with you.
that's my mod. That's my number one mod right there. That's what she always with me. It is what
I'm
it
gonna
is.
tell you what racism is, and I'm speaking out the blue, guys. I ain't got no Google. I ain't got no kind of nothing. No Webster
Okay, baby,
dictionary.
go
I'm just
ahead.
speaking out my mind, and I got my eyes
Okay.
closed. I've been on this app many times, and can't nobody tell me what racism is. They can read it from a Google app. They can do. They still always change it, but to me,
I could tell you in just a couple words.
okay, go ahead. What's a couple words? 2 words. Go for it.
Power and prejudice.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah. To me, racism is something that, and hear me when I tell you this, and be quiet and don't just close your eyes and think about what I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
Racism is a indefinite, and hear me when I tell you indefinite hatefulness
Oven's warming up.
for someone who don't look like you. It
Hmm.
don't matter what you do for that person. You can make them an apple pie. You can give them $1 million.
And
They
hey,
do
Wavy, I just
not
made your mod.
like you. Racism is pure hate. Pure hate. They smile in your face and change the laws behind your back. It's racism. It's evil. It's
And
cancerous. And if you think about it,
see, I agree with you, but then I have to say that
mhm.
I never have hated anybody. Never in my life. But I've been racist before. And I would have to say that ignorance is also a huge part of racism. Being in a world where you don't understand or
You
you're
said
ignorant of
you
your
said
own
you what?
power.
You said that what you say? what? What'd you
Well, I
say?
mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I
And
mean,
you say you are you okay, hold on, let me finish. Okay, wait. This ain't got nothing to do with any of y'all. This is Insulator said what is it what I think it is, and I want to hear what Insulator says it is. You could be prejudiced all day long. I don't care. I like red hair. I like freckles. I'm just saying. I don't. I like short hair. This and this and that. But racism, that's a whole nother level. That's a level that we've learned to adjust in a world of racism. Cops, government, hospital, there's racist people who literally operate on you. And that's
right.
the thing. You can't be, oh, you can sit with a group of people and have some pizza. I guarantee you, out of them 10 people you chilling with, somebody is racist in that group. Somebody is going to be racist.
But what I'm trying to say is, and you're
Mhm.
correct, but
Yeah.
it's so involved more than that because it's kind of like somebody took a needle and thread and wove it into everything with these little silver invisible lines. So they wove it into employment and schools and government and housing and districts and everything to where you can't sometimes you can't even see it unless you're looking for it, even though it's right in front of your face. And for me, I always said that I've never hated anybody. I grew up being taught not to hate people. But the ignorance? Yeah, Kay, go ahead.
So this is a mistake that a lot of people make. Racism doesn't only come from hatred, it also comes from fear, right? And I know that sounds a little crazy, but hear me out. There was a study that was done by a black woman. I don't remember her name, but there was a study done by her, and she went into a room of YT people and asked them, "What is racism to you?" And they gave their answers, and then she gave her answer of what she thought racism was. And if you listen to what she says, it's very clear that racism is not just about hate, but it's about fear, right? Because even though we are technically a minority, there is a lot more of us than there is of them. And we're a minority because what YT people do as a nation, as just their, what they like to call a culture, is they like to belittle people when they think that we are above them, but in all reality we're not worried about being above them. We just want to live, we just want to survive, and survive a world that does not allow us to survive, right? Whereas they think that we're trying to overtake them, or trying to brainwash or just erase them off the world, when in all reality they erased us, they erased our culture, and tried to make us into them because they were afraid of how our culture would affect their people.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. You missed my point.
Well,
Where does
I'm
the
talking about what you
where
were
does the
saying.
fear come from though? That's the thing. Look, you can divide racism any kind. In TikTok, you gonna have all kind of definitions of racism, and that's fine. And what you say is true. You're not invalidated. But at the end of the day, you talking about, well, we don't want to get involved with the white tea. We're gonna do our own thing. They don't leave us alone. In other words, it's kind of like what you said, right? It's kind of what you basically told us. The thing about people who are racist, right? They are going to focus on prospering their community. And hear me when I tell you this. I don't mean y'all can be doctors and lawyers and you got all these people in your family. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an agenda. Okay. This is deeper than what you're talking about. This is an agenda of certain people, demographics. They all work silently together. And if you don't got that bond, that silent bond, you don't understand racism. Racism is a deep hate that I'm going to give you a little bit, ma'am, but you're not going to realize I got the majority. It's bigger than what you're saying. It's a silent talk. It's quiet talk. You can't look at someone and know they've already plotted against you. You can't just know that you got to be born into this. It's a system of superiority and inferiority. Go ahead.
I was saying that I wasn't addressing what you said. I was addressing what Rosebud said. Is what I
Oh,
was.
my bad. Okay, Rosebud.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry.
I agree with what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. I don't disagree at all. I was just going with what Rosebud said because with anger and hate also comes fear, right? Because those two
Right.
emotions, 9 times out of 10, they go hand in hand. And how can you hate something unless you fear it first?
There you go. Yeah,
That
no,
was
that's what I'm
what
saying. I
my
agree.
point was.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right.
I also agree with you. I feel like we were both saying like similar things. It was just in different ways. So
I
I
know,
definitely get what you're
right?
saying.
That's how we be
Yeah.
doing. We same
But you
thing. We agree
guys
with
are
each other.
missing some things. There are things
All right.
for those of us who live with melanated people, that grow up raising melanated people, that treat them like family, that have never seen them different than anybody else, that we have to understand things that we've never seen before because we've never thought of others differently.
So, Rosebud, this is
And
the
you're
first mistake
trying
you
to
made.
get me to understand some kind of fear or hate that's not there.
No, and
And then
let me help
I
you understand
feel
something,
like
right?
somebody's trying to,
This is the
okay,
mistake you're
never
making,
mind.
right? This is the mistake you're making, and I'm just gonna be real with you here. By you not seeing the fact that they are different, right, is like you saying you don't see color. By you saying that yes, you are
I'm not
raising these
saying they're
melanated
not
people.
different. See, this is what I mean about people
Okay, so what do you
twisting my
mean?
words.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Is all.
Just because I know they're a different race doesn't
Mm-hmm.
mean I treat them any different. Just because
Mm,
I raise them like my own, or they are my own, and I raise them and love them and care for them, that doesn't mean I see them any different. Just because I acknowledge that they're black, or that they're indigenous, or some of them are white, or that I'm the neighborhood mom or whatever I am, just because I acknowledge each child is individual and different and has different needs in the world does
mm-hmm.
not mean that I look at them as different humans.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I wasn't saying what I said as like an attack on you or anything like that. It's just a common misconception that like for example, right? Let's say we have a YT woman and she has kids with a black man, right? But she disregards the fact that those children are not only YT, but they are also mixed with black. And she forgets that they need to learn their culture too and treats them as if they were a YT child. That is on her because of the fact as a mother and as a parent of those children, you have to acknowledge their other side and that they will be seen differently simply because they are mixed with a race that is mostly hated in this world. Do you get what I was saying before? Uh, Hello? Am I talking to myself? Uh,
You're not hearing me?
Ain't no
You
I
didn't
didn't
hear
way.
me?
know there
Hear
was
you.
like
We
there was
couldn't hear you,
nothing.
Rose. We
We
couldn't hear
lost
Yeah, I
you
all.
for
couldn't hear
real.
anything.
I didn't hear nothing, babe. For real.
Okay, you didn't hear me. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. No, it's
Yeah,
okay.
you're
We didn't
good.
hear you.
What did you say?
I said, of course.
Yeah,
Of
so
course.
that's what I was talking about when I said that. Like I said, I wasn't trying to like attack you or, obviously disrespect your experience at all. I was saying, you can never forget the fact that, and you said it yourself, like you do acknowledge the fact that they are a different color from you, but you don't love them differently. And that's how you're supposed to do it. And I commend you for that. But you said my point while saying my point. You get what I'm saying? Like
We
we
all
were saying the
said the
same
same
Right,
thing.
but
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is when I'm talking to other folks, and I'm going through a decolonization or whatever, others are projecting hateful thoughts on me that don't belong to me. And they're trying to tell me that I'm a colonizer that hates people that I don't hate. and
Well,
trying to say that I am something that I am not. And then I'm not supposed to get upset because you are trying to portray some kind of subconscious psychopathy that doesn't belong to me.
yeah. Well, I mean, that goes with a lot of people of color believing that all white people are racist, and that's not a fact because not all white people are racist. We know that because if that was the case, they would never be allies to our movement, right? So that just goes with at the end of the day, no matter what color you are, people can choose to be ignorant or they can choose to educate themselves, right? So it really just depends on the person and if they choose to educate themselves and really get to know that person to see if they truly are racist. Because yes, white people are inherently racist, but they can also educate themselves so that they are not racist, right? And a lot of
Right.
people, like you, for example, do take that time so
Yeah,
that they're not inherently racist. And they choose
I'm
not to
gonna
acknowledge that
disagree.
because they choose to stay in that hatred of, well, oh, all white people are racist. That's not the truth. That's not the case. You get what I'm saying?
Insulator, what you
Joe,
think? What did you
Joe,
guys
you
think of
need
the
a
question?
rose?
I
Insulator, what you think?
disagree. I disagree 100% with
I'm sorry.
the
Go ahead.
inherent word.
Would you disagree with Insulator? I didn't hear that.
I disagree 100% with the inherently word.
Inherent. What does the word inherent mean?
It means you're born with it.
Oh.
So now let's take this by baby steps because I want to get here with you. Only because I know you are actually trying to understand this. So inherent means that even though you have a gorgeous little, you have two little toddlers, beautiful little toddlers playing in a room, playing in a nursery room. One is a white child and one is a black child. These two little toddlers see each other absolutely no different. They play beside each other no different because in their world, they have not learned how to see each other different yet.
Right,
Okay?
which would mean that inherently
So
is the
hold
wrong
on,
word.
but there is an
But
inheritance there because their parents already have a different view of the world than they did when they were little. So the children that are
right,
born with a clean slate of not understanding race, not understanding society, not understanding any of that, are then going to grow up in a world where that is not the case. Where from the time they go to either Head Start, kindergarten, and they're in the store with their parents, where they're at a parade, where they're out in public, wherever it is, they are going to witness things around them that they are subconsciously going to put in the memory banks of their brain. Those subconscious memories are going to be inherent to who they are.
the
Those
definition of it.
subconscious, hold on, let me
Well,
finish.
you just proved my point, though, Rose.
Those subconscious memories will be inherent to who they grow up to be. These are inherent qualities that are American. It doesn't matter if the child is in Arkansas or New York. It doesn't matter if they are in a tiny little farmland in the middle of Maine or if they are in out in the middle of a busy shopping plaza in Arizona. They will witness at some point these little things that happen in their lives where they see melanated people treated different. Whether they are melanated or not will actually cause them to feel one way or another in how they grow up. And their parents will also direct them in how they should feel about that. That is what we mean when we say everybody is inherent in how they feel before we even get to tackle the anti racism that is in all of us who are the same as me and you. Does any of that make sense?
No. No, I agree.
I give up.
Um,
So the
can I
commenter, hang
ask a
on, the
question?
commenter down here just said, "Well, hang
Oh,
on. I agree with inherited, not inherent."
See, but that's what you're
So
misconcepting, right? Inherent and
racism,
inherited are two different words. We're saying
right,
inherent, right?
right,
And you're saying
right.
inherited. Those are two different
No,
words
no,
that
no,
mean two
no, no,
different
no, no,
things.
no. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying that I agree that racism could be inherited,
Hmm.
meaning by from the parents. I don't think it's inherent, meaning born with.
so
That's not what that
so
means.
That's what inherent means,
do
though.
you think that
No.
newborn babies in the hospital are possibly treated different depending on whether the nurse that cares for them is racist?
So I do have the definition of inherent. If you could give me the big
Oh,
box, if
well,
that's
go ahead,
possible.
Kay. I'm sorry.
No, you're good,
I get
love. I'm just trying
anxious.
to help. You're good. Do you know how to do the big box thing so I could like pull it up so it's easier?
Sure, sure.
I have it right here. Existing in something is permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute, which
Exactly.
means right, which means that you were born with it.
That's not what that means.
That is
That is
exactly
not.
what it means. It already
No, it's not.
exists. It already exists.
That's not what that means.
And again, another word is permanent, which wouldn't go with what you're saying.
But that's the thing, though, right? It has multiple definitions within the definition, which could be used in different adjectives as long as depending on how you use it, right? So if we're gonna break it down, right? Hold on 1 minute. I have the picture here. So we're just gonna break it down a bit, right? Oh, you fucking can't see it. God damn it. Okay, so
Well,
yes, the person in the
I have
comments
it right
actually,
here. Go ahead.
yeah. So inherent doesn't mean born with. Inherited means born with. That's what I was trying to explain to you before, right? So inherent itself means what you said. It's permanent, essential, or an attribute, which it being racist is an attribute, right? We can agree on that. So
Right, but
inherent.
it's not permanent or essential.
But that's the thing, though. In that culture and in people who are racist and build racist families, to them it is essential. This is what you're not understanding, right?
I
When
agree.
you
So
have,
I agree, but the beginning, the reason I rebutted
mhm.
was because it was said that it's inherent in YT people.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're mistaking inherited for inherent. That's what I was saying. Inherited means something you get from your parents. You're born with it, right? Inherent means what we just discussed. So they're two different words that people constantly misconceive for the other
Right. I
because they
understand.
sound the same.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but I
Yeah.
don't. So my disagreement is that not all YT people follow a racist rhetoric.
No,
Or
and
not
that's
all.
true, but that's where they decondition themselves to understand that racism is wrong, right? And they're not racist because they're what we call anti-racist, which means that they do their due diligence and their research to understand Black history and how it affected people of color, and they educate themselves to the point where they are not racist. But before then, they are inherently racist because YT people are automatically taught on how to be racist, which is why it's inherent, not
No,
inherited.
yeah, I absolutely disagree with that. Absolutely.
Well,
Well,
you
I don't
can
know. I
disagree
tried.
with it if you like. I thank you for taking the
I'm
time
sorry,
to
my
try, Kay.
11-year-old son is not racist.
But he does recognize certain things in his life that you cannot acknowledge that he recognizes. Your son will probably be able to tell you at 11 years old that some people see a black man walking down the street differently than they do a white man walking down the street.
Well,
Even
yes.
if he himself does not see that person differently, he can acknowledge that some people might see that person differently.
And let's not mention that the fact that most of the time, right, even if we don't acknowledge it, and that even if we try to keep our children away from social media, a lot of social media does influence our children. So, especially nowadays, your son could learn that being racist is okay without your knowledge, and you won't even know it. So now you have to decondition your child from knowing that because of what he's taught from the internet. That's basically what we're saying.
Okay, so what
It's
I'm
not just based
disagreeing.
on families, it's
Yeah,
like on social media and stuff too. Sorry.
yeah, I get it. What I'm disagreeing with, like what Rose said, is the two-year olds don't care or know about racism.
Right, but what if they were in that playroom and then one of the people that supervises their play activity snatched a toy out of one child's hand who happened to be black and handed it to the white child?
Uh,
That actual act of them remembering that happened
Mm-hmm.
could actually inherently give them a memory that affects how they see the world around them. The little things like this, where children see one child being punished for nothing other than having a toy and themselves being rewarded for nothing other than having the toy removed from one child and handed it to them, can be seen and taken in a small child's mind in a way that we cannot perceive or understand at the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're saying. Little things like this that are actually done by other people outside our scope of control is
Mm-hmm.
how our children will grow up and see their reality. This is the inherent racism that we cannot control, and that we either have to make sure our children understand, or that we will actually have to get them to decolonize and perform anti-racist education at a later date. Even me, I have raised, and this is tokenizing, but I have raised black nephews and niece. I have raised my own children. I have raised a daughter who is indigenous. I have raised a son who is extremely mentally disabled. I have a husband who is indigenous. And even though he has not connected to his tribe, when he walks down the street, he is visibly indigenous. So he has to daily deal with the same racism as somebody who is connected. I have actually had to save his life because I have privilege. He does not. So these are things that I have to think about because I need to use my privilege that I am given in a society that gives it to me to help protect those who do not have that privilege. Not because I think they are weak, not because I think they are not capable of standing up for themselves or being strong in themselves, but because a vast majority of people do not recognize their own power and what they do to hurt other people. And I don't think I could explain anything else better than that.
I just had a question for Insulator. So, did you mention that your children were mixed with black?
no, they're white.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, okay, so I'm not trying to be ugly or anything like that. Are your kids, do you have any children?
Yeah, I have two.
Are they the same skin tone as you and, same heritage?
A little lighter, but yes.
Okay, so may I ask what is your heritage? Are you Hispanic?
I'm Wabanaki. I'm Indian.
You're Indian?
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
not a shitload. Just
No,
my
that's fine.
mom
I was
was.
just asking.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I would say, there would be some things we can learn from each other because I wouldn't know what it is that you went through in your life, just being, being Indian, you wouldn't know what I went through being black, but we both connect on that because I believe that there might have been some differences how we were treated versus, people of lighter melanin. So that's all I would say.
Oh, I'm hungry. Somebody make me some dinner.
I'm gonna go eat some chips and
I'm gonna tell y'all
sandwiches.
this though, and everybody said good. Y'all got valid points, but y'all missing the main point.
Hmm.
We talked about skin tone. Okay, we got you. We know. Okay, but the main thing is about racism, and this is what I said in the beginning, or whoever somebody said about power. Somebody said power. I don't know who it was. Somebody said that.
No, power plus prejudice.
But who said power?
Me. Power
Okay,
and prejudice.
power. Okay, and the one thing y'all in power. That's what I'll bring up, Rose. Rose is on target because power comes hierarchy, right? So look, hear me out. When you're born into. Let's say you don't got money, but you're born white, right? You automatically got an advantage. At least in North America, you automatically got a green light, okay? And what you do with that green light and how you maneuver through the world can determine a lot of factors, okay? And I know all of y'all probably know y'all have white friends. I don't know who got white friends here, but I know I do. And if you associate with white people, it's not much of my inner circle, right? Everybody got an inner circle. All of y'all, I guarantee y'all circle with your own people. I guarantee
Hmm.
you ain't got to tell me. Don't tell me because I already know this. I study
Hmm.
people. I study psychology. I have a degree in psychology. Um, you inner circle is people like you, the same mindset like you. Like Rose said, she was growing up in this type of environment. So your inner circle is who you gonna become. Your mind, is what you eat every day, what you breathe every day, how you associate through life. So you got 10 people who think like you, and all of a sudden you got an outsider who may be melanated. This is different. You're gonna hesitate. You're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna look at you, but what you about? You don't got the same mindset as me. It's all about advantage. And this is where a lot of people don't understand. And I don't want to break it down, let Rose break it down because I don't feel like going into it. But you are born to an advantage. Go ahead.
I'll say this, my mom's best friend. They've been friends for over 50 years. She's YT. She's shown me so much love and everything. She's one of the most kind-hearted people I've ever met in my life. But she does know how it feels when we all go out together, how we get the different looks and stuff like that. So she's not ignorant to that. You know what I'm saying? But she still treats us with the same love and affection. So she's not just denying it. Because she does, it is what it is. Like, she gets certain privileges we don't, but she doesn't treat us differently. I think that sometimes we can be ignorant in the sense that, we may not think that it happens, but it does happen. Also,
It do. Look at that. I like that background, by the way. Yeah, racism is, I want people to know when you go through life, when you become old, sick, and tired. And it's true what they say. Look at our forefathers, they became old, sick, and tired. And at the last days of their life, they want to make amends. And people know in their heart what's wrong. They do. They know. But they enjoy the privilege. They enjoy the hierarchy. They enjoy people who suffer. As long as they ain't suffering. And that's the heartbreak of human condition. We tend to fester and we thrive off of people's suffering. And why do we do it? I don't know. We're broken. We are broken people.
We agreed.
We're greedy. We're broken. And if you put somebody with advantage on top of greedy and brokenness, it just becomes it becomes evil. Okay, I don't know how else to call it, but evil. Because George Washington, in his notebook and all these other things that they write when they get old and gray and pass on, he ended up saying some things that he regretted doing in his life. But the damage is done. The damage, you can't take away that hurt, what you did to them people. And that's the gut wrenching truth of the human condition. But yet, people still do it. They still do it. And they're going to keep doing it until the day you, me, her, him leave this earth. It's sad. Sad truth.
Yep.
That's why I try to do good. You know, I try to think of people and be like, you know, they're gonna learn one day. Because you 20 years old one day, you got all this stamina, you know, and you king of the world and you queen of the world and you ready to divide and conquer. And but when you realize, when you live a little, you're gonna realize where you are in society. And Rose, and I'm speaking of you, Rose, too. Rose know where she at in society. She's not really that far from where we at. You know, people would look at her and be like, well, she's poor and she's white. Okay, I'm poor and I'm Hispanic. You know, you poor and black. We may be thinking that we better than each other. And maybe we are, who knows? I don't know the future. But we all in the same little boiling water right here, while you got other people above us who making these rules for us.
And that's why it bothers me so much that
Yeah,
people just step on each other
they
and
do. They
spit on
step
each
right on
other
each
and
other.
shit on each other when there's no reason for it other than the fact that you just you got tired of caring about other people, man.
They gave up. It's like they and I see people fighting on here. And trust me, sometimes you got to fight. I'm not saying just bow down and let people walk over you. No. But some people who fight, I wish they would fight towards the policies of America. Go fight for being in the White House. Go fight for office. The way you got all that energy, go fight and be in somebody's office and vote against people. Take that same fight. Because you're not taking the fight to the fucking policies that are being made. You didn't take that fight to Roe v. Wade. You didn't take that fight to affirmative action. You didn't take that fight to what they doing over there and over here and over there. Nobody's taking no damn fight. While all
And
along these Republicans are just doing what they doing. And you know what they're already saying, Rose? People, I was watching a video today and this lady talking about, oh, this dude, he goes, hey, so you think, are you voting for Trump in 2024? And you know what she said, Rose? It don't matter if he wins because he's already set the platform and we all gonna do what he wants. It don't matter. He don't gotta win no more. He already set the course.
yep.
They already saying that. He don't gotta win. We already know what we gotta do. He's already told us what we need to do. So with him in the office or not, people know what they need to do. So right there, the platform is laid down because
I
idiots.
told you we got people that don't believe
Yep,
that anything's going to go beyond 2024.
yep.
And most of them are right. We here's the thing. It doesn't matter who wins in 2024 if we get there. If the one side wins, the other side's going to figure we don't have anything to lose anymore because they're going to tear down our democracy. And if the other side wins, they're going to say they just rigged it all against our guy and we just might as well go out there and tear the whole thing down.
We're gonna
So,
wake up one day and be like, man, we done screwed up. And I say we because I don't mean like you and
and I'm
me and
trying,
him.
and that is
But
exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to
I know,
bring our intersectionality together
I
to where
know.
we can actually put up a defense to where those who are going to be hurt the most have a defense so that they're not. But the thing is that there's so much distrust between the intersectionality. I'm having a really hard time with people putting down their own defenses to trust anybody long enough to listen to what I have to say. Because this shit is so damn scary. Unless you're going to listen and see all the puzzle pieces, all you're going to think of it is as a conspiracy theory.
And you know what makes me more mad though? When I hear these people's lives and they talk about, well, we already suffering. We already know what it is to be mistreated. We already been there. They doing that to us on a daily basis. And I sit back and I listen to these people and I'm thinking, you know, your ancestry fought out of slavery. They suffered. And you gonna sit there and talk about, well, we already been put down. So you basically saying you
People
giving
don't
up
realize.
hold on, all the fight that it took for them slaves. And I get emotional because I got black people in my family. I got white people. Girl, I got everything in my family. I'm seventh generation. I'm mixed with
I
anything in my
know, Barbie, they don't realize by the
and they
time
don't realize
everybody realizes how bad it is,
they
we're
live
not
in
going to
a
be able to get
very
away
terrible.
from it.
And they think our ancestor that was enslaved, they think it was a walk in the park. That's what makes me upset because they fought so hard for civil rights. I mean, this civil rights, think about what happened before the civil rights.
No
You couldn't
problem,
even
Joe.
drink from the same water faucet. They ripped them people apart like cattle. What they do today to cattle, they pull the children apart and sell them. Put them up on a platform and say, who's the strongest? Take a whip and whip them. I read them stories. You think that you people are suffering now? Your people who passed away long ago? You giving up on the whole?
It's nothing compared to what's going to happen because all the people that want this dominionism,
Yeah,
they don't care because they want the end of days. And that's what they're
that's so
actually
sad though.
working for.
They
They
working
don't
for it.
care about how many people they sacrifice because they actually want something bigger. I have always told people religion is more dangerous because you can't fight religion with threats of life or limb. People see things in a different way. They see a bigger struggle. Just like those
I'm gonna
people
tell y'all
over
a
in other
secret.
countries that do that jihad stuff, they see it bigger.
I'm
Christians are not above doing that kind of thing. They will do the same thing here. They will actually sacrifice people. In fact, it's more cowardly because they won't jihad here. They will hurt others. The thing is, I need to run because I need to find people that actually care like me and have pull in different places to be able to pull the right strings. I need to be able to find the same people that feel the same way as me that have the power because I don't have the power. If I can get to the place where I have the power and I can find the people that actually care and really care the same way I do, then I can fish them out of the rest of them and I can help them and we can actually support each other. That is one of the main reasons why I want to go to DC. Of course, I need to fight for my community and make sure that they get things taken care of in the district. But the bigger picture is there. It's not. It's not the same thing. I'm not going in there to pass legislation. I'm going in there to stop the fall of democracy. You don't understand what this 2025 thing that they're doing on the other side means, along with the dominionism points they've been passing throughout the different states. I really hate when you guys underestimate, because you shouldn't. Right, Joe? Yes, it is, Boo Man. And
That's
if
what
they get,
right.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Oh no, I was agreeing with you. Go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah, what we don't realize when you're not paying attention, there are already media blackouts at the border in Florida, in different areas in different states, where people are actually trying to tell us what's going on, and there are media blackouts where it's not getting reported.
Right. Let's stay
There's
woke, people. We're not woke. We need to wake up.
Well, and it's the media, it's entertainment, it's religion, it's government, it's education.
Right.
Education, the education onslaught attack on education has been going on for over 50 years.
That's true.
They've been defunding education step after step. As
Right.
soon as we started getting woke to the Daughters of the Confederacy, they switched to the Mothers of Liberty.
That is true.
These folks have an ideology that it is very difficult to fight because they're not doing it on a one-on-one. They're branching off, going into different states, going into different districts, doing it little pieces here, little pieces there.
Absolutely. That's why we have to think outside the box, you know. Can't think just from your standpoint. It's a lot of stuff that's going on.
And that's where the communication and the bonding in between the communities, that's where the ticket wins, because what the BIPOC community sees isn't what the LGBTQ community sees, and what their community sees isn't what the mental health community sees, and what the mental health community sees. Why did he do a mental health video about me? That's a little bit more serious. Or why did he do a video about me, in other words? He did a video about me because some people decide to take their personal beef with me and make it a race thing. And he decided to look at one side instead of both sides. And they decided to actually weaponize him against me personally. That's how I see it. And he actually had this account removed. But if everything that he had said and they had said stood the ground, I wouldn't be here, because this was the account that got taken down. So I had to go to TikTok and write a report and send it in and show all the screenshots of all the absolutely abhorrent things that other people from the Black community had said to me to prove what I was saying. Unfortunately, because I do not like to disparage the Black community, but they left me no choice, which I will continue to defend myself if they continue to give me no choice. I've kicked everybody out, man.
What happened? I got a phone call, and my neighbor
I
needed me
don't
to.
know, man. Kicked everybody out of the box. I was like, damn, what happened to live, man?
What the hell, man? I was about to say something. I was about to say, okay, look, here's what I'm trying to tell people. I'm so woke, it ain't funny. Look, y'all, the world is tripping, right? The world thinks that we can't go backwards. We already on a mission, people, to go backwards. Do you know? You know, Rose, they got this website. It's called redballoon.com, okay? And you know what it is? It's for employers with like-minded, and it says like-minded patriotic ideology. It's like Indeed.com, but you want to hire the right people. This stuff is happening, and people so blinded. They are so blinded, man.
Well, you know what you do? You go on that website and you look at these employers and then you tell everybody how racist they are and make sure nobody
It's
ever
getting
applies to them.
dirty. It's getting dirty, man. They don't know what's coming. They don't know what's coming. They ain't ready. They ain't ready.
This is what I'm saying though, the intersectionality between communities opens up all the blind spots that each of us can't see. So the blind spots that maybe the BIPOC community has, the blind spots that the LGBTQ community has, the blind spots the mental health community has, the blind spots that the better parts of the religious community has that fights for better things than what the church does, the blind spots that the women's rights community has, all the different communities that are fighting for the same things against fascism and Christian nationalism and conservatism, which are the things that are actually joining together to actually going to be really, really bad for all of us. We need to get ready and we need
I've
to
been
start
telling people.
planning.
I've been telling people get ready. Ain't nobody want to listen. Nobody
Because
want to
they're
listen.
all focused on their own communities. I don't know. My whole life glitched, Gandhi,
Yeah, come
and
up,
that's when
Donnie.
Joe
Come up. We don't
snapped
know what
down.
happened.
I
We
don't
don't
know
know
what
what happened.
happened.
Right? TikTok be
Joe
glitching.
got dropped. Digital got dropped. You may be a conservative, but if you believe in this 2025 900-page agenda, you are part of the problem.
Shit, I'm
And
trying
if
to
you
decide if
believe
I want an egg sandwich or chicken taquitos. I'm trying to figure it out. What would you eat, Rose? An egg sandwich? I like to make, or chicken taquitos in the freezer. I don't know what to
egg
make.
sandwich,
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead and talk. I'm gonna listen. I got Pepsi too, by the way. Hell yeah,
see,
I'm about
there
to.
are some conservatives that will listen, but
Mm-hmm.
they can't be Christian ideologists.
Yeah.
Now, hold on, I think my cat got shut in the door.
Okay. Oops.
They're trying to get stuck in here. Not like you don't have everything you need in the bathroom anyway to be crying. Dum. My goodness. Yeah, message me in the comments. I can either get your email or I can give you a link to the entire 900-page document that the conservatives are planning to take over the country with in 2025. It is, and there's actually, I have a video highlighted at the top of my profile that
Yeah.
actually goes into detail about what they're planning.
It's scary, man.
But
People be ready.
they're planning on an oligarchy combining conservative politics, Christian nationalism. They want to bring back the second coming of Jesus, as much as that sounds like a conspiracy theory. Um, you don't know why? Because there were black women in my live, and he thinks because I was arguing with them that I was disrespecting the community.
Oh no, that wouldn't happen.
That's why he was coming against me and putting out lives against me and all this other garbage. Because they told him that it was a community thing. Um, See, this is why I hate calling out people in the black community, because I can't win. If I just say people in the community, then the community gets mad at me. If I call out specific people, then anybody that supports them come at me because I called out specific people.
Someone said, I'll pay Jesus to come pick up the Christians at this point. We got to understand that the churches and these people with this ideology, Jesus did not want any of this shit. Jesus did not want anybody to hurt anybody. He did not want anybody to be forcing anybody to bear children they didn't want, forcing anybody to do anything they didn't want. Jesus told people, if you don't like Christianity, if you don't want to do things my way, God bless, have a nice day, see you later. He did not want any of these things that the Christian nationalists are saying. You know what,
I know.
Thomas? I'm going to say
I
one
know
thing,
that.
Thomas. Here's Thomas again. Joe Biden needs the N words and not start them. Do you know the cheapest way to defeat your enemy in the world today? A proxy war. A proxy war where you don't have to put any of your own folks on the ground. You don't have to actually fire one single bullet. All you got to do is send some old equipment to another country and maybe some money. And they fight one of
Yeah,
your biggest long lasting enemies in the world. What a cheap way to beat your enemy.
that's right. That's right.
Well, you might think a proxy war is a coward's war, but we are bound by contract to defend Ukraine anyway. And if Trump would have won re-election, he was planning on bowing out of NATO, which would have led to World War III. So I don't know about you, but I'd pick the proxy war over that. You guys go ahead and think what you want, but this kind of MAGA mentality where everything he does is gold and everybody else is shit, that's part of the problem today. Yes, and where are the borders open exactly? Can I get the coordinates so I can come take pictures of it? Because the same title passed by the Supreme Court then, when Trump was in office, was still in effect until this past spring. Texas and Arizona is out of control. Still didn't get them coordinates yet. Keep talking cash
That's a
shit, man.
lie. I live in Arizona. Fool, that's a lie. Look, I ain't gonna lie. There is undocumented coming here, okay? But they make it seem like there's World War III on the border. That's a bullshit lie. That's some weird shit. That's some fallacy. That, I live right here in Arizona, right by the border. Ain't nobody coming over here. Maybe in another area, but not this area.
Hey, and here's
We good.
another thing, which is really cracks me up. Ever since Trump left office, these conservative jackasses have been getting on national TV talking about the border being open for years. What do you think people in other countries are thinking when they hear our newscast saying that the borders are open?
Shit, I'm hungry. Mm, mm. Ooh, some orange juice, baby. Some orange juice. Okay, breakfast for
This is
dinner.
what I'm saying, though. I mean, if you're in Haiti or South America or any other country, and you're hearing politicians on the radio or on the internet or on cable news talking about how the borders are open,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't that actually give you the incentive to come here?
Yep. I think so.
Wouldn't that actually tell you, whether that's true or not, that the borders are open? Wouldn't that actually tell hopeful immigrants that are trying to get a better life to come now because the borders are open? See, you guys are actually your dog's chasing their own damn tail. You get on social media, you get on your little Fox News and shit, and you start talking a big bunch of cash shit. And then you cry when you have to deal with the problem you created with all your cash shit.
Yep. Oh, that's right. Shit.
So we probably have a huge influx of people that have come from other countries because why? Oh, because all the Republicans got on national TV and said, our borders are open. I don't care whether you like Fox or not. And yes, there's nothing wrong with seeking asylum. Although I will caveat that with when Trump was in office, he actually erased the entire asylum program.
Yeah.
Biden had to rewrite the entire asylum program from scratch because Trump erased it.
And he's gonna finish it. He said he's gonna take birthright citizenship away. That's what he said. Some people think it's a joke, but they're
Yeah,
gonna.
see, here's another lie. It used to be remain in Mexico and file for asylum. It has never, ever been remain in Mexico and file for asylum.
That's a
I
lie.
love how y'all take that bullshit they run with and stick that right up your little ass and think that that's some kind of treasure trove, candy coated truth nugget that you can pull out and run those of us that have been working around and in politics for over a decade and think that we're just going to take that candy coated piece of dog shit you're running around with and run that by like it's truth. Yes, Obama put older children that were unaccompanied across the border. He created cages because of the massive amounts of kids that were accompanying across the border unaccompanied.
Mm-hmm.
Caveat that with when Trump got into office, he erased the entire asylum program and then proceeded to severely yank babies away from their parents' breastfeeding bosoms and refused to put them back together again as a family. And then
And then they
deported
want to
those
be kids
parents
again.
and left their babies here.
And look what they doing in Italy, though. For real, for real. Look what they doing in Italy, Rose. They had let 5,000 illegal Africans, and they trying to throw them people back to the waters. That's so sad. And then people coming for better lives.
Yeah, and they
So
get
sad.
upset whenever he's joking, but Trump was talking about shithole countries and how COVID was just a flu.
Oh my God!
But
Look at this
now we're going to talk
disaster in
about
Italy.
Biden and him talking about his Corvette in Maui.
You
But
ain't gotta
see,
have big ones.
see, I love gaslighting these guys. The reason that he can say that is because anybody that knew how the Constitution was run would know that other than the first $700 per family that you can get from FEMA, all monies through FEMA must come from Congress.
Yep.
Every single penny. So the idea that Joe is upset about his Corvette and monies for Maui is so much bullshit you can't even dig your way out of.
That's right.
So there's no funds going to anybody in Maui until Congress gets up off their ass and approves it. That's how all FEMA disasters are run. Would we like to talk about the was it 2 million or 2 billion
I think it's.
Jared Kushner got from the Saudis for Trump's silence in the whole Khashoggi incident?
I like that word Khashoggi. It's cool. Ooh,
Do I think it's right that we have homeless Americans and we have to shelter immigrants? I love this one again. After we charged DeSantis and the unicycle riding moron in Texas for trafficking people against their will, we can then take the immigrants that we unconstitutionally sent to New York, and then we can actually give them housing and assistance they deserve instead of dropping them off in the middle of Martha's Vineyard during a holiday where they could actually freeze.
Born to play. If you so worried about, and trust me, I know what veterans is. I got a family full of veterans. But if you saying you pro veteran, and I hope you are, because I am too. Well, how you being against kids though? That's weird to me. Like
Hmm
you can't. You know, I hope you're not Christian, because you know what?
Well, you know
I
what they
think
say: there is no such love like Christian hate, and
yeah,
that's
I know
and
that.
I'm a
I know
Christian.
that.
I'm a Christian. I've been a Christian for 50 years, but I know how us Christians are.
Shit, I've been a Christian all my life. I know exactly how we move. I know exactly what we be doing in the dark and everything. I know what we do. I know about it. Shit, I know. I'm a Christian.
Well,
I believe
Thomas, it doesn't matter what anybody believes. It matters what you can actually show evidence of and prove. So, Thomas, if you think that Biden broke the law, get out those boots and those bootstraps, put them big boy pants on, and come on out here and fight for your right to believe whatever you want to believe about the Orange Menace and
Orange man.
and Biden.
Man, oh man. Ooh, look at this here. Some cheese. I put a little cheese. Okay, okay.
Never fails to amaze me how people will support that mob loving mind meld moron that Roger Stone picked up from a washed up show and made into some kind of a special kind of little candidate.
Mm. Oh. Mm.
Proper Americans. Oh, who's the proper American? Do you know?
Do they really want to know what that means?
I actually would love to know what that means.
I would too, because I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Let me tell you. I'll tell you a little truth, something. And people listening in the box. You talking about you proper Christian, right? You proper. You proper. Man, if you only knew what the Christians do in the dark, and I can say this
Hmm
because I'm Christian. I'm a holy believer in Jesus Christ, and I will be believing Him until the day I leave this earth. But y'all want to raise Christians as if they some kind of golden diamond in the sky when they have committed some of the worst atrocities to kids, to human nature. They leaving people at the border to pass on. They ain't helping the homeless. They not helping the middle class, but yet they Christian.
Hell, let's actually put it down there. For
I ain't
real.
gonna go there, Rose. You about to
Christians
go.
ain't been like Jesus since the Crusade.
Okay, yeah, that too, that too.
Oh, where's your cartel born to play? Where's the picture of this huge cartel? What's the digits? I want to call and get a piece of the cartel. Is that a new fashion line?
What
Like
he say?
The Carter PJs the kids wear? You know?
What they say about the cartel?
Oh, they're talking shit. Oh, you must be in a small town somewhere. Oh no, small town girl in a small town world. Well, born to play, you got a lot of mouth for someone that isn't speaking any facts.
Funny how that works.
Well, now Joe is letting the cartel do the exact same thing. Let me tell you something. Born to play. Let me tell you something about the cartels. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I would leave the cartel out your mouth unless you really ready to deal with cartels. I know I'm not.
Thank you, Dondi. I see y'all got my
I
back.
ain't trying to even go there with the cartels, with
Are
the
you?
mafias, with
Did
nothing.
something happen, Joe?
No, somebody always call me when I get on live. I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyway,
How you doing naturally? You just left us. Ooh, you
so
just.
somebody called and it was like, you know how it's echoing. So I called them back to see what they want.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, I'm glad to see you're back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all. I was
We're
like,
just sitting here listening to the Biden cartel, so to speak. Like
oh,
what?
the Biden cartel, they all on his dick, ain't they?
Mm-hmm.
You know that projection they got a problem with.
Every time. Every time. I don't know why y'all do that stupid shit. I own one. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I like Dondi. That's my girl, and it has nothing to do with skin color. She's a cool person. It's my. So that's why I say, oh, she gonna talk shit. I like her.
She
I
cool. She
probably.
came right back here when
She
Rose
cool
came
as a
back up.
fan.
She came right back here.
She cool as a fan. I mean that, and
Mm-hmm.
I fool with her for real. That's my baby. She know that. I don't fool around with people if they full of shit. I don't. What's your income? Your look,
Look,
baby. Tell me
dude,
what.
boo, I could beat you on my best day riding around homeless in my van, bitch. Who are you talking to?
Oh
I
damn,
don't need
Joe.
to have an income to listen to your squawkity squawk talking cash shit.
Mm-mm. Boy, don't be talking shit in the comments. So you have enough followers to get in the box.
He got enough to come up.
Get in the box then. Let's talk about it.
Evidently, I make enough to take care of a 150-pound dog.
Okay, anybody can say anything. Exactly. I own 5 house. Look, I like
Well,
Dundee.
well, I know that. I know. I just, anything, anybody can say anything. So when I pop off and show everybody how ignorant you are, you know.
Mhm. You soften the country up. You care about proper pronouns and one favorite ice cream Biden likes.
So the proper pronouns are actually human beings trying to be polite to human beings. I'm sorry that your level of Neanderthal doesn't understand that. Perhaps we need to send you back to the caves for some more conditioning.
Seriously.
Other than that, you might want to understand that the people make the country. If it weren't for the people, the country wouldn't be here. So when you talk your cash ass ignorant fuck all shit like you're saying now, you actually show us who you are more than anything else.
No, you good, Tommy. Ain't nobody talking to you. It was Anthony Person. We were fine for thousands of years until the illness of. Look at what they said all this horrible thing. Well, to be honest with you, back in the day, actually the parties were switched. Will you please read up on your history before you come? Cause you don't know what you're talking about, son.
And I
Well,
have played the whole video about the party switch on my live several times. Don't tempt me.
that's what I'm saying. Come on, son. Learn about your history before you come for us, for real. Cause I have a laptop right here. I can Google it or whatever. But yeah, read up on your history.
And before you start questioning the educated black women on this app, maybe you need to take your ass down to kindergarten school and learn something.
Cause I promise you, me and digital baby, we do our research, we do our due diligence because we always have these debates and we always win.
That's the thing. I
That's
be
why we
in these
win.
lives and I watch a lot of folks, and you know what's funny to me? They
Mm-hmm.
bring up just anything, no
Oh,
subjects, no kind of facts, just a random thought. out of nowhere. And I said, where y'all find that? And they can't give me no proof.
Now you funny. I was going to say no subject and no predicate. Not even a complete sentence. Like,
Ain't
But
nothing.
normally, yeah, normally it's down at the Trust Me Bro account down on Fifth and Jet.
mm-hmm. I talk a whole lot of smack, but believe me, I'm very educated about it. I will look it up. If I don't know, I will look it up so that I have the information available. And that
And
way I'm well versed at the subject.
Oh man. I was
and
telling
believe
earlier.
me, learning. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead, because I already repeated it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and believe me, learning your history is a good idea so that when you learn that you may have some privilege in this country, you can pick up that privilege and wield it like a damn millstone, pick it up from around your neck and knock up some O-Fays and let them cry in the dark.
Well,
Hmm.
born to play, I'll say this. I'm not voting for either one of them. I hope if somebody else come up. I don't like Biden and I don't like Trump. So what was your point of saying that? I'm pretty sure he lost a lot of Hispanic votes because I am a woman of color. I've been fighting for Hispanic rights because I think it's really messed up that he put I'm just being honest, like Trump and him put all these kids in foster care and sent all their parents back, and then they did all that stuff in Florida, and then also I'm in Texas. I'm right here by the border. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just
Oh, you right there by the border too. Yeah, you right there. You border state.
yeah. So yeah, it definitely impacts my life. So I'm fighting for Hispanic people as well. We're all melanated, just different tones. That's it.
That's what I'm saying. But
Hmm.
what the hell was I gonna say? Oh, I told Rose I wasn't alive earlier. I like to listen to these lives, right? And this lady,
Hmm.
man, she almost had a heart attack on live because she was so mad. They were fighting with each other. Like, I swear to God, they were coming out the phone, and we were trying to calm her down. She was about to have a real heart attack, a stroke, and because
Oh
she was
Lord.
so mad trying to get her point across. And she was yelling for 20 minutes nonstop, like yelling at the top of her lung. Like you could hear her voice already starting to like, you know, go away, right? And
Hmm.
people were trying to calm her down because she was about to be like passed on
Yeah.
live. It's so a shame. Like, don't be, how you gonna be that angry and no facts?
But
And
I
she
had to
still got no
learn.
facts.
No, I have to do that too. Let me tell you something. These people on these apps will make you really mad if you let them.
Oh yeah,
They'll try,
girl,
but
they'll rip your soul out if you let them. They will
I'm
take
like,
every
no.
piece
You
of
know
you.
what? If I feel like I'm on a live and there's too much going on, girl, do you know that I will drop out that damn live instead of arguing with people real fast in a hurry and go find me something to do?
Sometimes you got to, because at the end of the day, like once you've been on this app a little while,
Mm-hmm.
you people want to say, let me just get on and prove my point. You always gonna be trying to prove your point.
And they will
You're gonna
overtalk
lose your
you and
soul trying to
everything
prove
else.
your point because ain't nothing gonna get done. They're gonna be there tomorrow night doing the same thing. I promise you,
Yeah.
the same subject line.
I, I'm
They will.
back.
I hear you,
Hey,
Tyler.
Tyler.
My regular profile, but I won my appeal today.
Oh,
That's
good. I'm
good.
glad you did.
Been doing a lot of those. My whole account got banned yesterday.
Dang.
So
They
talk about
coming after
winning.
people.
Well, it's a week later now, got everybody, and there's still no Hawaii disaster relief bill from the Republicans.
You know they ain't gonna do
Yep.
nothing about that. You're alive.
That's them. All talk and no show.
I'll be back, boo. What the hell? People sending me all these messages. I'll be back. Goodness.
All right. Yeah, the Hawaiians. My heart goes out to the Hawaiian people. They were colonized too. A lot of people don't talk about it, but they were
Yeah, they
colonized
were.
and they weren't even given no chance. They just came and stripped up their culture. I read about it because I didn't really know about it until like I guess 3 weeks ago. I know I'm ignorant. Sorry, I'm ignorant to the fact. I didn't realize, and I started research. I said, "Wow, I did not know this about the Hawaiian people. I really didn't." and it's an eye opener. But no,
I hear you.
Biden. Hey, where's everybody going?
I'm right here.
Oh,
I just
yeah,
had to set my
born to
phone
play.
down.
You talk about Biden lost a lot of Hispanic votes, and I'll tell you something about it because I'm from the culture. I'm from that culture. They Christian, okay? A lot of Hispanics got that Christian ideology, you know. They believe in one way, man and woman. You know, they against the LGBT. Most of them, that is not. They're not about that life. And it's unfortunate because there's a lot of people in the LGBTQ who are Hispanic. So they follow the Christian values. That's why they're doing that. It's messed up. That's what it is.
Well, first of all, we didn't have to set the phone. Yeah, probably gonna end my live here shortly and take a
Yeah,
break for a while.
me too. I'm gonna get some just chill out, but I'll be around and I'll talk with you soon, Rose. All right.
All right, guys.
All
Thanks.
right. Bye.
Bye.